Hey, Eureka, you love me, don't you? I know you will love me. Oh. Calm down, iCkEdMeL. You're getting too riled up. Take it easy. You're too amped up, iCkEdMeL. Calm down. Mel, I just want to confront you. Lately, your streams have been raunchy. Too raunchy. It's upsetting me. You've changed. Alrighty. Hold on a second. Ooh. Polani? Who has a sympathizer? Murdaugh? There's a lot of people that are on Team Murdaugh. There's a lot of people that believe in, well, there's not enough reasonable doubt or something like that. Plenty of people out there. And there's people that believe his theories. Well, his story, too. Good morning. Good morning. What's up? What's up? How you guys doing? Miss JML. Good morning. Tracy, the neighborhood. Janie. Who else we got? Blue, Terry, Jess, Janky, Paul, Lorette. Beauty, Carly. Good morning, Carly. Good morning. Sandwich. Hey, Jeep Girl, Trudy. Who else we got? Miyu, Rachie. I hope you guys are doing good. So this morning, I've been late for like the last week, right? Oh, wait, I said it for actually. Oh, yeah. I don't know. This morning is supposed to be the defense. Okay. And yesterday they said, that Jim Griffin, right? Jim Griffin is the one that's going to be representing or doing the closing statements. Lost my train of thought. So, and I was kind of hoping it was going to be Dick, but I don't know. They got Jim doing it. And the other thing that I didn't know, and maybe you guys can confirm this in the chat, apparently after the closing statement from the defense, the prosecution can rebuttal. Is that true? They can go back? Thank you, Brooklyn. Good morning. I was up pretty late last night. Carly says, I just don't believe the state's theory. Too many questions and doubt. Well, I wonder what the jury instructions are going to be, because, and I was talking to a friend last night, and she's like on that side, kind of like, you know, not enough reasonable doubt, but she doesn't even think that he really did it, though. She kind of thinks, we were just talking theories, and she kind of thinks more like, I don't know, maybe he saw the killing, or maybe it was like a drug thing, or some sort of dealings with people, and some people had killed him or something like that. But when I heard Waters yesterday talk about something about, I forgot the exact words, when he said that he discharged the weapon or some sort of charge for carrying or just firing a firearm or something, that's when I was like, they really don't have any kind of, to me, enough. They don't have enough for that to say that he's the one that shot that gun. I really think this guy has some sort of involvement. I think it would be naive to think that he knows nothing at all. He really just at that moment in time just stepped away, and that's when it all happened. And he just lied about where he was and deletes his phone entries and tries to fit the timeline in. And I'm just kind of like, I feel like he has to know something. He has to have some sort of involvement. I don't know that he pulled the trigger, though, because there's like a lot of the questions, you know, where's the clothes at, the bloody clothes, the weapons. I don't know. Did he shower? It looks like they were trying to say that maybe he could have cleaned himself off at the kennels. And SLED did do a messy job for sure. It seems like it. Those people. And I almost wonder, because he has so many ties with these people. I don't know, did some people let it slip? Did some people just kind of like, I don't know. I wonder about Eddie. I really wish they would have brought him in, because I'm looking at Blue Eyed Candy's comment. Eddie was his trigger man. I wish they would have brought him in just to get his side of the story. I know that guy's a grenade, or yeah, double-edged sword or whatever. SLED. Kitty, thank you. Kitty says, oh, Katrina, thank you. And Kitty says SLED really screwed up. The video at the kennel, why lie? Thank you, Rivera, for the super chat. He didn't know that video was out. He didn't know about that video. I mean, the prosecution did some nice moves. I mean, they did drag stuff out, but that whole thing with TC Smalls, I thought that was so dope. I mean, you know that they're doing this stuff like in real time. Like they got to go with the flow. They never probably expected that Alex was going to take the stand, so he takes the stand. And on the, what was it? When did they bring TC Smalls? When they rebutted again or something? When they brought in TC Smalls to say, yeah, that's not true, but the blue lights and stuff, I was like, damn, that was dope. I was like, oh, and supposedly, so have you guys heard this? Have you guys, so there rumors that a juror had fallen asleep, but they're saying that it was like one of the backup jurors. Let me see if I can, I don't know where, I saw it on News Nation. See if I can find that. I saw that this morning. I'm out of pre-workout too, by the way, so I don't know. I got a couple of Celsius. I got to order some. I got a couple of Celsius things. I had some water and like beet powder. I put beet powder and mixed it with water. And I did a little jog and a little bit of jump rope. I didn't do enough of a workout this morning, but I still squeezed something in. Oh, and Chrissy, thank you so much for the Facebook Messenger with those timestamps. I want to use those timestamps to make a video. That's super, super helpful. I don't know if you commented that on the video. Maybe I can pin it, but I'll definitely, okay, you commented on that day, so I'll have to pin that comment. I can use those timestamps. Let me see. Vicky, good morning. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you just for your support throughout the trial. And I remember you gifted, I think you gifted memberships too and stuff. So Vicky says, all of you youngsters can't go back before DNA, advanced forensics. Then how would you think? Let me read that again. All of you youngsters can't go back before DNA, advanced forensics. Then how would you think? Oh, before they had all that technology. Well, I think for some people too, so like the reasonable doubt, I totally can get with. I understand like that he actually shot the weapon, but I feel like for some people too, the only way they would be like, for some people, they would need to see a video of him shooting. That's the only way they'd be like, okay, he did it. It doesn't matter. Like if, let's say there was GSR or whatever else, I think for some people, they take it to the extreme where unless you saw that person on video shooting them, it didn't happen. Downtown in Orange, thank you so much for the super chat, says if an inner city lid had the same evidence against him, he'd be a goner. Well, you know, to what you're saying, one of the things that that surprises me sometimes is when people are like, but he loved his family, so I don't understand. I'm like, yo, I see stories like that day in and day out, but because it's this guy, you just can't see him. Like, it's impossible because he loved his family. Like, how many stories are there people like that seem like the perfect family, but you didn't know the inner workings, and then the guy wipes out the entire family, kills the kids or some shit like that. But for this guy, No, he's too nice or some shit. Like, what? This guy has skis and scammed, taking advantage of families, taking all kinds of stuff. And I get it. The argument is, well, it doesn't mean he's a killer. Skis and scammed, taken from people that have deceased loved ones, quadriplegics, teenagers, whatever, like his own caretaker, his own family. Like, to these people too, I feel like their legacy is everything. Like, it's not the same as a regular, probably, regular person. The regular person's probably not really. There are people that think about that, but there are a lot of people that don't think about it. Like the family name, the legacy, generational wealth, generational whatever. Like, to those people, their legacy their legacy's screwed now. I think, like, it stops here unless somehow Buster, I don't know, turns things around and continues it on and comes back up or something. The legacy's dead. For some people, that legacy is everything. The family name is trashed. For some guys, that's really important. It's like back in the days, isn't it? Like the kings and queens and shit. Like the legacy, the generational shit. That's important. This generation don't care nothing about that stuff. They're just fucking. Linda, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, where is the blood? Can't prove he did it. Oh yeah, let me look up this juror. So, because the thing is too, I remember when I was a juror, it's frowned upon to fall asleep. Like I had the impression that if you fell asleep, they could kick you out, or because that'd be like, okay, they're not paying attention or something.
Out. The $792 million, you might have heard it called the Ferris fee.
Ferris fee.
And Alec had that fee paid directly to himself. And then we know that he is accused of depositing that money. And Creighton Waters told the jury it wasn't enough for him. He spent that money in 2 months. So where does that leave us? Well, it leaves us back on June 7th. And again, Creighton Waters going through all of this yesterday and saying, oh, we see the judge seated. Okay.
Be seated.
Good morning. First off, this morning we have to deal with the issue involving the removal of a juror. A few days ago, I received a complaint from a member of the public indicating that a juror had engaged in improper conversations with parties not associated with the case. I communicated and provided a copy of the communications to the defense counsel. After court, we then met with the juror on the record, and the juror denied any denied discussing the case with anyone not on the jury or with anyone on the jury. She provided information that led us to the court to contact the persons that she was suspected of having conversations with concerning the case. Led us to those individuals were interviewed and provided an affidavit regarding the contact that the juror had with them. We then also brought those two individuals in and had a hearing in chambers on the record in the presence of counsel yesterday. In which both of those individuals waffled on the nature and the extent of the contact. They also provided a recorded interview, or the state provided a recorded interview with the jurors, and I reviewed that interview last night. So the juror has had contact or discussions concerning the case with at least 3 individuals.
Wow.
Though it does not appear that the conversations were that extensive, it did involve the juror offering her opinion regarding evidence received up to that point in the trial that the conversation took place. And in order to preserve the integrity of the process and the interests of both the state and the defense in a fair trial, that juror will be removed and replaced by another juror.
Replaced with a sleeping one?
I will make a part of the record under seal because of maintaining the confidentiality of the identity of the jurors. I will place under seal the recorded interview, affidavits received, and both discussions with counsel have taken place on the record, and all of that will be made a part of the record. In the case, and we'll bring the juror out to inform her that she'll no longer, her services will no longer be needed. We will then replace her with an alternate juror. Any additional comments by the state or the defense? Mr.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Your Honor, we do not accept from your ruling.
Yes,
I've sat through everything you sat through, and it's muddled, but we would defer to your judgment. However, I think it's important for me to note for the record that the interviews of these 2 people were done by SLED agents, one of whom was named as a witness in this case, and the other who was listed in the notes as being one of the investigating officers. Just to note that, again, SLED has made another bad judgment in this case. I'm not accepting from your ruling.
Yes.
I'm just pointing out that this is just a continuum of a calamity of errors. Thank you.
And the court has not had any discussion with any SLED agents concerning this issue.
Damn, everything slides in this courtroom. Shit. Woo.
And all the inquiry by the court has been directly with the suspected parties involved and with the juror. And this is a matter that this long trial with the intense publicity is certainly, it would be certainly difficult for any individual to not have some exposure outside of the courtroom to information concerning the case and to also be tempted to engage in discussions with others. But it is improper, it is contrary to my instructions to the jury daily, multiple times per day, and this juror unfortunately violated that order.
Jesus. They said that supposedly they spoke with SLED?
So if you will bring out juror number 785. Yes.
Ooh, she caught.
And sir?
Bring him in handcuffs. Airdrie said that it was... Oh, she dipped, huh? Hell no, motherfuckers ain't gonna catch me. Hell no.
Let's make sure she brings everything with her. She will, I'm sure. Tony.
Airdrie said that it's the one that had the blanket over her face or whatever it was. Something covering her face.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am, up here.
Ooh, she got me scared. Her heart's probably pumping.
If you could just remain standing for me. Good morning.
They need to interview her after.
You doing okay today? All right.
Her heart's just
I
like...
have, as you know, we've had some discussions with you over the past couple of days concerning indications of conversations with few folks not on the jury concerning the case. and expressing some opinion about the case. I have reviewed everything, including statements given by individuals and recorded interviews, and concluded that despite my order to not discuss the case with anyone, that intentionally or unintentionally you've had some discussions with some folks not on the jury, and which is going to require me to remove you from the jury. You have been by all accounts, great juror, and smiled consistently and have seemingly been attentive to the case and performed well, and I'm sure that with all the time you've invested in it, you probably hate not to continue, or maybe you're ready to go, I don't know. But I certainly want to thank you for your service. I'm not suggesting that you intentionally did anything wrong.
Arrest her.
But that in order to preserve the integrity of the process and in fairness to all the parties involved, we're going to replace you with one of the other jurors. Have you brought everything that you have outside of, you left some stuff in there? What do you have in there?
Don't let her go back in there. She's going to go crazy.
Say it again?
A dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs.
Yeah, one of the other jurors brought in eggs for everybody from the farm. So
okay.
eggs in my purse and water.
All right, well, you're going to leave the eggs. You want to leave the eggs or take the eggs?
Gotta
Yeah,
take
take
the
the
egg.
eggs.
Yeah, I'm taking that shit back. What that?
So, Mr. Bailiff, can you retrieve from the jury room her dozen eggs,
She should be allowed to be.
her purse, and what else? And a bottle of water. If you can get those things from the jury room.
The defense should be allowed to question her too. Did you talk to anybody else? Did you talk to the jurors? Blah 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 blah. Maybe they did the behind the scenes.
As you know, the identity of the jurors are confidential, not known to the public.
You're gonna
And the
start
reason
talking.
you are still where you are is that cameras are not allowed to videotape the jurors, and we have operated by juror numbers throughout the process, and we'll
Katie, that was
continue
hilarious.
to do so.
Sweet.
And your identity will be kept confidential as far as the court is concerned, and we trust that in the event you decide you want to speak publicly about this case, that you wait until after the case is over. You're not encouraged at all to do so, but you have a right to speak to anyone you want to, if you decide to do so. No, I have not spoken with her today, but no, this is not related to, I know we also had some conversation was brought up concerning your ex-husband, but that's not a part of this consideration at all. This is totally independent of any other conversation that he might have had concerning you. That's not part of
the extension
order
too.
of the court. So they're going to get your things, and then once you're removed from the jury, you can't go back in the jury room. You just
Yeah, keep an eye on her. Yeah, she might try to
we'll have to tell them goodbye for you.
botch the whole trial. Is what she might try to do.
Okay, all right. Well, thank
Go
you
out
very
with a bang.
much. Ed, you can go. Thank you.
Wow, this is amazing. So they got one alternative juror left then, right? There's just one left. They're getting down to the nitty gritty, man. Are we going to make it to the end of this shit? The defense has so much to work with the appeal. They let all kinds of shit slide in this shit. They have a treasure trove of fucking appeals and stuff that they could probably bring up.
We get
All
a lot of
kinds of stuff they
interesting
let in this
things,
thing.
but now a dozen eggs. It's certainly pretty interesting.
Man.
We'll give them, give her a chance to leave or to take her. She's gone? Yes. Okay, very good.
Jeez.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Your Honor, we picked an alternate?
Oh, right, absolutely. When they come out, we'll need
sleeping
to
one.
Select an alternate, and the clerk you have the remaining alternates in a box. Any objection to a blind selection of that alternate out of the box?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Juror number 254.
Juror number 254 will become part of the panel, or the deliberating panel at this point. 254.
Man. Down to the nitty gritty.
Yes, Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, before the jury comes in, early in my closing argument, we have a blow-up of the photos of Maggie and Paul at the crime scene. I'm going to hold it up so that the jury could see, the audience cannot see, but I'm just notifying Court TV that please don't display this blow-up during the proceedings. Thank you.
Thumbs up, yes.
Oh, sure. I apologize.
I'll show right now. They about to show it right now. Oh, they lifted up the camera. Bro. Alternate SLED. SLED is something else, huh? Them boys pissed. SLED. So Dick says he isn't happy about this issue. This is according to Avery, issue about this juror issue and how the matter was investigated. He says SLED handled the juror investigation. One agent handling it was a witness in this case. Another was an investigator in the Murdaugh murders investigation. It is muddled, but we would defer to your judgment. SLED has made another bad judgment in this case. This is just a continuum of a calamity of errors. SLED everywhere. SLED judge. Damn. Oh. Barely making it through the trial, man. Almost there. Slowly. All kinds of issues left and right. SLED. Skazing. Alec has they have a lot of opportunities, man. A lot of stuff maybe they can get out of this shit because of all the screw ups. Hey, play for you. Good morning. This trial just keeps taking so many turns. I know. How's your husband doing? He's sick this morning from chemo treatments. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I used to work in one of those chemo outpatient centers making the methotrexate bags and different medications, and they'd come in and they have like those seats kind of next to each other and the bags hanging and stuff. SLED. This was funny. Katie tagged me and she said that when it's 9:30 in the morning and court is about to start, this is the text I get from my mom. All aboard! That's hilarious.
All right, good morning. Yes, sir. Thank you. And good morning one more time. Day number 28. Welcome back. Juror number 254. You are now part of the first 12 jurors. We have 13. You're part of the first 12 of the panel at this time. And continuing with closing arguments, it's the defense's turn. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning. Wow. We're at the stage of the case that's called closing arguments. I don't know why they call it argument. I'm not here to have an argument with you in any form or fashion. What I'm here to do today, this morning, is to review the evidence with you that you've heard in the courtroom over the last 6 weeks. And in reviewing this evidence, my goal is to address questions that you may have about what you've heard. And the jury system that we have, frankly, is the greatest criminal justice system in the world, because it's the only system, jury system, that a criminal defendant's fate is put in the hands of his or her peers. In this country, we don't leave the decision of guilt or innocence up to governor, to the attorney general, to the prosecutors, to the presiding judge. You, ladies and gentlemen, make that decision. And as perfect as our jury system is, there's one thing that I wish it provided: an interchange during the course of the trial between us. You're all sitting there and listening to what we say, and we don't know what questions you have and what you want answered. By the same token, we may have questions of you that we can't ask. Here's my opportunity to try to answer the questions that I think you have. There may be some things that I go over that you've already decided, and I'm wasting your time, and if I do that, I apologize. I truly do. But I don't, this case is so important, I don't want to leave anything out that one of you may have a question about. I think I can probably speak for everybody in this courtroom that there's one thing that we on this side have no question about. It's that y'all have been ideal jurors. We've been here 6 weeks, and each of you have come every day on time, and you've been very attentive, and it has not gone unnoticed, and we do appreciate you for your service. We know what a sacrifice it is, being away from your home, your work, your family, your personal obligations. Maybe some of you miss vacations, but you've been here in a 3-week trial, and here we are at the end of 6 weeks. And I want to thank you personally. I want to thank you on behalf of Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, and especially on behalf of Alec Murdaugh. In his opening statement, Mr. Harpootlian explained to you that the law governing your service requires each of you to engage in an unnatural task. In every criminal case, jurors are required to begin the process by presuming the defendant innocent. In this case, you were required, under your solemn oath as we began, to presume Alec Murdaugh innocent of these charges. And frankly, as he explained, that's not natural. When you hear on the news that a crime has occurred and an arrest has been made, you feel a little bit relieved. Thank God they caught him. And frankly, I would not be surprised if some amongst you, when you read in the paper that Alec Murdaugh was charged the murder of wife and son, that you thought, oh good, they got him. But those opinions, and each of you, when you filled out your questionnaire, agreed and affirmed that you would leave those at the door of the courthouse, and that you would decide this case solely on the evidence. And that's what the law requires. And when we begin, the law also requires you to presume him innocent of these charges. Now, I've been doing this a long, long time, and up until the advent of instant replay in sports, it's been very difficult to explain just how to do that to jurors, how jurors can do this, apply this presumption of innocence. And if you're not as interested in sports, I apologize for this analogy, but the analogy is the instant replay. Whether you're a Clemson fan or Georgia fan, that on a Saturday afternoon, there's a play called on the field, and then it's reviewed. And under the rules, the call on the field stands unless there's visual, incontrovertible evidence that the call on the field was wrong. We see that every weekend on sports. Here, the call on the field is that Alec Murdaugh is innocent of these charges. That's what the law requires. And that unless and until the state proves his guilt to each one of you individually, voting individually, proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, then that presumption of innocence stays with him. You're not being tasked here to give your opinion in this trial. You're being tasked to apply the Constitution, the bedrock principles that protect us all from a government. And those bedrock principles are, first, you get tried by the jury of your peers. Second, that the jury of your peers begin with presuming you innocent. And third, that you will remain innocent until the government, if they can, proves to you individually, in your mind, that the person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the judge will give you jury instructions on what that means, beyond a reasonable doubt. But the definition has been defined that reasonable doubt is doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate when making an important decision in their personal affairs, such as to buy a house, get married, any consequential decision. And you will be making, when you get this case, probably later this afternoon, you'll be making one of the most consequential decisions that you will have ever made in your life, I suspect. I don't know all of your backgrounds, but it will be a very consequential decision. And if the proof that the state has put before you causes you to hesitate, when you go to fill out that vote as you're deliberating in your jury room, each of you will have a vote. And you will have the right to vote guilty or not guilty. And each of you will write it down. And if there's any reasonable cause for you to hesitate to write guilty, then the law requires you to write not guilty. This burden of proof that we have, many of you may have had experience with civil cases. And in civil cases, the burden of proof is much lower, and it's called by preponderance of the evidence. And you may have seen lawyers or judges or watched on TV as they give a visual image of Lady Justice, who's blind and who's blindfolded, so she does not bias for one side or the other, and there's scales on Lady Justice. And those scales are the scales of justice. And in a civil case, if one party proves their case by a preponderance of the evidence,
I didn't notice.
Ever so slightly tilt those scales in their favor, then they're entitled to the verdict.
The picture?
There's another heightened level of burden of proof in a civil case called by clear and convincing evidence. And the law requires things like to prove fraud or some intentional acts. You have to prove by clear and convincing evidence. And that's an intermediate level of proof. And so it's not just tilt the scales ever so slightly in the favor of the party that prevails, but you have to get sort of 3/4 of the way there. But now proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard of proof the law recognizes. And it is, you have to tilt the scales all the way to one side in order for the state to meet their burden. Now, a little bit about the verdict. You will have an option of guilty or not guilty. My friend Dick Harpootlian over here he travels a lot. He's been to a lot of countries, and he frequently he recently returned from Scotland where he attended a jury trial in Scotland. And he tells me it's much like this, except the lawyers wear a wig, and I might benefit from something like that. But in Scotland, it runs about the same until it gets time to the verdict in the criminal case. And the jury in Scotland, where we derive our laws from, they are given 3 options. One option is guilty. Second option is not guilty. And the third option is not proven. Not proven.
Interesting.
Now here in America, we have combined the verdict of innocent and not proven into one of not guilty. And so when you go to render your verdict, if it's a verdict of not guilty, it's either you concluded that the defendant is innocent of the charges, or that the government has not met their burden of proof, their heavy burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, and one of the reasons that defendants are presumed innocent and the government has such a high burden is because in criminal cases, the defendant really doesn't have the ability, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the lawful authority to execute search warrants, subpoena documents, to prove his or her innocence. And so a defendant cannot secure a crime scene, cannot lift a crime scene for fingerprints, shoe-wear impressions, cannot secure telephones and get electronic data in the course of an investigation. So the defendant is limited on what they can do. In this case, on June 7th, 2021, Alec Murdaugh called 911, and Deputy Green, and then followed by other deputies, rolled up on the scene. And he is standing on his property. His wife and son lie dead in a pool of blood each. He's within yards of him, and he had just put a shotgun down. He had just put a shotgun down. And what would that look like? 90 out of 100 cases when an officer rolls up, it would look like the person who had the shotgun and 2 dead bodies may have done it, probably have done it. Certainly is someone who should be strongly considered. And all the officers in this case told you that. Deputy Rutland said, yeah, Alec Murdaugh was a suspect, but there are a lot of suspects out there. Everybody was a suspect. Fair enough. Agent Owen says, well, you know, we have a circle, investigative circle, and it starts with immediate family members, particularly if they found the deceased, the victims. So he's in the circle by virtue of calling 911. And that's fair enough. But what doesn't strike us as fair is that the next morning on June the 8th, after the gruesome murders of Maggie and Paul, this is what is issued, a joint press release, Colleton County and SLED, that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. At this time, there's no danger to the public. We have 2 people who have been executed within, y'all are out there, I don't know, is it 100 yards, 200 yards from Moselle Road? They've been slaughtered.
They did that with Koberger too, kind of, ain't it?
There's no danger to the public. Does that tell you that on June 8th, law enforcement had decided it had to be Alec Murdaugh? It's a fair question for you to ask yourselves. It's a question that's not been fairly answered in this trial. But we know from June 7th to June 8th, Alec is a suspect and he's in the circle. And from that day forward, he is at the mercy. He is at the mercy of the ability of SLED to exclude him from that circle. They have the ability to do the forensic work, they have the ability to interview witnesses, and they have the ability to gather electronic data. And we believe that we've shown conclusively that SLED failed miserably in investigating this case. And had they done a competent job, that Alec would have been excluded from that circle a year ago, 2 years ago, but he would have been excluded. What did you hear from the witness stand? You heard from Chief Barry McCroy. I didn't know Chief McCroy until I got involved in this case, but his reputation is outstanding, and he's a consummate professional. And he explained that when he got there, he was concerned that cars would be pulling up and there were some tire tracks that were not being protected, and that they could have evidentiary value. And then you heard from Mark Ball, who had a conversation with Sheriff Hill, who's another fine public servant here. And he also agreed, we've got to stop cars from coming in here to preserve these tire impressions. And it was not done. It was not done. Captain Chapman from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, he testified about seeing other sets of tire tracks. As you had came in off Moselle Road, you probably saw where Deputy Green's vehicle had stopped right at the kennels, but then on the other side, where you saw that Alec was parked and pacing on some of these videos, that's where Captain Chapman had talked about seeing tire tracks, and he tried to track them. SLED was coming on, and then it was like a trail to nowhere. It was a trail to nowhere. Deputy Rutland talked about seeing hair in Maggie's hands, you'll recall. You didn't hear anything about the hair in Maggie's hands from that moment forward. Was it tested? Was it sent off for analysis? There was no evidence of what, if anything, happened to the hair in Maggie's hands. Was it as a result of a struggle with her assailant? Was it her own hair? I mean, we don't know the answer to that. We know they failed to take fingerprints from the feed room, and they should have. They failed to properly take footwear impressions from the feed room, or at the apron right outside the feed room. And I think that's I don't think that's uncontradicted. The Agent Worley, who doing the best she can, did not go there to document footwear impressions. Did not do that. You heard from our expert, Mr. Zerchi, what is required, and I believe Dr. Kinsey also agreed it was not done. I know Mr. Palmbach did. And both, now I'll get to the shot angles in a little bit, but both Dr. Kinsey and Mr. Palmbach have this murderer for Paul standing on the concrete. Standing on the concrete. Whether 1 foot's in, 1 foot's out, both feet are in, but there should have been footwear impressions. But we'll never know because it was not preserved. It was not taken. The thing that has baffled us, has completely baffled us, is why did they never take DNA samples off of Maggie's clothes, her dress? Why did they never take DNA samples off Paul's clothes? They never did. They never did. And we asked their investigators, why didn't you? Well, that's somebody else's job. That's somebody else's job. It was never done. But you know whose clothing they took DNA off of extensively?
Alec.
Alec. And you heard Agent Zapata talk about all the different grids on her shirt where DNA was samples were taken. Was Ellett assaulted on June the 7th? No, he wasn't assaulted. Was Ellett wrestling with the assailant on June the 7th? There's no evidence of that. So why are they taking DNA evidence of Ellett's clothing in June of 2021? And there's only one reason. And it goes back to
The statement.
this right here. There was only one reason.
Why can't we see
Only
the
one
statement?
reason.
They moved that camera quick too.
Is that they had decided that
Thank you, Jessica. Good
unless we
morning.
find somebody else, it's going to be Ellett.
Morning.
Unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Ellett. The and I'll get into more detail about Maggie's phone. And Maggie's phone was not secured properly. Maggie's phone was well. Let me just go right into it. Maggie's phone was found on the side of the road in the morning or early afternoon on June the 8th. Whoever killed her threw that phone on the side of the road, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Ellett, from the get-go, has said, you get Maggie's phone, you get my phone, or you get my OnStar data, and you will not see my car traveling down the road with Maggie's phone, because it did not happen. It could not happen. Detective Owen, have you gotten it yet? No, we've not. We sent the black box from on the Chevy to the FBI. It was a new model. Turns out the data's encrypted, and so we haven't got it yet. Well, what about General Motors? I mean, I'll do what I have to do, whatever I can do. And so, well, you know, we're looking into it. We're looking into it. But what we learned during this trial is, sure, SLED sent a subpoena via a fax machine to somebody in Detroit, I believe, and whoever got it in Detroit, whether there was a number off, I have no idea what the reason was, but we do know the initial response was, we don't have anything. We don't have any OnStar data that you're looking for. There's no indication that SLED followed up with a phone call. There's no indication SLED followed up with a letter. There's no indication SLED did anything other than put it in a file. Put the response in a file. And that was it. That was it, ladies and gentlemen, until somebody watching this trial somewhere contacted somebody at General Motors and said, why don't you guys cooperate with the FBI and SLED on this investigation? And they're like, what are you talking about? So Friday, you know, sometime in the last 6 weeks, lo and behold, here comes all the OnStar data that you got to see. And that would be great. That would be great. But for the fact that when they seized Maggie's phone, it had, they put it in airplane mode. They knew how to put it in airplane mode. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Let me get water. I apologize.
SLED. Oh, SLED. SLED fucked up.
Pollen. Something else. The they put it in airplane mode, but what you'll see, I got a photograph, is the location services were still on, meaning still pinging off GPS satellites. And the phones don't hold that much memory. They hold a lot of data, as we have learned, but they don't hold that much memory. And it writes over itself.
What?
And for GPS location services, the ping points that we see from Paul's phone on all that data, that would have been on Maggie's phone for the 7th. But for the fact that it wasn't extracted until sometime in like June 16th. I think that's the date, but if I'm wrong, I apologize, but it's around the middle of June. And that ping information that we see on Paul's phone, for Maggie's phone, it goes back to like June the 9th. Well, a lot of good that does. A lot of good that does. We don't have it. We would have had it had they extracted it earlier. Now, Agent Dove says we didn't have an updated, upgraded software that would read it. Took us a while to get it. I don't know why it took them a while to get it. There's really no explanation about that. But you heard about Faraday bags. Put it in a Faraday bag. So it's not pinging against satellites, not overriding. They didn't do that. And it's lost. Had they done it, I hope we wouldn't be here. I hope, because I know it would say, because we have enough evidence in the record, and we have to go around our elbow to get to our thumb to get there, but there is sufficient evidence in the record that shows Alec Murdaugh was not driving down the road, Moselle Road, with Maggie's phone in the car and tossed it at whatever time. When he went by at 9:08. I don't know what time they think it's tossed, but that would have gotten him out of the circle. I would hope, but probably not, because they've been so focused on him. Now, as I mentioned, Alec asked multiple times. I think the testimony was 5 times. Agent Owen, you know, if you get this data, it will show I wasn't there. And you know, we didn't learn why they didn't get it off Alec's phone until very recently, because you'll remember on June 10th, he gave SLED his phone. Yeah, you can copy it. Please copy it, because it'll show that I wasn't driving. That my phone was not with Maggie's phone at any point in time going down the road, and that I did what I said I did. Well, they did extract it, but what we've learned, the extraction was a superficial extraction. Not because Alec requested it, that's just what they did. Said a logical surface extraction. So they didn't go in and pull out any GPS pinging data like you see on Paul's phone. They didn't get it off Alec's. Now, if Alec had not made those requests to Owen, and they are disputing that, there's one thing you can be 100% sure of, is they would have called Detective Owen up here on the witness stand during their rebuttal case to say, no, he lied. He didn't ask that of me. I mean, they got Sheriff Smalls in here to say, I didn't give him permission to put a blue light in his car. They came and challenged whether he had authority from the sheriff or maybe a deputy sheriff to put a blue light in his car. But they didn't contradict anything you said about, I've been asking for this data that would get me out of the circle. And now we know why it took so long to get the stuff from his car. It's because it's because the FBI wouldn't go to General Motors on this event data. The FBI was up there and they bought a Suburban, they're riding it around and they're reverse engineering all these systems to try to come up reports. And then they come in here and tell you, well, it's not complete, some is inaccurate, but this is what we got. And during the middle of all that, that's when, lo and behold, we get OnStar. Thankfully, we did. So then we roll into Labor Day weekend of 2021, where Alec's long-time drug problem, his financial issues, misconduct were exposed. And that made him an easy target for SLED. And I hate to say this, but the evidence is crystal clear. From that moment, they started fabricating evidence against Alec. Well, Mr. Griffin, that's an awful charge. Don't all lawyers accuse law enforcement of fabricating evidence? And I can tell you, this guy right here was a federal prosecutor, was a state prosecutor, and some of my best friends are in law enforcement.
Are they in SLED?
I don't make that claim lightly. Here, what you have heard is they came up with a report that says Alex's t-shirt had high velocity blood spatter on it. High velocity blood spatter. What's that? That means you're within feet of a shooting, and they didn't just say any shooting. It said in their report, it says as a result of Paul's murder. High velocity blood spatter on a shirt as a result of Paul's murder. That was number one. Well, let's stick with number one. Why do I say that it's fabricated? Well, you heard Agent Zapata said we did hemotrace confirmatory blood tests on that shirt. That means there was two types of tests. There's a presumptive test, which is what they use a product called LCV that makes it turn purple where it might be blood. But it turns purple on other agents as well, including bleach, you heard. And you also heard that the shirt came out of the bag wet and it smelled like detergent. Anyway, they spray it, it turns purple in places. So they think, well, that must be blood. Next thing they do at the SLED lab is they do a confirmatory test to see if it's blood. 0 for 74, not blood, not blood. That didn't stop SLED from going out and pursuing with vengeance this report. They didn't give the no blood test result to the guy in Oklahoma, and when it surfaced, they had a problem on their hands, and they were pushing it up until this trial. And you heard the testimony from the stand that they went from Mr. Bloody Shirt leading up to this trial to Mr. Clean during this trial. And they asked him, and they raised issues during the trial with Blanca, where were his clothes? No one's asking about the man's clothes that he had on the Snapchat video back in, at 7 o'clock with his son until November or so, I think is what she said. I mean, the issue of changing clothes, it was late to the dance because when they went to, as you heard, when they went to the County Grand Jury to get an indictment that you're going to be deliberating on, they told that grand jury they had an expert report that said it was high velocity blood spatter. And I asked Agent Owen, I said, when you went to the grand jury and when your guy gave you the report, how'd you not know, he's chief investigator, how'd you not know that there's this hemotrace test that says it's no blood? Well, I didn't get the email. I say it in somewhat jest, but did the dog eat his email? I mean, how's the lead investigator in the case not get the lab report that says there's no blood on the shirt? Now, ultimately it was produced to us, and we were raising Cain about it and saying, how can you say this on one hand and that on the other hand? And here we are with a Mr. Clean theory that he washed off after brutally murdering Maggie and Paul. He takes a hose and washes himself off and gets in a golf cart, butt naked, I guess, and drives to the house. So that's the blood spatter fabrication. The other is this blue raincoat with GSR, and do you remember that testimony? Shelley Smith, who worked for Ms. Libby and Mr. Randolph, had told SLED after September, after Alex's problems had been exposed, after she had a conversation with a Allendale police officer following an accident investigation in which she was in an accident, that on the morning, she said in here, as she told you, on Wednesday after Mr. Randolph's funeral, and that turns out to be, I think, June 16th, that Alex shows up at the house at Alameda at like 6:30 in the morning, knocking, trying to get in, and he has a blue tarp. And in this blue tarp, she lets him in. He goes upstairs with this blue tarp. He comes back downstairs. He lays this blue tarp out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair for in the living room, and then he leaves. And then she leaves to go to her day job, and when she left, the blue tarp was laying out on Ms. Libby's rocking chair. That was her testimony. And so SLED gets that, gets a search warrant, goes to Alameda, and they seize a blue rain jacket. They seize a blue rain jacket. And when they do, they take that blue rain jacket and they show it.
I want to know what game you guys are playing in the
Just about
chat.
every family member. Let me get it right quick.
You guys are having fun. I got to learn about that.
That they can think of, and it's defendants 87, Doug, if you can pull it up. But they show this blue rain jacket to as many family members as they can get in contact with, and the rain jacket is, and no one recognizes it. No one sees it. No one said Alex ever worn it. No one said Paul's ever worn it. No one said Buster's ever worn it. No one said Maggie's ever worn it. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. Has not seen this blue rain jacket. One more thing about this blue rain jacket. When they did the search at Alameda, John Marvin was there. And John Marvin asked him, did you find anything? And they said, well, we found a blue rain jacket back on the property. Back on the property. And he said, well, my dad drives a buggy around, and maybe it fell off the back of his buggy. Clearly, John Marvin was understanding that it was back on the property. And then they asked him to come look at the blue rain jacket, and he was told it was found in the closet. And he said, that didn't sound right. And they never clarified it. Now here's a picture. I'm not even going to put it up, but 411 is a picture of this closet, and you can see the blue rain jacket that's just sort of folded up and stuffed down here at the bottom right.
Hoax is up there, that's true.
And apparently right before this trial, they showed Shelley Smith this picture and says, does that look like the blue tarp you saw? She goes, well, yeah, sure, it looks like it. They never showed her this. And she said, this is page 87, it's on the screen. She'd never seen this. But they did GSR testing on this, and it says, whoo, it's hot. A lot of GSR on that. Manufactured evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And then,
It's a manufactured evidence?
And then there's this issue of misrepresenting what are the type ammunition found in the shotguns at the residence at Moselle. Paul was murdered with first shot was a buckshot. Went through his chest. He was turned this way, went in here, and then out under his arm, and that was buckshot. The second shot was into the head, either depending on what expert and what pathologist, it's either this way or this way, but into the head, and that was steel duck shot. I learned that you can't shoot ducks with anything but steel pellets because they don't want lead in the water. So you got to have steel pellets. And then Agent Owen admitted begrudgingly that he had testified to the grand jury that there were 4 weapons found up on the property in the gun room, 12 gauges that were loaded, or I'm not saying 12 gauges, I'm sorry, 4 shotguns that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot. There's 4 other ones. So that matches. Well, guess what? Totally not true. That was totally not true. And he admitted on the stand it was not true. He admitted telling Alec during the interview, and he said, well, I can do trickery. And we're going to see that shortly. But and then I said, well, you trying to trick the grand jury? No, I didn't say that. Well, we walked through it, and he did say it. And he didn't remember it, and you'll remember the testimony. And I said, well, I mean, people make mistakes, don't you? Yeah, that was a mistake. And it's okay to make mistakes, right? Yeah. And you can make mistakes about time. Well, that's the most common thing people make mistakes about. It's not all right for Alec Murdaugh, who's in the center of the circle, who's not all right for him to make mistakes about time. It is not all right, according to the same investigator who says it's okay, happens all the time. But here we go, and then Eureka. They finally get into Paul's phone in April of 2022, and they see Alec. Well, they don't see Alec. They see Cash the dog, and they see Paul's feet walking around, and they hear voices in the background. One of them sounds like Alec. And off they go. They go off and get an indictment from the Colleton County Grand Jury, relying upon high-velocity blood spatter, relying upon 4 guns having the same load, and relying upon a rain jacket that's got GSR on it, and Alex lying about being down at the kennels. Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Bixby voice privacy contacts have been updated. To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
I'm so sorry. No, that was turned on. I will turn it off. What we know is 3 out of those 4 things that was presented to the Colleton County Grand Jury that you're going to be deliberating on for the indictments that return aren't true. No blood spatter, no GSR rain jacket that's ever been connected to Alex whatsoever, and there's no loaded gun. So we're left with the lie. We are left with the lie. Now, Alex lied about being down at the kennels in Alameda. And why did he lie? And that is certainly a fair question. And that's, and frankly, I probably wouldn't be sitting over there right now if he had not lied. But he did lie, and he told you he lied. And he told you why he lied. He said he lied because, I mean, I'll tell you, he lied because that's what addicts do. Addicts lie. He lied because he had a closet full of skeletons, that he didn't want any more scrutiny on him, which is the most ironic thing in the world, because depending on which day of the week, their theory is that he slaughtered his wife and son to distract from a impending financial investigation. But he puts himself in the middle of a murder investigation, and he puts himself in the spotlight of a media firestorm. That's their motive evidence, and we'll get to that. But he lied. He lied because of his drug paranoia kicked in, and he was clearly in the throes of addiction.
66 pills a day.
He lied for all those reasons. But what he didn't lie for is because he was covering up the fact that he killed Maggie and Paul. That is not the reason he did it. Doug, will you play the dog kennel video, please? I'm going to play the dog kennel video. So just please listen to the voice.
Get back. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Cash. Hey, he's got a virgin now. Hey, Mama. It's a kitty. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quick.
4 minutes later, the state would have you to believe that Alec Murdaugh up and blew his son's brains out of his head and murders his wife after having that conversation about Bubba having a chicken or a guinea. 4 minutes later, their case wants you to believe that this is a family down at the dog kennels doing what families do. They're checking on a dog, tail, Bubba's out running around, and they're saying, Bubba, got a chicken. Now, why would Alec not want law enforcement to hear that? I mean, there's nothing on that tape. There's nothing on that tape that indicates there's any strife, any conflict, any anger, any planning, anybody being afraid, anybody running, anybody scurrying. Nothing. It's Maggie, Paul, and Alec down at the kennel. That's it. And their timeline is based on the fact that this automated thing kind of messed me up, but the point I was going to open this up and say, you know, under their theory, if your phone's not moving for some period of time, you're dead right then. You could be run over in the traffic 2 hours later, but if you're not answering a text 2 minutes after you receive it, you're dead at that point. And that's their case. That is their case on time of death, is phone stop moving, you're dead.
I mean, they clearly died shortly after, or whether you go by the armpit or whatever.
You've heard
or mid
testimony from
I don't think he
a
even
lot
sent
of
the
witnesses.
video, right? The dog video. I don't think he actually
I would say
sent it.
practically every witness who took the stand, who actually knew
Clearly, they were dead. I mean,
Alec
come on.
and Maggie and Paul and Buster, testified under oath how much Alec adored Maggie. She was his all. Some people describe Paul as Alec's best friend. His relationship with him was awesome. And I mean, that was unanimous. Unanimous. I want to just play briefly a clip from Blanca testimony about Alec's relationship with Maggie.
You've also, I think in multiple interviews with SLED and other folks, described, I think the words were, Maggie.
What happened? Oh, they did a sidebar. Get out of my way. No, this is bullshit. You know, I'm fucking tired of this.
Please continue, Doc.
All. Isn't that what you told SLED?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, this was her testimony from the witness stand. And then, in every trial, there's you hope you find, you know, some very authentic witness, part of the fabric of America that comes in this courtroom. And we had it in this case, and it's Dale Davis. And I want you to remember what Dale testified about Alec's relationship with his family. We played Dale Davis's.
Me? When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean? It means they loved each other. What, in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you? Yes. And tell the jury what you meant by that.
And every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay.
That was Dale Davis. Which brings us to the question, why? Why would Alec Murdaugh on June 7th execute his son Paul and his wife Maggie, who he adored and loved? Why? The state's theory is that that it was a storm a-coming, clouds are arising, and that his financial house of cards is about to collapse and he's about to be exposed. And because of that, he does what every rational person would do: go kill your wife and son. That is their theory of motive. That is their theory of motive. And it worked too, by the way, because he killed his wife and son. Guess what? Jeannie Seconder quit asking questions for a few weeks. Oh, in the boating case, that won't be worth anything now that his wife and son have been murdered, because he's sympathetic. Have you heard such? One thing Mr. Waters and I agree on is the best thing about jurors is you bring your common sense in here. And you use your common sense. And that's what it's all about. That's what your collective wisdom. And just collectively think, individually think, what kind of sense does that make? Alex, his financial house is a wreck. He's stealing money from clients. He's got to produce a financial statement, maybe, in a hearing coming up. And his dad goes back in the hospital that day. His dad goes back in the hospital that day, and he ultimately dies a few days later. Okay, so I get a call. Jeannie comes in. My dad's going to the hospital. Paul's coming home. That'd be a good time to kill Paul, wouldn't it? That is their theory of the case. And if you don't accept that beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen, I submit the verdict has to be not guilty. Because there's no reason for him to do it. No reason whatsoever. Now, you've heard a lot of testimony about these financial crimes, misdeeds, and he told you he did it. He told you he did it to support a very expensive drug habit, and none of that's an excuse, but he is an addict, and addiction is real, and addicts lie, addicts cheat, addicts steal to keep getting their drug. The evidence was permitted in this case for you to hear solely to consider, did he murder his wife and son because he had this storm a-coming, that he was going to be exposed? Is that why he murdered? That's what they say. That's why he murdered, and that's why you're allowed to consider it. Now, Judge Newman in his jury instructions will tell you that's all you can consider it for. You can't consider it by saying, man, I never knew he could do that. So if he could do that, he must be able to do the most heinous crimes in the world. Kill his wife and son, execute him style. That's a no-no use of that evidence. The only permissible use of the evidence is that sufficient provocation, motive for him to kill his wife and son? Was it sufficient motive, not provocation? And the evidence in the case is that there was no impending financial doom on June 7th. June 7th was a day which frankly was no different than any other day in the frenetic lifestyle of Alec Murdaugh. He had so many balls in the air. And even, forgot his paralegal's name, and I apologize to her. I think Christy. She said he would come in like a Tasmanian devil. I mean, he was frenetic. And they were on to this $792,000 fee in the Ferris case, and they were asking questions at Chris Wilson's office. But the reason they weren't concerned that he was stealing money. They were concerned that he was sheltering money, trying to hide it from being disclosed in the boating litigation, in which he was a defendant. And they didn't want any part of that. And that situation with the boating,
This guy has like the most gangster suits every time.
As Ms. Seckinger, Jeannie Seckinger said,
he had
that
an orange
was a
one.
one-off.
I want the orange one he had.
Completely on its own, different type conduct than all the other stuff that you heard about. That was a one-off. And what happened on June 7th? She says, I'm in his office, and he gets a phone call that his dad's put back in the hospital. And she thinks that he told her it was terminal. He may have, I don't know, but his dad is put back in the hospital. He wasn't terminal that day, but the next day he got the terminal diagnosis. Any event, she takes off her CFO hat and puts on her mama bear hat and hugs him and a friend hat and their theory is he slaughters Maggie and Paul to buy time from her investigation.
I want to join the treasure hunt. How did I do that?
That is their theory. That is their theory.
Oh, man.
And it's totally fabricated. They've got no evidence of that. There's no evidence that Maggie was on to his financial misdeeds. There's no evidence that she was about to blow the whistle on him. There's no evidence that he had a $20 million life insurance policy on her, and that if he murdered her, that he could get out of financial bond. None of that. And I asked Ms. Seckinger, how long of a delay did that buy Alec? What, month maybe? A month? That's their theory. That's what their case is built upon. And then this motions hearing is, there's a motions hearing scheduled for Thursday. It had previously been scheduled 2 other times. And it was continued at the last minute on the other occasions because 2 of the lawyers had cancer and were receiving treatments. But it wasn't sure it was going to be continued previously. Did he go murder anybody, to get out from under those prior hearings? No, this had nothing to do with it. And, so they brought the plaintiff's lawyer in. He's an excellent lawyer, and he's, like any plaintiff's lawyer. I'm going to clean his clock. I'm going to take everything he's got. That's what they all say. So then we had to bring the defense lawyer in to say, that was a negligent parenting case, and it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. I mean, folks, that's what we are in a murder case, and that's what we're having to deal with because that is their theory of motive. But even if the financial day of reckoning was impending, if it was right there, Alec would not have killed the people he loved the most in the world. There's no evidence that he would do that. We do have evidence of what he would do and did do, and if you'll pull up Defense Exhibit 125, which is in evidence. On September 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I forget the date. This is the Labor Day weekend.
There we go.
He gets his drug dealer, Curtis Eddie Smith, to shoot him in the head because he couldn't go on, because it was all going to come crashing down, and he had a big life insurance policy.
So
when Alex is at financial collapse, he doesn't go kill somebody else. He tries to end it himself. This is a natural response.
That's a natural response.
You don't want anybody to do it. But this, people kill themselves from being exposed. Don't kill their wife they adore, son, the apple of his eye. Some people have said. That's not. That is, I don't have the adjective for that. That is so outlandish. I don't have a word for it. Totally illogical, irrational, and insane. Those are words I wrote down. For someone to kill their loved ones when their criminal conduct is being exposed. So, you can take that down. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yesterday we heard a lot from Mr. Waters. And I've been in Mr. Waters' position. As I explained, I was a federal prosecutor for a number of years. I've been a state prosecutor, part-time mostly. And I've done his job. It's a very rewarding job. And I hold him and I hold his office in very high esteem. But there just sometimes folks just get caught up in a case, they get a desire to win, they get so intoxicated by the attention that's brought on by the case that they start sort of a win at all cost approach. And I'm going to go through some things that Mr. Waters stated to you that just aren't facts and aren't supported by the facts and the evidence that you heard. And before I do that, I want to give you a cautionary statement. We lawyers aren't witnesses. I didn't take an oath to stand up here and talk to you. I have ethical obligations about what I can say and limitations under the rules, but I'm not a witness. I'm here to talk to you about the evidence. And the same applies to Mr. Waters. You decide what the evidence is. You decide. And
further, we're going to take a short break for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
I want to squeeze in an update to a story and do like a quick ad read plug, if we can, with Brian Kohlberger. And so I could just make this quick, just record it on the spot. Got to knock this obligation out. We got 10 minutes. I think we can do it in 10 minutes. Just I think it's like 4 pages that I wanted to talk about. So put some of the stuff on. Well, I'll leave this unmuted in case they come back. Okay. So we're going to talk about this. Let me just get this shit set up here real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why I never want to hear you say I want it that way. And now that you see where they used to, yeah. But as long as the distance, I don't know that you are. You are, you are, you are, you are. Don't wanna. Okay. Jesus. Work with me, baby. Okay, what's up, iCkEdMeL? And apparently there's some updates with regards to Brian Kohlberger. Some more information released with this, I guess, affidavit search warrant. And supposedly they had found knife, phone, and masks that were seized. So we're going to go over the court documents here. Let me just pull it up here. And, oh, great. Recording error. Fuck my life. What happened? Am I out of space? Don't curse, iCkEdMeL. I'm tired of the cursing. Don't wanna hear. Ooh, it's full. All right, let me just scrub it. Scrub the whole drive. Oh, Lord. Better that it happened now than later. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Let's try that again. All right. What is up, iCkEdMeL? And we got some updates with regards to Brian Kohlberger, court documents, more information coming out. So they're saying A knife, phone, and mask were seized. We're going to take a look at the actual court documents here. It's pretty interesting. We're just going to go down this list. Also, make sure you check out Data Seal, a service that I use to protect myself from the crazies online. Use the link to save 5% off and check out the free scan. And so, okay, receipt for property. And this, they didn't release this before. Fresher sent this to me. It says here, knife. Is this the knife that was used? What do you guys think? You think this guy would actually keep the knife? I would have thought he'd toss it. Is it a different knife? Is it related? A book with underlining on page 118. Number 3, AT&T bill for Brian C. Koberger. Glock 22. The hell does that say? Gen 5. Okay. 40 caliber, serial number BMKV5QI, I think. Smith & Wesson pocket knife. We got a folder containing vehicle paperwork. Acer laptop. Okay. Green leafy substance. Ooh. And green container. What's that? You smoking the green? Documents. Green leaky substance. Ugh. In plastic bag. White paper with password. Power cable. Cell phone. 3 Glock 40 caliber magazines. Empty. And if he has these guns, he still chose the method of knife. I'm not sure what that says. Maybe the chat can tell me. Blackface masks. Prescription? I don't know what that says. Black gloves, black hat, black mask. Okay. What else we got here? Receipt for property. Personal identifying documents. New Balance shoes. So we got other shoes here. Dark colored jacket. Dark. So hard to read. I guess dark jackets. What's off here? Dark colored jackets. Dark jackets. Dark colored jackets. Dark colored jackets. Dark colored shirt. So I guess they're just getting all the clothes that are dark colored that maybe he could have been wearing that night. Dark colored shirt, dark colored shirt, dark colored pants. What else we got here? Clear something glove. Really hard to read any of this shit, really. Jesus Christ. Prescription, they said. Something record of sale, Glock 22 Gen 40 caliber. Item photograph, but something taken. Jeez, this is horrible. Criminal psychology book, documents, and DeSalle University. I don't even know what that says, dude. Really, really hard read. More receipts for property. And so this is the Columbia, extra large Columbia Navy fleece. Armani wound drawing. Bro, I cannot even read any of this shit. 10 inside glove box. 10 something. 10 glove box. Various criminology books. I can't even use this for recording now. There's just so many, like, what the hell? Dark colored hat, black gloves, Sea Great, Bermuda. This is a hard drive. 1 terabyte Samsung solid state hard drive. Black box Samsung NVMe is a special type of like hard drive. It's super, super fast. I actually use that on my computer. That's a type of 960 EVD, 500 gigs. 2 pane of black gloves, 1 black knit hat, dark green short sleeve shirt, black long sleeve shirt, a bunch of clothes, I guess, black sweatshirt, gray jacket, 2 pair of black pants, 1 pair of black jeans, 2 pair of black jeans, 2 black long sleeve shirts, 2 plain black something, 1 gray jacket. Make sure we're not live here. No, okay. Gray jacket, gray knit, hat, black glove, motherboard, Washington State University paperwork, note from Brian, from Montana. Craftsman Shop Vial, looks like. Medical documents, court documents. The list goes on and on here. Maroon colored spiral notebook. Dark colored clothes. HP all-in-one computer. This is some sort of type of laptop. Lenovo laptop. Tangent model medallion. Dark clothes and laundry basket. Okay. Taylor. Knife. Taylor something knife with leather sheath. 4 different swabs. 2 pair of dark colored boots. 1 pair of brown boots. And it ends right there. And then there's the one for the car. Hyundai Elantra. Receipt for property. And so this one, swabs, Ziploc bag with zipper, 7 quarters, okay, plastic baggie with green zipper, 36 dimes, 32 nickels, 8 pennies, gloves, receipts, car, insurance card, car registration, hiking boots, comfort in-room key holder, and stay information, tire irons, shovel, goggles, floor mats, reflective vests used, water bottles, wrench, door panel, seats and seat cushions, headrest, seatbelt visor, fiber brake pedal, gas pedal, phone charger, band-aid, wrappers, maps, documents, seatbelt boot. So they just took, I guess, everything that they can take. Okay. That was horrible. Boots are not van imprints. Yeah. Jeez Louise. Let me send that file to myself. I don't know if it's even savable. Yeah. So I guess it's the knife was found with a sheath, I guess. Play says I gotta take Steve to the ER. He's not doing well at all. Ambulance is on its way. Please pray for him to get through this. I'll give an update whenever I can. Yeah, go take care of that. Don't worry about this stuff here. I hope he feels better. And that's pretty bad if they have to call the ambulance. Let's see. You texted me an easy list of seized items. Oh, this is actually okay. This would have been a hell of a lot better than all that shit. This is from the Daily Mail, looks like. So let me see if I can I'd prefer to email this to myself. I don't even know if I have enough time to go down this list again, honestly. Didn't even send.
to, again, like Sam said, poke holes, saying if they would have tested DNA on Maggie and Paul's clothing, would they have found something? Would they have found a DNA match that could have led them to the murderer? There was something else, and I don't remember this being brought up in trial. Sam, you will have to tell me. Yeah. I never remember hearing from anybody that there was hair found in Maggie's hand, but the hair was never tested. Let's listen to this, and then we'll talk about it.
Deputy Rutland talked about seeing hair in Maggie's hands, you'll recall. You didn't hear anything about the hair in Maggie's hands from that moment forward. Was it tested? Was it sent off for analysis? There was no evidence of what, if anything, happened to the hair in Maggie's hands. Was it as a result of a struggle with her assailant? Was it
You may bring them in. All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday in Mr. Waters' closing argument, he said that the evidence established that Paul and Maggie were murdered with family guns. And that perhaps is his view of the evidence, but that's not a fact. In fact, the state's ballistic expert testified that the 12-gauge shot shells, as you found in the feed room, were fired by the same shotgun. That the shot shells, the things that rolled under the door, were fired by the same gun. That's all he testified to as to shotgun. Now, they have put a lot of guns in evidence here that have nothing to do with the crime. So we don't know what shotgun was used. It could have been a shotgun bought at Walmart that afternoon. It could have been a 20-year-old shotgun. But all the evidence, ballistic evidence, is shot shells were fired by the same gun. And that's, don't know that you really need an expert for that, but that's what the testimony was on the shotgun. With regard to the 300 blackout, you'll recall that this guy, Paul Greer, testified that the cartridges found at the crime scene, and Maggie was shot with a 300 blackout, that the tool marks, it's called tool marks, that the extractor and ejector marks from the cartridges found at the crime scene matched extractor and ejector tool marks on some cartridges found at the house and some found at the shooting range. And what he didn't say was that where the firing pin breaches, that is one of the most reliable indications, it did not match. No match. And he also did not compare projectiles. There was a projectile found. When I say projectile, that's the bullet. That's the bullet thing. That went into Maggie's body and broke up. But one went into the dog house and was found in the dog bed. And so they have that. And what they did not do is take that projectile and dig projectiles out of the berm where the shooting range was and compare it to see if they match. And that's the most reliable way to do it. Now, you know, in David Owen's notes, he said that the ballistic expert can't be 100% sure until you have the gun. And you heard my cross-examination of Agent Greer, and this tool mark ballistic examination is somewhat soft science. It's come under criticism. It's what they rely upon. Not every investigative lab relies upon it. That's what they did here, but it's not gospel. It's not gospel. Another thing about the 300 blackout, he in his closing, Mr. Waters repeatedly said that Alec bought it. And I assume we're talking about the replacement. I don't know. Alec bought it. Well, Alec didn't buy it. The evidence in the record is Maggie bought it. And he kept saying it's the defendants. And it's not the defendants. The replacement 300 blackout, which frankly no one had seen Paul with it in quite some time except Will Loving on one occasion and sometime in March. It was Paul's gun. It wasn't Alec's gun. Paul's gun. At one point in time during his closing argument yesterday, Mr. Waters reenacted a shooting scenario, if you'll recall. And I'll do my best, but he stands up here and he says that Alec shoots Paul in the chest one time. And 999,999 times out of a million, that person is dead. He puts his shotgun down, and he has a 300 blackout right here because he is so smart and so diabolical that he's going to stage it so it look like two shooters. So he's got a 300 blackout here, a shotgun that he just took his son out, but his son was 1 in a million, he says. 1 in a million comes this way, so Alec has to put the 300 blackout back down, pick up the shotgun, and shoot Paul. Where in the world does that scenario reside other than in Mr. Waters' mind? It doesn't. It doesn't. There's no evidence to support anything like that. None. None. And the fact that he has to go to such gymnastics to come up with Alec staging a two-shooter theory, I ought to tell you, there's two shooters out there. I ought to tell you, someone to do that. Another curious point in Mr. Waters' closing argument yesterday involves Paul's intuitive talents. You will recall that Alex informed agents that Paul was an intuitive little dude. Referred to him as a detective. That Miriam Proctor, Maggie's sister, said that Maggie referred to Paul as his little detective, her little detective. And particularly when it came to trying to root out whether Alex was still doing drugs. And then he just sort of left it there. Sort of left it there for you to then take it and run with it as if, oh, Paul must have found Alec using drugs. There must have been a confrontation down there at the kennel, and that must have been what happened. Now he didn't go that far in his argument, but he laid it out there for you to run with. But that was clearly the implication. And I want to tell you first, there are no facts to support that. None whatsoever. Let me add another scenario that's equally as plausible. What if Paul the detective learn the source of drugs that were being sold to his dad. What if Paul, the detective, goes to that drug source, says, cut it out. That's my dad. You're ruining my family. And if you don't, I'm going to tell on you, turn you in. And what if source is a member of dangerous drug gang?
No, I don't object.
Sustained.
Well, the point is, there's no more evidence to support it, and there was no evidence. Those were just plausible scenarios that they were throwing out to you, and that you could think up many equally plausible scenarios. But you have to decide the evidence based on the facts that the state puts before you. Not theories, not inferences, not speculation, but cold, hard facts. Mr. Waters also said that Alex, the master liar, accused Shelley, Smith, Blanca, and perhaps another witness of lying. He never did such a thing. He never accused anybody of lying from this witness stand. Now, I've been around long enough to know that witnesses can misremember things and believe them to be true. And frankly, I'm the biggest defender of that trait in my household. I convinced myself that I remembered something accurately, and I will have an argument with my wife until she shows me photographic evidence that I'm just wrong, and that's what it takes. I mean, that happens. People misremember things. But because we point out that there was an inconsistent fact, that doesn't mean we're saying someone lied. And we never did that. We never did that. One example is Sister Marion. One example of misremembering. Sister Marion said that she spoke with Maggie about 7 p.m. while she was at Edisto, and that Alec wanted to come to Moselle to visit her father. Well, we know that her recollection is mistaken because we have cell phone records, we got FBI records, we got her phone bill, we got that shows she was in Mount Pleasant and then she was traveling to Moselle around the period of time where Sister Marion thought she was at Edisto. Did not happen. That doesn't mean she was lying about that. Absolutely not. That's just how she remembered it. And she also said that when she talked to Maggie, that Maggie was going to go over and visit Mr. Randolph at Alameda. But we know from the records that Mr. Randolph had already been readmitted to the hospital. I mean, that's in the records. And that Maggie knew it. We've got Maggie's text to Blanca, I think, in the day saying they're putting Mr. Randolph back in the hospital. We're scared for everybody and hope Alec doesn't go down to the hospital. Well, no reason I'm pointing it out. This is how Miriam remembered it. But if she remembered it incorrectly, and that happens. Because we point stuff out like that, we're not saying they're lying. Now, then the same with Shelley and the blue tarp. She remembers something, we're not sure what. But the evidence clearly is, she says it was on Wednesday, June 16th. And we got FBI cell phone forensics, we've got records, and we got testimony that Alec is in Somerville. Spent the night with his in-laws, the Branstead on Tuesday, and he stayed there toward the end of the week, and then they went to the mountains at Kiowee. So Alec could not have been knocking on the door of the Alameda house on the morning of June 16th. And Barbara Mixon came in and told you that she relieves Shelley. Shelley works all night, leaves, and goes to work at the school district. Barbara Ann comes in at 8 o'clock and relieves Shelley. And as Shelley recalled it, as the tarp was laid out when she left for work. Barbara Ann came in and said, well, I didn't see it. No time during that week that when I worked was there a blue tarp. I mean, Shelley remembers something, but she's not a blue raincoat, and it's certainly Alec could not have come over there on Wednesday. Now Shelley also says that he spoke to me about times, and that bothered me. And I called my brother. We're not disputing that, but what she didn't say is Alec told me to say I was I was here and 45 minutes or things like that. And frankly, it doesn't make a lot of sense because Alec kept saying, you get my phone records, and you'll know exactly what time I was when I was there. And I'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but Mr. Waters keeps talking about compress the time so that it looks like he's been gone from Moselle longer than he was. Fair enough argument. I understand his point, but that point evaporates when you're talking about how long you are at Alameda. It doesn't matter if he's there 45 minutes or 20 minutes. Does it really matter how long he was there? Now, I guess before you had the OnStar data, they could be saying, oh, he said he was there 45 minutes, but he was only there 22 minutes, and he spent the other 10, 15 minutes traipsing through the woods, burying bloody clothes and getting rid of murder weapons. Well, we may have heard that in this trial had we not gotten the OnStar data from General Motors in the middle of the trial, which shows conclusively he drove over there and he drove straight back. Another small point, he said there's biological material on the Polaris. I don't think that was ever tested. It certainly looks like it, but what we've learned in this case is things aren't always as they seem. They thought they had blood on the shirt. Turns out there's no blood on the shirt. And that this biological material showed that Maggie was running toward her baby. Now, I don't know that there's any evidence which way Maggie was running or what she was running to. There's not. I mean, it's a fair inference, and everyone who knows Maggie would know that's what she would do, and we're not disputing that would be her mother instinct. And did that probably happen? It probably did, but it's just to state it as a fact. There's no evidence of that. Now, one thing he also said, the cell phone backlight turning on. And I don't have an Apple phone, but so here's the issue, and mine won't do it because I don't have an Apple phone, I don't think, but if you take a phone flat and pick it up, light comes on. And why is that important? Why is that important? Like I say, I'll probably turn this phone off. And if I'm making a point that you all know the answer to, I apologize, but it's important that you do know the answer to why this is important. It's important because now that we have the OnStar data, we know Alec drove his Suburban by the spot where Maggie's phone was found at 9:08. Now, there's probably some seconds in there, but 9:08. And we know that her phone is in the woods at that point. So the question is, did Alec throw it out the window at 9:08? And the answer is, no, he didn't. Because if you throw it out the window, at a minimum, the display light's going to come on. At a minimum. And when that display light comes on, it registers. These phones say a lot. Lesson learned in this case. It registers in this Knowledge C database, and it says display light on, and it has a time that the display light came on. Well, on Maggie's phone, the display light does not come on at 9:08. Okay? So, means Alec didn't throw the phone out. And yesterday, Mr. Waters says every single expert testified that the backlight comes on and sometimes it doesn't when the phone is raised aggressively. That's not true. Only one person testified to that. And Mr. Murdaugh, who, over the weekend, he works for Charleston County Sheriff's Department. I don't know why they didn't get SLED agent to do it, but he got a phone similar to one that Maggie had, not Maggie's phone, had software, not the same version as Maggie, and he spent all weekend throwing the phone on the ground and see what would happen. Or many hours of the day throwing the phone on the ground. And he comes in here and says, hey folks, sometimes the light comes on, sometimes it doesn't. Well, our expert Mika Sturgis says, it comes on. It comes on. And that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. But folks, we wouldn't even be having this discussion if they had secured Maggie's phone and not allowed and put it in a Faraday bag so that the GPS coordinates on the 7th would not have been overwritten. And they were. So now we got a guy down in Charleston throwing a phone around all weekend. Because they are desperate to prove Alec threw the phone out when he went by the ring. They got no evidence of that.
Oh.
In fact, the evidence is the contrary. He did not. And the evidence supports everything that he had said from the day he had that interview, or a couple of days. You get the OnStar data, you get GPS data, you get my GPS data, and you'll know I'm not traveling with her phone. Never got it, wrote over it, and now we've got a guy tossing a phone in an office. Doesn't even work for SLED. Not every expert says that. The guys even said that's not his area of expertise. So, let's see if I've hit all. Oh yeah, the last one's about me. Mr. Waters says that I did an HBO interview in November 2022, and he references some things I said in the HBO interview. Well, I didn't, and he knows I didn't. It was testified about. There's an HBO special. I am on it. I'm not telling anybody to watch it, but
Low Country, baby.
Was filmed back in, I don't know, spring, summer of
Low Country.
2022. I'm well before he was charged with murder. I'm not on TV talking about his murder charges, but he wants you to think that, and I don't know why, and I took a little bit of offense to that. I really did.
Oh.
And we object. Oh! Because he was.
I was not being interviewed.
Objections overruled.
Oh! Not being interviewed in November 2022. Not.
We object.
So I've asked why. They can't answer that. They don't have an answer as to why. Now how? How could Alec, in the time period we know, we're going to get to it, but how could he have butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence within a matter of minutes? How? We went from why, now how. And the answer to the how is he couldn't. But this is the wrong question to be asking yourselves. Because the question that you are tasked with answering is, has the state presented evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt showing that Alec butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence, all within a matter of minutes? In a matter of minutes. Have they proven evidence? Do they present evidence of that? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. He was able to make bloody clothes, bloody guns, who knows how much, whatever, disappear in a matter of minutes without leaving a trace. Without leaving a trace. Of course they haven't. A reasonable doubt is doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate in one of the most important decisions of your life. And here, there's no direct evidence of Alec doing anything other than he's at the kennel, 8:44, and it's just pleasant family talking about Bubba the dog getting a chicken. So the state's trying to weave this story of his guilt based upon circumstantial evidence. And the judge will charge you on circumstantial evidence, and I have no dispute with what the state put up here yesterday, because that's the law, and you're going to get it. He's going to give you the written document with the charge. And you will see in there that when they rely upon circumstantial evidence, it's as good as direct evidence, but there's some things that it has to do to be as good as direct evidence. And what it has to do, the circumstantial evidence, is that the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if these circumstances portray the behavior of a defendant as suspicious, the proof has failed. That's circumstantial evidence. So what are the circumstances that the state relies upon? Well, he was at the kennel at 8:44. Paul last used his phone at 8:48. He replied to a text with a friend about a movie recommendation. Maggie's phone locked for the last time at 8:50, actually 8:49 and 50 some odd seconds, but 8:50. But however, her phone recorded significant steps around 8:55, and we're going to see that. And her phone tried to activate the camera at 8:55, and it registered an orientation change at 9:06. And I think pretty much understand an orientation change, but when the phone goes from landscape to portrait, or this is beats me, but goes from that to that is an orientation change, and the phone will tell you. So it did that at 9:06, and they've got 300 shell casings, the extractor and ejector markings match with casings found around the house and shooting range. So that's pretty much it. And then of the circumstantial evidence of his guilt. Now they want to say, well, he lied about it, so it's consciousness of guilt, but I'm talking about what evidence they have, put all the circumstances together, prove he shot and killed Maggie Paul, and that's pretty much it. And how have they established the time of death here? Solely on cell phone use. Solely on cell phone use. And using the phone or not using the phone doesn't dictate or define whether you're dead or alive. I mean, I'd say most everybody in this courtroom does not have their phone with them right now. Under the state's theory, as I mentioned before, if they die while they're not using their phone, then they're dead the moment they stop using their phone. That's what they have here. That is their case. There are a number of reasons that Paul would stop using his phone. First, so I got two testimonial clips, one from Rogan. Remember Rogan Gibson? If you'll play that quickly, Doug. This is Rogan testifying about Paul's phone.
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, and
Who's testifying?
and did battery get down?
Okay, just a moment. All right. What is the objection?
They're not showing the witness, they're showing the defendant while the witness is testifying. I think the testimony
What's the legal basis for the objection?
that is correct.
All right. Mr. Griffin.
Excuse me.
It's a clip from the live feed of this trial, Your Honor. I can't control who is being depicted, but it's my voice asking Rogan.
Been in trial how many weeks?
6 weeks.
All right, so we're not going to replay the trial.
That's right. It's a clip of a few seconds.
Oh, so the prosecution can do that shit all day long, but they can't play a couple seconds of the shit?
Sustain the objection.
All right, take it down, Doug.
Really? Hold on.
So you will remember that Rogan said that when Paul's phone, and by the way, if you don't remember and you have questions about it, when you're jury deliberations, you can always ask to have testimony replayed for you through. You can play the audio. Without the video. You want to do that? Your Honor, can we play the audio without the video?
You're asking me,
Yes.
what can you do?
Yeah, because you denied.
Objections.
Can you play the audio then, please?
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, and did the battery get down low pretty regularly?
Yes, he would let his phone die sometime, or he would lose it.
Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out?
Yes, I have seen that happen before.
And have you done that yourself?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so you'll know from the photographs and the evidence in the case that Paul's phone was at 2%, and it was on low power mode at the time. He was texting this friend of his about a movie recommendation. And then can you play the audio only of, you remember Nate Tootin, and he testified about Paul putting the phone down when he was working around the kennels.
And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex?
I don't think that's the right clip. So there's Mr. Tootin testified that when Paul would work, he would put the phone down, forget where it was at times, and that it was pretty common for him to put the phone down at the kennel so he wouldn't get it wet. And you recall Dale Davis, they brought him to the stand. I think they brought him to the stand to make it seem like the hose was unraveled and then it was used and put back. And we know from the video, and you can see it again, the dog kennel video, we pointed out the hose is on the ground outside Cash's kennels. And Mr. Davis says, yeah, that was not how I left it. Someone had put it down, and then I'm going to show you. Oh, shit. Got it right here. Doug, can I have the Elmo, please? Oh, that's awful.
Oh, Lord. Oh, no, Jim. What happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have back in the jury room State's Exhibit 503, which is a picture of the dog kennels from the murder scene. And what I'm pointing out on top of these two kennels are dog beds. You'll see Exhibit 503. The dog beds are up here on top. And you recall Dale Davis says that when you clean out the kennels, hose it down, you put the dog beds on top. On top. So it's pretty clear from these photos, this photo, that Paul and or Maggie had sprayed out those dog runs and put the dog beds on top, and put the hose away. Alec testified that Bubba and Grady had on collars, and we see the collars in State's 45, and so their collars hanging here, but their collars hanging here, and then there's collars here, and the dogs don't have collars on them in the dog picture. So it's a fair conclusion that after Alec left, when he said he left, that Paul puts Bubba up, Paul puts Grady up after cleaning out the kennels, and then he goes back into the feed room to get his phone where he was confronted. Or sometime later it happened. I don't know. But they are relying upon cell phone usage for time of death. The coroner said he did the armpit test, which is no test at all. It's just a guesstimate. Can you pull up in evidence, now I want to talk about Maggie's phone and Defendant's Exhibit 158, please. So this is Maggie's phone timeline that we put in evidence, and this is going from 8:49 to 9:07. And if you'll just walk through it, you'll see at 8:49:26, last text message read by Maggie. Okay, go to the next one. 8:49:28, backlight off. Go to the next one. 8:49:31, phone locks and remains locked until recovery by law enforcement. It was locked for the last time and never unlocked. 8:53, but on 8:53 the backlight comes on. Backlight comes on. It's being manipulated. 8:53:12, orientation to portrait starts. 8:53:15, phone begins logging 59 steps. 8:53:20, there's a Siri usage, and the testimony is you can get that by squeezing the button. 8:53:24, the orientation portrait completes, so it switches. And then 8:53:28, backlight is off. Next, backlight is on. Backlight is off again. And it's on again. Keep going. And then 8:54:34, camera use starts. It's activated by touching the camera icon or by swiping left from the lock screen. There was a question as to whether that could be from facial recognition, and Lieutenant Dove said that information resides in the Knowledge C database, but he did not look for it. Micah Sturgis, our expert, looked for it, found it, and came and told you that was not a facial recognition miss. It was from intentionally activating the phone only for 1 second. Go to the next slide. Camera usage ends. Go to the next slide. Orientation of landscape starts. 8:54:44, it ends. And then 8:55. So the point is, there's a lot going on with Maggie's phone at around 8:55. Keep going. Keep going. And then at 9:03, the backlight goes off. And at 9:04, there's a missed call from Alex. And at 9:04:23, the backlight's off. And 9:04:41, the missed call from Alex ends. So let's back up to, let's go to 9:04:23, missed call from Alex. Okay, and this was the testimony on 9:04:23, and it's important. Alex calls Maggie, and when that happens, you would her backlight was on. Go back one more. So her backlight is on at 9:03:52. At 9:04, missed call from Alex starts. At 9:04:23, and instantaneously, the backlight goes off. Now, you heard the testimony of that means when that call came in, someone pushed on the side to stop the call. Now was that done by Maggie because she was over on the other side of the workshop where we see those footprints that we heard about that were never really analyzed, and that she didn't want any noise coming through? Or was that some bad guy or bad person has Maggie's phone and stops the call? But something's going on with her phone at 9:04, I'll tell you that. And then at 9:04, the next one is missed call from Alex ends. 9:05, backlight on. 9:06, orientation changes to portrait. 9:07, incoming call from Alex. 9:06:14. Keep going, Doug. And 9:06:52. Keep going. And then at 9:07, her phone stops. for good.
You good, bro?
Now, one of the things that you heard in this case is that orientation change was at 9:06 that we just talked about. And Doug, if you'll go to the if you go to Defendants 156, please. And so these are Alec's steps on his phone that were registered during this time period. And if you'll go to entry, if you'll look at entry 28, and if you'll pull that out, Doug. All right, so 28, this is between 9:02:18 and 9:06:47. And this is the time period that Mr. Waters in his argument said was scurrying around because he took, yeah, just bring it back a little bit more, please. So can we do it so we can see the whole line? Just, that's fine. So that, so here we see line 28 between 9:02 and 9:06. There's 283 steps, and it went 208 meters. So I want you to first, and so they take the position that this is him scurrying around. But if you do the math, which we haven't done here on this document, but 283 steps in 269 minutes, excuse me, 269 seconds, turns out to be 1.05 steps per second. 0.05. 1.05 steps per second. Multiply that by 60, you get 63 steps per second. And if, ladies and gentlemen, this is a slow walk. 1 step per second. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. This is Alec scurrying around according to the state's case. And if you look at the distance in meters of the last, when he gets, I guess, to the house at 7:55 to 8:55, he goes 203 meters before it stops registering. And then one thing you will remember during this time period, between 9:02 and 9:06, at 9:06, Maggie's phone has an orientation change. Her phone has moved from here to here, but what her phone doesn't have, go to the second page. What her phone doesn't have are steps. And Lieutenant Dove testified that, yeah, it doesn't look like anyone, like that her phone is moving at 9:06, but there's no steps being registered. Alec is walking from 9:02 to 9:06. So we bear the reason that Alec is not walking with Maggie's phone. That's the timeline data that I wanted to review with you. The if you'll go to Exhibit 524, Defense Exhibit 524, please. I think it's, yeah, State's 524. I'm sorry. Do you have that? So if you'll go to the slide where no, sir, not 38. Do you have the whole document, or you don't? Oh, yeah, we'll drop that. Okay. Well, I mentioned earlier, and so State's Exhibit 524 is all the OnStar data. You will see there that he goes by the spot at 908 where Maggie's phone was found, and there was testimony that he sped up after he went by there. He sped up to like from 42 to 45 and went back down to 44 miles an hour when he went by there. He's not speeding up when he goes by the area where Maggie's phone was found, whenever it was tossed. And then they have, a chart or slide that talks about how long it took him to get over there and the speeds that it took. And Mr. Waters was arguing to you that compressed the timeline. The faster he gets over to Alameda, it means that he's gone longer from Moselle, and it gives him a better alibi because, as you know, he's orchestrating this alibi. And so he's driving fast over to Alameda according to their theory, and we graphed it out, and he's passing some cars, and he is, he's a fast driver. Okay, so they say, he's compressing the timeline. Compressing the timeline is what they say, compressing the timeline. But then they say, he drives fast on the way back. Why? He's driving the same speed over there, same speed back. There's no reason to compress the timeline coming back. I mean, you'd want to be driving slow as you can to make it appear you've been gone a lot longer. I mean, he drives the same speed from Moselle to Alameda as from Alameda back to Moselle. It takes him the same amount of time. He's not compressing any timeline at all. And what's the most curious part about Maggie's phone? About Maggie's phone? What's most curious about it is Alec has her password. Alec, if he is wanting to change the timeline, when he calls her phone, he should answer her phone. When he texts her, he should reply to that text to show activity on her phone that she's still alive. If he is manufacturing a timeline by speeding, the easiest way to do it is use both phones, talk on both phones, and he did it. I mean, this whole thing about using Maggie's phone, driving Maggie's phone, throwing Maggie's phone out it's such a stretch for them to come in and try to put her phone in his hand. And then you start thinking through, why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? Let's start there. Why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? That's a question I don't have an answer to. It makes no sense. It makes no sense why he would take Maggie's phone. If there's something on there, he knows her password. Put it in. See what it is. We know from all this phone data, her phone was never unlocked. And he had the keys. So if he's taking her phone to unlock or to do something with it, he didn't. And so why? Why? And these are circumstances that have to be consistent with each other and have to point conclusively to the guilt of Alec Murdaugh, beyond a reasonable doubt. And these circumstances just raise more questions, ladies and gentlemen, raise more questions that we wouldn't have to be dealing with if they had just simply secured Maggie's phone in a Faraday bag on June the 8th when they got it. We wouldn't be here. So we do know from the timeline that Alec left the property at 9:07. Were they killed before he left? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that, but we do know that if he was in the house when the shots were made down at the kennel, that he would not have heard them. We had decibel testing from Mr. Sutton. Now they were angry with Mr. Sutton's angle test. They were angry, not angry, but they challenged his conclusions on a lot of things, but they didn't touch his acoustic testing. Didn't doubt that. Haven't challenged that. And so if he's in the house and shots are going down, ringing down at the kennel, he doesn't hear it. He doesn't hear it. Now, they say that sometime after 8:44, and they peg it 8:48, 8:50, because that's when Paul last responded to a text from this friend of his, but they ignore the fact that it had to be cleaned up, and I think Buster testified that takes 10 minutes at least to get the dogs in, clean up, and et cetera. And then there's all this 8:55 stuff going on Maggie's phone, but let's take him at their theory at 8:50, after having a pleasant conversation, talking about is it a guinea or is it a chicken, and Bubba, and getting, all right, so 4 minutes later, let's go ahead and kill my wife and my son because I got questioned at the office today by Jeannie's secretary. Okay, that's their case. So let's run with it and see where it takes us. Well, it takes us that he leaves the property at 9:07. So from the moment, if he's got, if it happens at 8:50, he's got 17 minutes. 17 minutes. He would have to be a magician to make all that evidence disappear. As you heard, under either Dr. Kinsey or Mr. Palmbach, Dr. Reamer and Dr. Kinsey, Mr. Palmbach and Dr. Eisenstadt, either way, the shooter's covered with blood on Paul's shooting. And that's what all that testimony was about. It wasn't about trying to figure out who's got the right angles. The whole point of that is, while we ended up having to get our own experts, is to prove the shooter is covered in biological material, covered in blood, covered in everything, because of the blowback. And it wasn't until on reply that Dr. Kinsey said, oh, well, there'd be blowback under my version too. Blowback meaning blood, biological material from killing Paul. So the shooter's covered in blood. The shooter's gun is covered in blood. And that there's not sufficient amount of time to clean all that up, make all that disappear. And then call your son Buster, driving to visit your mother, who you got a call from Barbara Mixon earlier today and said your mother's agitated because your dad went back in the hospital and you might want to check on her. He goes to check on her. He calls Buster. And does he say, hey Bus, I just blew your mom and brother up. You should see the damn mess. Are you kidding me? He calls Chris Wilson. Normal conversation. He calls his brother John Marvin, talking about his dad. And then he goes over there and he sits down with Shelley and sits on his mom's dad, and he stays there 20 minutes, not 40 minutes or 22 minutes. I don't know. The records show what time. But the fact of the matter is, he's got no blood on him. He's acting normal as every day. He is the same old Alec. Yet their theory is he just blew the people he loved the most in this world, blew him away. Now, I'll talk a little bit about the angles that Mr. Sutton did, his reverse trajectories on the shots, and I mean they're having a good time joking about the size of the figure in the pharaoh, saying, oh, it must have been a 12-year-old kid, it's 5'2", 5'4", and you know, let them have their fun, but that's not what the testimony was. Testimony was that the barrel of the gun has to be at that level to make the shot into the quail pen. We didn't take the measurements. SLED took the measurements. And so, yeah, could a 6'4" person get down to that level? Sure.
Oh.
And Mr. Sutton says that's not a natural shooting angle. Could a 6'4" person get on their knees? Sure. Shooters are in movement, and a 6'4" person is going to be moving around on their knees? I don't think so. But, you know, the most common sense thing here is there were two shooters. Because there were two guns, and as Mr. Palmbach said, one gun is high capacity, holds 10, 20, 30 rounds. And if you're going down to execute somebody, one gun's enough. Why take another gun that only has 3 shots? And Dr. Kinsey agreed with the angle coming out of the quail pen, so that the angle puts it pretty far away from the door of the feed room where Paul's killed. But it's not our burden. It's not our burden. It's their burden to prove to you, based on circumstantial evidence, that all the circumstances are consistent with each other and point conclusively to the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And those facts are just not consistent. Those facts are just not consistent. I want to say a word about condition of Paul and Maggie, particularly Paul. I'm not going to show you any photos, but I think you would agree that it was so bad. It was so bad. And Alec,
Diggs, what?
in the back of the car,
What the hell?
with me in the back of that, you could see me on the camera, sitting there and talking to Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and he says it was so bad, they did him so bad. Agent Croft misheard that and said, he said I did him so bad. And I think the evidence is, everyone who's listened to it and everyone who knows what Alex was talking about around that time says they did him so bad. And Agent Owen was in the car, and he doesn't say to you, oh, he actually said I did him so bad. I think we can put that issue to rest, but that issue points to a bigger question. What would they be saying in this trial if that conversation wasn't videotaped? What would they be saying? We know Agent Croft would be saying, he said, I did him so bad. And then where would we be then? I am grateful to SLED that they videotaped that, so that you'll hear it if you have any questions. I don't think you should, but they did him so bad. That is for sure. Another thing that we're going to clear up right now is Alec's concern for Buster. You heard that, and you heard that in Mr. Waters' closing. That in statements that Alec made on the roadside shooting in Labor Day weekend, where he tried to arrange an assisted suicide, that he told officers that there's no danger to Buster. Of course, there was no danger to Buster because of that roadside shooting, because he knew who shot him, Curtis A.D. Smith. He knew he was trying to get himself killed. But from that, there's going, the reason he knows there's nothing to worry about Buster is because he knows he did it. That's what was just argued yesterday. Well, Deputy McDowell, in a body cam video that's in evidence, captured Alex speaking to Buddy Hill about his concern about Buster's safety. Will you play that now, Doug? It's in evidence. I don't have the exhibit number.
Can y'all get a police officer with my oldest son in Columbia? Can you call Buster? Oh, I haven't told him yet.
Can you play that again? Because I think the...
Randy, what about Buster? You gotta get... Mr. Bud, can y'all get a police officer with my oldest son in Columbia? Can you call Buster? Oh, I haven't told him yet.
Did you hear that? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? What about Buster? What about Buster? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son? Buddy, can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? That's Buddy Hill, the sheriff. And they want to come in here and tell you he wasn't concerned for Buster's safety? Once again, I'm grateful Colleton County Sheriff's Department had body cams. Now you know. You know Alec was concerned. You know Alec asked for a police officer for his son in Columbia, Buster. Now I'm almost done, I promise. But I do want to talk about Alec's misstatements about time. Alex told Deputy Owen during the interviews that, well, first, Alec's statements about time are not lies. They were just misstatements. And even, like I said, Deputy Owen says people make mistakes about all the... Agent Owen, they make mistakes about time all the time. And they do. Now, Mr. Waters is critical because Alec was wrong every time he gave a time estimate. Turns out, I think Mr. Waters is probably right about that. Whether the time period is inconsequential or consequential, he's wrong about it. And the and we had brought in, Alec had told deputies in an interview that he got home at 5 o'clock, and that's not true. That he went to work that day at 8:30, that's not true. And so he is just wrong on times. But what was consistent, whenever he had an interview, he said, you get the records, and it will show what time did this, what time I did that. It will all be in the records. And guess what? They are in the records. And when the records show that his time estimate was wrong, they jump up and down. Good.
What's up, Coach? See y'all.
The statement to Deputy Green, he says, I've gone to my mom's for about an hour and a half, and I last saw them 45 minutes. Now that I don't know. I frankly don't know if that's wrong or not. I mean, he's talking to Deputy Green about 10:30. Hour and a half from 10:30 is 9 o'clock. I mean, he left at 9. He left at 9:07. But that's that. The question about what he did when he got down to the scene, and he said he ran up to Paul and Maggie, and he left his phone, and then he went back to get his phone, and then he's talking to the 911 operator, and you can hear it, and he says, I've been up to it now, it's bad. He doesn't remember the sequencing, and I don't think anyone should hold that against him. Mr. Waters gets up here and says Maggie was running to her baby. Alec was running to his baby. And can you imagine what he saw? And is it evidence of guilt that he doesn't remember? what the sequencing was in that moment? Is that evidence? Is that evidence of guilt? Or is that evidence of trauma? This is a guy that then went to get a 12-gauge shotgun and he put 16-gauge shells in it. He knows the difference, but he didn't know that night. And I'm not quite understanding what the state makes of this. Did he not go up to their bodies? Because the forensic evidence sure speaks to the contrary. What we have is Maggie's DNA all over his t-shirt, and you heard that from Agent Zapata. We have Paul's DNA on his t-shirt. How did he get Paul and Maggie's DNA on his t-shirt if he didn't touch them? If he brutally murdered them, hosed off down there next to their dead bodies, got in a golf cart butt naked, drove to the house, changed clothes, went over to his mom's, goes down, calls 911, then searches for Whaley restaurant menu and checking emails, waiting for the police to show up. How does he get their DNA on his body? Because it's on there. Their forensic lab tells you that. Because he went up to them and touched them. And then there's a spot of blood on the Suburban steering wheel that was Maggie's. And we know that the Suburban was never down at the kennel, thanks to the OnStar information. I'm not sure that was an accepted fact until OnStar sent their stuff in, but the Suburban never went down to the kennel until after he returned back from Moselle. So we know the blood got on the steering wheel after he checked Maggie like he said he did on the 911 call. And then there's a spot of blood on the gun that he went to get. And then there's GSR. There's GSR. There's 3 particles of GSR on his shirt, 3 particles of GSR on his shorts, and 1 on his finger. And the SLED agent testified that's consistent with transferred GSR when you pick up a gun. So, but really, we're back to the lie. We are back to the lie. Because that's all they have in this case, is that Alec lied to them when he last saw them. And he shouldn't have. And he shouldn't have. And he said, what a tangled web we weave once we start to deceive. And once he lied the first time, he was stuck with the lie, and he continued to lie. And he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. And he told you, what was going through his mind. Probably wasn't rational, but he was in the throes of an addiction, and he had just found his wife and son murdered. And he's being interviewed. He'd been swiped for GSR, and he does think David Owen is the guy that investigated his friend. But he was wrong, and he told you. Turns out he was wrong, but I thought that's who it was that night. And he was under investigation. He was being accused of obstructing the boating accident investigation. And he's under investigation by SLED for that. And he had all these skeletons in his closet. And he was wanting to get them away from him and looking for the real killer.
Look at his face.
The state in this case has gone to lengths trying to, through a sleight of hand, convince you of this and show you that, and without convince you of guilt, without showing evidence of guilt, convince you that he murdered his wife and son because of his financial misdeeds were going to come out, which is about the most illogical thing imaginable, and there's no evidence of that. And then the state brings all these shotguns in here, and I'm not going to pick every one of them up, but the forensic evidence on these shotguns is they can't be excluded. Well, okay. They can't be included either, so you know nothing more about these shotguns than you would have the day you showed up for jury selection. Because there's nothing to know about them. Can't exclude them, can't include them according to them, but we do know there's no blood, guts, brains on any of the guns that would have been there from the shooting under everybody's interpretation of how Paul was murdered.
Circus. They bought all these guns for nothing.
They want you to think that
40, 50 guns
because you own
for
guns, that you should be viewed differently. I don't know what else to make of that. I don't know what else to make of that. When this trial began with opening statements on January 25th, Mr. Harpootlian asked why. Why would Alex execute his wife and son in cold blood? And here we are, 6 weeks later. And you've heard weeks testimony about Alex's financial crimes, drug addiction, and lies. But after all that, the state has failed to provide a satisfactory answer to this question. Why? The state cannot provide an answer to this question because the answer is he would not, under any circumstances, murder those that meant the most to him. Your oath requires that you hold the state to the exacting standard of proof that the state must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And when they rely solely on circumstantial evidence, these circumstances must be consistent with each other and when taken together point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they merely portray the behavior of the defendant as suspicious, you must find him not guilty. The state's evidence fails to meet these requirements. Circumstances don't point conclusively to Alex's guilt. Far from it. Mr. Waters wants you to believe that Alex slaughtered Maggie and Paul on June 7th and repeatedly lied and changed the story to fit the timeline and evidence. As it turns out, in fact, the state is the one that's been manipulating evidence to fit their theories of guilt, which changed over time from the date of these murders until yesterday. In the absence of forensic science, a reliable investigation, the guns, blood spatter, the time and opportunity to have committed these murders, you're instead left to make inferences about all sorts of interactions and behaviors. Prosecution wants you to view the evidence through the diabolical monster lens that they have tried to paint, but the law requires you to view it through the lens of innocence, where none of these things, individually or taken together, prove conclusively to Alex's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Up until now, you've not been able to say a single word. Can't imagine how frustrating that must be. But soon you will have the most powerful voice in this courtroom. With your words, you can let everyone know that in a court of law, only evidence and the burden of proof matters, not gossip, innuendo, opinions, and most of all, not theories layered on top of speculation. With your words, you can let the state know that they don't get to obtain an indictment by misleading a grand jury and then bring you before you a case built on theories, speculation. There are two words that justice demands in this case, and those two words are not guilty. The oath you've taken in this case is to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, and to hold the government to the burden of proof. And it requires a verdict of not guilty. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll send you to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
I want a rebuttal.
All right. So how y'all think Jim did, man? How did Jim do? How y'all feel? How y'all feel Jim performed? And then how do you feel he performed compared to Waters, Billy Goat? What y'all think? How y'all feel inside? I feel like he started good, but just for me, it kind of dragged after a while. He made some...
Everyone will be seated.
I think he made a good point about, like, maybe Alec could have answered himself on the phone. He was using Maggie's phone, pretended they had to talk or some shit.
So, Mr. Meadows, are you closing on behalf of the state?
But then he would have been questioned about it.
Do you have an estimated length of time that you might go?
Oh, this guy's savage, too.
No more than 40 minutes.
You ready to go?
Let's do it right now, baby.
If you give me, I just need to go to the bathroom.
Sure.
So, hold on, is this the rebuttal to the closing, or is it
All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Let's do it, baby. Go 40 minutes. Yeah. Run the clock. I just want to lay down, honestly. I just want to fucking just lay down.
During his...
All right, let me get the stupid chat real quick. I'm a little bit behind. First of all, Diggs, thank you so much for gifting the memberships on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you so much. Super kind to you. You're so nice. Oh, wait. Happy birthday to you. Today's your birthday, right? Happy birthday, Diggs. Happy birthday to you. There'll be so many people mad. Not so many, but like one. Happy birthday to you. We'll do, I don't know. Maybe tonight I'll take a shot for you. So after the stream, but definitely when we're in the new place, we'll celebrate. I almost forgot her birthday. We'll celebrate. We'll do something. Probably Sunday. I don't know, Saturday or Sunday. But maybe tonight I'll take a shot on behalf. So happy birthday, Diggs. Thank you for gifting the memberships. Hope you're having a good day. Let me get the. I missed quite a few super chats. Let me just catch this up. Sorry, I'm behind. Okay, Aida, thank you so much for the super chat. SW4x4 says, I have surgery today, so I will sadly miss it. I'm waiting now. SLED. I pray for justice. Thank you, man. I hope the surgery goes well. I don't know if you're still watching, but thank you, SW. Lori, thank you for the super chat. Says Bullhorn and John was at the property yesterday. Oh, amazing. I heard him screaming out to Buster. He said something about, Steven, did you murder him? No, he said, Buster, did you murder Steven? Ida, thank you so much for the super chat. MBD. What does the MBD mean? I don't know. What's that short for? Nothing but damn. I'm saying MBD acronym. What is that? MBD meaning? What are the kids doing these? Oh, no big deal. Okay. No big deal. Who lies about their alibi this late is innocent. Oh, he's just we. I don't know. Yeah. I think it's a pretty big deal, but some people are just like, it's whatever. Janie, thank you so much for the super chat. Says you're going to cover the suitcase trial in April. I don't know, man. That suitcase trial has been pushed back so many times. I don't know. I do know though that after this trial, I need a little bit of downtime just to like relax a little bit and stuff. I'll do streams casually whenever here and there, but I need like a couple. I don't know. I always say I need, but then I come back anyway real quick. But I need a little bit of downtime. We should have still, even if that happens in April, we do have some downtime. So if it actually does happen, maybe that's a possibility. Charms, thank you so much for the super chat again. Eggate, I cannot make this up. Yep. Aaron GM, thank you so much for the resubscription on Twitch. Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Says Mel, please keep doing trial coverage after this case. I love your commentary. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna do it every now and then. We did. This is the second trial that we've done because we did Johnny Depp, and Johnny Depp was like 6 weeks. This is going on to like, I don't know. We're at 4 weeks now, going to 5. I thought it was gonna be shorter, but hey, here we are. So we'll figure stuff out, and I definitely once I'm in the new place, I'm gonna come up with some ideas that I don't get so I feel like exhausted after a while. Like after a couple weeks, I just like to sit here. I don't know what it is. You think, oh, I'm just sitting down, but for some reason it's exhausting, and then rushing right after the stream to do what I have to do, and especially with moving and like all this other stuff, it doesn't leave me much time with the remainder of the day. Jessica, thank you for the 3-month membership. Good morning, Mel, and everyone love your haircut. Thank you. Aaron JM, thank you so much for gifting the Twitch membership. Wolfman Jack 78. Terry, thank you for the super chat. Says I love your channel, Mel, but my husband may ban me from you if I don't stop running around saying SLED in your voice. He's like, what are you doing? Charms, thank you for the super chat. Says much weaker defense than I thought. They blew it. Oh, Janie, thank you for the super chat. Somebody somewhere at some point in time did something. Thank you for all you do, defense. Egypt Mania Thompson, thank you for the 10-month membership. Reminds me of Jimmy 2 times from Dick Tracy. Janie, thank you for becoming a member. Heather, thanks for the 2-month membership. Sorry guys that I think you meant to say I haven't been active lately. Been dealing with family drama. Hope everyone is having a great day. Good morning, beautiful peeps. Good morning, Heather. Hope you figure that out or find a way to get out of that drama if possible. Sometimes I know people have situations you can't get out of. Rennie, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, hey Mel, can you cover Larry Millay trial in September 2023? Maybe. Remind me again, please, when we get closer to the time, because I like. It's so hard for me to say what's going to happen even a week from now, you know, because things are always popping, always changing. But yeah, definitely remind me again. Send me an email when we get closer to that time. Remind me again. We'll see what's going on around that time. Heather, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, sing it, Mel. I'm singing along with you. Love you, Mel. Thank you, Heather. Sam says, loved singing. Can I get a wave 4 for my birthday? What's a wave 4? Wave 4. Is that a game thing or something? Mario Kart Deluxe Booster Course passes wave 4. What the hell is wave? What's wave 4? Wave 4. Let's see. Okay, Diggs, thank you for gifting those memberships again. Really nice, amazing. Frogging Molly, thank you for the bits. Lacewick Glitter, thank you for the bits. KJ, thank you for the super chat. Says, Mel, you're the best. Thank you for giving us a playpen and putting up with our silliness. You're the man. Love to you. Thank you for my new friendships. Off to doctors. Seatbelts all. Seatbelts all. What does that mean? Off to doctors. Seatbelts all. I don't know what that means. Diggs, thank you for the super chat. Says, sharing my birthday blessings on Twitch and YouTube. Amazing. Thank you. Darren, thank you for the super chat. Says, if Alex answers Maggie's phone, they'll ping together on the towers. Ooh, maybe. Angela, thank you for the super chat. Says, poll, guilty versus not guilty. The squeaky, please do a poll. All right, let's do a poll. Thank you guys for the super chats. Let's do a poll, man. Poll time. Alec. I know they ain't gonna like these options. I want an alternative option to where I can just get out of it. Let me see. Guilty, not guilty. Jennifer H, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, hi Mel, thanks for your coverage as always. What do you think the jury will come back? Oh, sorry. When do you think the jury will come back with a verdict? I have no idea. I ain't even gonna pretend I know. So it looks like the prosecution still has to do like a rebuttal type of thing. Then they have to give jury instructions. I don't know if they'll start deliberations today, all day tomorrow. I guess will be deliberations. Some people think it could go into next week, like Monday, Tuesday. I really don't have, because I have no idea what the jury's thinking. And especially if it's that there's people under that disagree, which I'm thinking is possible, but there's people under that disagree on that jury, it could take longer, because I don't think that judge is just going to let him go. Like if they decide, oh, it's a hung jury, we were talking about this yesterday, he's probably going to make them try to come to a decision, or he's going to try. Diggs, thank you for the bits. Lace, thank you for the bits. Michelle, thank you for the bits. Oh. Dick. So this other guy's a little more savage. Well, it's not Waters, it's this other guy. He's kind of he can get kind of pushy. I've seen him get a little bit pushy, and he's the one that's been objecting. I object. What? Oh, cool. Holy night. Let's see what they're saying here.
Talk about it.
Deputy Rutland talked about seeing hair in Maggie's hands, you'll recall. You didn't hear anything about the hair in Maggie's hands from that moment forward. Was it tested?
That's true.
Was it sent off for analysis?
That's so true.
There was no evidence of what, if anything, happened to the hair in Maggie's hands. Was it as a result of a struggle with her assailant? Was it her own hair? I mean, we don't know the answer to that.
What the hell are all these people? So far, 73% say guilty, 27% say not guilty. Damn. Add hung jury. That's a possibility. A lot of people are predicting hung jury. That's what the prediction is from the experts.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember.
Okay.
It was early on, though, and to Jim Griffin's point today, that hair was found, and it was mentioned in court in the testimony, but then we didn't hear that much more about it. Now, I don't know if that's because it was deemed insignificant. Now, remember, they also talked about the DNA evidence under Maggie's fingernails, right? And they went through excruciating detail talking about the percentage of chances of DNA. So I don't know if the hair was in the same way, where it just wasn't really relevant, but I do remember hearing about it, but not in much detail.
Well, I guess I should say this. Dr. Ellen Reamer did the autopsies, and as we know, she is from MUSC. I mean, to me, she was the most credible witness. I think she was incredible. 5,500 autopsies, and she said even in the week that it had been since she had testified, or the few days, she had done a dozen more.
Right.
She is a busy lady, but she testified that there were absolutely no defensive wounds on either Maggie and Paul. So we know that. We also know that Paul was shot one time, the first time in the chest, could have survived that. And the testimony has shown, the experts, Dr. Kinsey said, the way the blood spatter on the ground was that Paul took 2 steps forward after he was shot. Again, this goes to make me think, did he know his attacker? Would somebody...
Cut him up. Cut him up. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Take a board.
Is there a jury guy there? You may bring the jury. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the state gets an opportunity to do a rebuttal. Mr. Meadows.
Police court. Good afternoon. On behalf of Attorney General Alan Wilson, Deputy Don Zelenka, and Deputy Attorney General Creighton Waters, and this entire team, and I want to name them all, but thank you for being here. Thank you for the attention you've given this case. Being a juror is not an easy job. I'm not a jury watcher. I don't sit and stare at jurors, but goodness knows we've been here 6 weeks. I have looked over occasionally. Not to pry, but I've noticed when I have looked, you've all paying attention, so thank you. 6 weeks. Thank you. And I'm not going to be that long. Your clerk, Ms. Hill, has done an outstanding job bringing the world to Colleton County, bringing the world right here with the hospitality, her grace, making everything as convenient as she can. But the one thing she didn't do and couldn't do is give you a booklet on how to be a juror. 5.5 weeks ago when y'all got here, 6 weeks ago, she didn't have that pamphlet for you because they don't exist. There's not a book on how to be a juror, but you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom to decide this case your entire life. And it's called life. It's called living. It's called experiences. It's called interacting with your spouse, your children, your neighbors, your coworkers, your good experiences, your bad experiences, evaluating people, and deciding what's credible, what's believable. It's true in every case I've ever tried in my 34 years of doing nothing but murder cases. Credibility, believability. And I agree with Mr. Griffin. When I looked at this case the first time, I said to myself, this is a CSC case. Now, in our world, that means criminal sexual conduct. It's not a criminal sexual conduct case. This is a common sense case. And you didn't leave that common sense with you when you came here 6 weeks ago. It's with you now. It's been with you during the 6 weeks here, and you're going to take it back into the jury room. I've been listening yesterday and today, and we all have, about law enforcement didn't do this, law enforcement didn't do that. I think they actually said they fabricated evidence.
Yep, that's right, they said that. Oh yeah.
Putting law enforcement on trial. I once called Mr. Harpootlian in a trial an automatic smoke screen machine. I think what the defense is doing in this case is more like an eclipse. You remember that eclipse on August 17th of 2017?
No.
Where it kind of got dark for a little bit, and the birds started chirping, and you felt like it was dark, and then it cleared, the eclipse went over, and the light came back. That's what the defense is doing, taking you away from the facts, from the credibility, and saying, wait a minute, there's an eclipse here, there's a smoke screen here, look at that. And somebody said the word offensive. I find it offensive that a family with a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a father, Sylvester Randolph Murdaugh, who was good to me when I was a young man, prosecutor. He knew I wanted to do this as my job. He knew I cared about this job. This is the best job in the world. I tried to be solicitor 3 times as long. It doesn't get any better than this job. And I find it offensive that the defense, through the defendant, who was also a part-time solicitor, is claiming that law enforcement didn't do their job. Listen to me, please. Didn't do their job.
Wake up.
While he is withholding and obstructing justice by not saying, I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. And he's going to blame everybody else. Is that offensive? Is that offensive? Mr. Griffin said a minute ago, can you imagine coming up on the scene and seeing, can you imagine not telling law enforcement, lying that I was down there and I saw him, I was right there? Why wouldn't you tell them that? Maybe get some more evidence. Did you hear somebody? No, I wasn't even down there. Credibility, believability. That really does sum it up. You remember 6 weeks ago today when Mr. Waters' fantastic opening and talked about direct evidence. And direct evidence is something you know it when you see it. It's evidence you gather with one of your senses. You hear it, you feel it, you smell it, you touch it, and you come in here and tell witnesses, hey, this is what I heard, what I felt, what I smelled, what I touched. But do you remember when he was describing circumstantial evidence? There was a storm that day coming. Part of his theme, the storm just happened to come. And you could hear it coming. And then, during part of his opening, you remember it started raining? You could hear it. You could feel it. It's almost like circumstantial evidence morphed into direct evidence. And that's what happened in this case. Circumstantial evidence became direct evidence in many instances. This case is about two things. It's about being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit. I was actually going off to college, dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life. Go get the Velveteen Rabbit and read it if you haven't already. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama. Always be real. Always be real. And this case is about that defendant never being real. And choices, which I'll get to at my end. Ladies and gentlemen, they blame everybody but Alex. Everybody but Alex.
Chi Smalls.
Let's go back to the
Shelley.
first.
Blanco. Oh.
I'm not going to bring it out.
Who else?
This back here.
Ford, GMC, whatever.
The press release was sent out. There's no danger. There's no danger. What did Alex not do? They showed a tape there. He's asking the sheriff, I think, call Buster. First time he tried to call Buster, took the sheriff a while to get out there. You know when the first time he called Buster? It was about 40 minutes. Well, actually, he texted him, didn't even call him. Wasn't his first thought. Wasn't the thing after he did 911. It was later. Perhaps even when some of his friends had gotten there. Oh, don't call. No, right off the bat, if this happened, call my son. Call him. Buster, stay where you are. You with your girlfriend up there in North Charlotte? Go. We got some people after us. That's what's real. Don't you? You go to the police station right there. And what else do you do too? You don't talk about being real. What do you do? Y'all, I just left my mama. She's with Shelley. Get somebody over there. Get them over there. If these people are out here to kill us, get them over there. Go, please, take them right now. They're by themselves. I can't do that. That's where I took the guns. I can't tell them that. That's what's real. And he brings up the boat case right away. Right away. A year and a half previous. It's coming up for a hearing. Nobody's thinking about that boat case except Alice. And right then, he's using it to throw off. Here's your first suspect. Does that make any sense? They have a hearing coming up. They're going to look into resolve this thing. Nobody's out there thinking about a boat case on a Monday night. Anybody upset about that? Think about all the facts that would have to happen. They'd have to know both, as Mr. Waters said, somebody in the boat case would have to know that they're both there. They'd have to know they were there. They'd have to know that Alex just wasn't there. Oh, no, wait a minute. That he was there, but just for a little bit and went back up to the house. And they'd have to come. You know what? We don't need a gun. There'll be guns there for us to use. Yes, and that's great circumstantial and direct evidence. I'll get to that. They'll have guns there for us. They'll have guns there for us. We can use them. Does that make any sense whatsoever? Let's talk about murder. Murder is the intentional, malicious killing of another living, breathing human being with malice aforethought. What's malice? Y'all know what malice is? It's the name malice. It's the evil wickedness one person shows to another. You know how long it's got to exist? Just like that. At the pulling of a trigger. 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 Malice aforethought. It can be expressed. Rarely happens. I'm going to kill you. Or it can be inferred. It can be inferred with the use of one gun. There's no claim of self-defense here. They're claiming they weren't there. It can be inferred 2 guns. Malice aforethought. And we don't have premeditation in this state. We don't have to prove premeditation. We don't have to prove motive. I think it's been proven. His world was collapsing. Mr. Griffin goes, does that make sense? Did in his mind. His world's collapsing, his world's coming down. This was the only way he could save. It's the only way he could save Alex. But if you don't, if that motive, well, I don't know, is that enough? Don't know. We don't have to prove motive. We're certainly there. That's one explanation. But if he's down there and he's angry, just don't sound like a real jovial there. Bubba!
Oh, shit. Woke me up.
Don't let me forget about Bubba. Bubba! Come here.
Oh, I thought somebody was knocking over here. He did that real slick too at the desk. He knocked.
Maybe he just got angry. Maybe he got angry at Paul. Maybe he got angry, you know, you started all this with the boat case. And maybe he just lost it. Maybe he just lost it. Maybe it looked like a suicide. And then Maggie came and he had to shoot her. I don't know. Only one person knows. And that's why we've got the motive. That's why we say he did it. But we don't even have to have motive. Just angry, he did it. Nobody else could have done it. Nobody else did do it. I'm going to get to that, and that's how we prove beyond, I want to say all doubt. But our burden's only reasonable now. But losing it, and then you get the question, well, have you proven malice? Well, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 2 shots to Paul. Malicious. First one didn't do it, the second one finishes him off. 5 shots to Maggie. Not an accident. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, maybe 5 shots, depending on whether this one's running through. That's malicious. So if you find he killed him and you get the malice, I don't think there's any dispute in me about that this is a malicious killing. But I've got to go over that with you. malice of forethought. And then the burden on us in this case, as in every case that's tried in this wonderful land of ours, that's why this is so great, I agree with, is beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm gonna borrow one of these waters if that's okay. It's not beyond all doubt. If that's the case, this courtroom wouldn't have been here as historically as long as it had. The law doesn't describe that, and listen to his honor. And I'm not playing up to him, he is the best. He's the law. Listen to him when he reads the law. Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not beyond all doubt. We can't do that. It's beyond a doubt that would make reasonable folks hesitate to act. I was trying a retrial case years ago and reading reasonable doubt from this ex-solicitor, Solicitor Wilson, I'll give him credit, describing reasonable doubt, and he said, sometimes, you know, questions are just questions. You can't answer every question, and the law doesn't require it. If after hearing all the evidence, you don't, or if you're firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you're not firmly convinced, then you must find him not guilty. He goes to see his mother. He goes, and you see the OnStar taking him up to the side, over near the smokehouse. We submit to you that's when you went to hide the guns.
Ooh.
It's common sense. We submit to you that there's a driveway there, nice pavement, you can go look at it, nice paved driveway. Submit to you when he came, it was 9:30 at night. Testimony is very unusual, very rare. Kind of funny is Miss Nixon, who testified earlier, we talked to her recently, didn't remember any of the conversation, but said she called and said he told him your dad's not doing well. Well, he didn't go over there that afternoon when he got the phone call, when his office is right near there. Go see him then. He didn't do that. He waited to 9:30. I don't know if anybody's got any folks that are suffering from Alzheimer's, but when they're asleep, they're tired. He wasn't going to love his mama. He wasn't going to be with her. He was going there because he loves Alex. He loves Alex. And he was going there to create his alibi. At 9:30 at night, use your common sense. And you remember, she said he called. What happened after that? Well, it's about 5 minutes or so. At first I was thinking, well, that's when he was going to hide the gun. And the time frame over there is so important, not for how long he was from left to come back, but it's how long he was in there with Shelley. How long he was in there. Because that's when he was hiding the guns. The guns are missing, y'all. He was hiding the guns. And what did Shelley say? He didn't stay long. 15, 20 minutes. He left. And later that week, later that week, and I don't know which one in my mind right now, I'm so tired. But one of the days she came by, I think it was after the visitation, and he says, Shelley, you remember I was here about 35 or 40 minutes. Y'all remember looking at her up here on the stand? And she got visibly upset. I said, what's wrong? Ask her, what's wrong? What's wrong there? Was he there 35, 40 minutes? No, sir. Why are you upset? It's a good family. You think she knew right then? He's coming back to say, hey, I was here 35, 40 minutes now visiting my mom. Shelley said, no. No, you weren't. So upset that she calls her brother, police officer in Yamasee. You think she knew right then? And that's real. That's real. Shelley's real. You saw her, but body language is so important, right? Body language is so important. We're talking about the defendant. All our body language. You see Shelley's. And then one day that week, never before, never, ever before, at 6:30 in the morning, doesn't call. He didn't need a timeline to create for that one visit. Didn't want a timeline. Didn't want a record of that. He comes to see Shelley. You ever been over that time before? No. What was he carrying? It was some blue vinyl like. Remember I tried to what? It's like this. What did you think it was? A tarp. I don't know what it was. And they try to gloss over it now. Tell you one thing they didn't gloss over. You remember when she was on the stand? I said, well, have you talked to them? Have you talked to their investigators? Well, yes, sir. Did they record you? Yes, sir. Can I have a copy of it? And then we came back and we got a copy. And 2 investigators, they were worried about it then, went down and talked to her. And talked to her about her times and ran times by her and asked her if she'd ever seen anybody in this blue coat. Have you ever worn it? They were worried about it. Because that's great circumstantial evidence. It kind of morphs into direct evidence. I saw him coming at 6:30. You even heard, they asked one of the experts, well, could it stay on there for 5 years, 10 years? Sure. This was days after the murder. Shelley sees him come in with a blue something. Well, where'd he go? He went upstairs. Why? I don't know. Shelley. Did you see it later? Thought I saw it on the chair. Ain't answer every question. Miss Mixon sure didn't see it the next day. Now I asked her, was there another tarp there? Well, there was a blue and silver tarp. Picture of it too. That wasn't it though. This was all blue. And the only other blue tarp that's in evidence, and I let it go in just so I could argue this right now, is the tarp that they showed Shelley that they got from Kmart. That's not real. This tarp, no. Looked like that. I don't know what it was. He had it bungled up. Well, lo and behold, when we find out this information, and they try to make a big deal about it, I think it makes it more pure. She's at a traffic stop or an accident or something. She tells a police officer, I forgot about this. You can't make it up. So they get a search warrant and they go search. And lo and behold, crumbling in the closet is a blue vinyl something where you pull it out and it's this jacket. You see how evidence of a fact and another fact that leads to the fact in question? I don't know why he put it in there. I don't know why he killed his wife and son. I don't have to say why. I think he did it to protect the one he loved the most.
Oh no.
The one he really loved the most.
True love.
So he could keep his lifestyle and not be embarrassed financially, and he wanted to keep going and loving Alex. I don't know why he kept that jacket. Maybe it was Solicitor Murdaugh's jacket. Certainly consistent. It might have been in that truck. I think one of the family said he kept a lot of stuff in that truck. Might have been out in that stump house. I don't know. But he brought it back in there and hid it. 6:30. Days after the killing. And what's inside? Wait a minute. What's on the outside? There's a little bit. Gunshot here and there. What's on the inside? The inside. Minimum 38 particles. It got so much that Megan Fletcher finally said, you know, we get, I can't remember the term right now, we get so many, I just stopped. I'd have been there for days. Gunshot resident. Inside. Inside the rain jacket, the blue tight garment that Shelley said, I saw him carrying something like that. He got rid of the guns, and he's hiding it there for some reason. Thank goodness he did. Because thank goodness for Shelley for bringing that in. That's what he disposed of the guns with. And went out town. She said he left, and before that, she thought he'd left. He came back, and he had moved to ATV, and then he said he was in another truck, and he came back, then he left. He's disposing and hiding whatever he was doing with that evidence. Only one person knows. But that blue rain jacket, that tarp, is incredible circumstantial evidence that we ask you to consider when you go back there. Is Shelley making that up? How could she make that up? How could she know there'd be a blue tarp in that closet? Same closet, same stairs he went upstairs. We went upstairs. I can't explain the tarp on the chair. Don't have to. We can't answer every question. That doesn't mean it's not reasonable doubt. She saw a blue tarp light. It was in that closet. It's got gunshot residue on it a few days after. Maggie and Paul were brutally murdered. And that's consistent with every reasonable hypothesis. And you know the thing he told Shelley? The night when they were talking. You're getting married, aren't you? You remember her saying that? You get married? If you need any money or help with it, let me know. It's incredible timing. Oh, and your job, don't you work for the school? You know, I got friends down there. I can help you on that if you need it. I was there 35, 40 minutes, wasn't I? Can you make up those sequence of facts that lead to the conclusion he's trying to get her to say, I was there longer. I wasn't outside longer. Blanca. Blanca loved Maggie. I didn't realize that really until I talked to her just a few times. I met her years ago at a federal prison. Remember when I saw her? Remember her name. But you know, even when Blanca was quit working for him for a while, and you remember she had health problems and said she saw Maggie on the road somewhere. And they kind of pulled off and just talked. Just called up. Blanca cared about Maggie. Knew her so well, she knew what she wore to bed and what she didn't wear to bed. And that kind of bothered her about the clothes that were laid out. And some undergarments which she knew she didn't wear. But Blanca's texting Maggie's texting Blanca on June 7th. And in one of his statements, and I'm going to get to those, he said, you know, Maggie wanted to come. She wanted to come. Well, no, sir. No, she didn't. She was having work on her Edisto. He tries to say in here today, look, she was in Charleston. She was going back to Edisto. Remember the text to Blanca, well, I left the workers there, but I guess it'll be okay. He had said, come. I want you to come. She didn't want to come. We also know that from her sister Mary, who had a little regret in here today. Didn't hear much regret from over there. But you know who regretted? Who was real? It was Mary. I encouraged her to go. She didn't want to go. They got in close. You know, it's like siblings. Jane, Marshall, James. I had to get my siblings on the record. We love each other. But she had that relationship, you know, we weren't close, but then we got closer as the kids got older and got going. We were close, we talked. One of her best friends. And she told her, why don't you go on over there? She regretted that. But she killed her about it. But that refutes his lie. Oh, she wanted to come, she wanted to come. No, sir, you wanted her to come. Why? Had he already planned it out? Was his world collapsing? He didn't have to. We don't have to prove he did. But he got her there. She wasn't planning on being there. Blanca's got the food ready. She leaves. Let's stay on the real train for a minute. She goes home. She gets a call sometime that night. And this is real. What does she do when she hears? She drops the phone. Remember that? Her husband had to get on the phone. She dropped the phone, real emotion, because she cared about Maggie. That's real. And you remember she described that day when she left Alex leaving, and I put his shirt up, got his collar, helped him with his, I assume it was a blue jacket, I don't know. Described the shirt. Remember, he just kind of tucked it in. And now on Alex's second interview, when he's confronted by David Owens. And they actually showed him the video of the tree. They showed him that. Did you change? When I saw you that night, you were wearing shorts. When did you change? And you remember what Alex said on that interview? When is that? You sure that? When is that time was that? And then he told him the time, 7:44, whatever it was. He said, I guess I changed after that. Well, those are the clothes he was wearing when he murdered Maggie and Paul. Those are the clothes. And what does Blanca tell us? That was on August 11th. She said sometime mid-August. I didn't even know this. I got it. You can't make it up. Sometime mid-August he comes to see her. Do you remember that shirt when I left that day? I said, no. I mean, yes. It's a Vinnie Vine shirt. You weren't wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. I fixed your collar. He tries to get her to tell what he was wearing. He tried to say, no, you weren't wearing that shirt. And that Columbia shirt, you've got one of those. But guess what? I ain't seen that one since. I have not. Blanca and Shelley. That's great circumstantial. Did you ever see that shirt again? Never saw that shirt again. Ever. Where's the shirt? You know what? I forgot about Shelley. I don't think this was mentioned. When Shelley sees Alex that night, you remember what she said about his clothes? Shorts, shirt. What she said about the shoes? Sperry type, cloth shoe. You remember that? When Dave Owens and those get there, and when I think I accidentally put some of the dust out on the, those aren't Sperry shoes. He's changed his shoes again. I'll get to you in a minute why that's important. From the one to visit his mom, he's got Sperry type shoes. He comes back and puts on the tennis shoes. Why? Is she making that up? Blanca said, I've never seen the shoes before. When I got there the next morning, there was a t-shirt that looked like it had been pulled down, fell on the floor. Where does he keep it? She washes her clothes. Those are clean shorts up there. This is where he kept his shorts. Did he wear these shorts much? No, he didn't wear them much, but she knows that family. She knows where the shorts are, where the shoes are. Do you remember the Sperry shoes? Yeah. Did you see those? Never saw them again. Never saw that shirt again that he was wearing in the video. Never saw it again. And when he confronted her at the house about what he was wearing, she had real feelings and told y'all about that and told law enforcement about that. Is that real? And why is that important? Because it goes back to credibility and common sense. Those were clean clothes that Shelley had washed. Excuse me, that Blanca had washed. And when we get there on the scene that night, you remember Laura? Miss Rutten. She's sitting in the back. David's in the front. Alex in the front. His lawyer's on the side. And you know, it's something else I don't understand. Your wife and your son have just been killed, and you're worried about having a lawyer around? Everybody said, well, you know, just SLED agents. We need to have a lawyer around. Really? My wife and son have just been butchered, and I'm worried about having a lawyer. But they did. And that threatening, overbearing, cheating, manipulating. Remember when I asked old Dave, put his hand on his shoulder? So did Laura. What are you doing? I got a heart. Is that rushing to judgment? I got a heart. They didn't rush to judgment. They were saying, tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. Well, and he starts looking at his phone. You can check my phone, the alibis that he's created, that he's doing. And he says, I went and ran. I got on my knees over here. Went and ran, and I tried to take the pulse of Paul. I'd still be on the ground arguing myself. And I tried to turn him over. I tried to take his pulse. Really? I went to Maggie, checked her pulse. And you can't do that in the 20 seconds. He's now trying to say you can. You can't. And they've tried to change that. And he never did it. Because what did she say? What did Miss Rutland say? He was clean. He was clean. He was clean. He was clean. He washed up. Yeah, and you hear the water running in the dog video. You hear it. He'd washed up. And this phone, tried to make a big deal about this phone that you do see right afterwards when we know he was down there. There's some movement on Maggie's phone. But every expert has said, just because if one phone's down here and the other one's walking, you're not going to have steps on that phone. He took Maggie's phone, the golf cart, however he got, drove back up to get those shorts and that shirt. And yes, you can get it and manipulate it and call to see if you made a call, put it down. That's not going to record steps on that phone because it's not moving. But that doesn't mean it wasn't with his phone. Don't fall for that. That's not real. Every expert said that. Every expert said that. And doesn't that make sense? You can grab it, see, make a call, put it down. You keep walking, it's not going to record if it's there. If it's in the car, it's in the Suburban. And I'm getting to that.
Why take her phone?
So what happened? And this is why I asked Miss Rutland. And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills. That's your common sense. But why I ask her this, and I'm asking, I want to look at every one of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car. You've got the video. Did he appear to understand you? Yes, sir. Were his answers timely? Yes, sir. Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opening the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7, then next time they met, 6-10. I took a nap, August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking, I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand and said, I was down there, y'all, if that video hadn't come out on that phone? Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. I had paranoid thoughts.
You were scared.
I can take a deep breath and get through it. But I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued until 627 days later when he took this stand. The first time he'd ever told anybody. Anybody. He told his family, he told his friends, he told everybody, and they believed him. I wasn't down there. And why is that so critical? That's the time of death. That's when it happened. That's what the records show. That's when the conversation, yes, it is important. Paul, who uses his phone all the time, Paul is in a conversation about the dogs, interacting. Well, send me the picture. He does. And then it stops. Yes, that's when it happened. And then Maggie's phone. A little bit text. She reads that text. I think she went to her car. Y'all decide. Nobody knows. One person knows. She goes to her car. And she's got some rings there she's putting back on. I think she's got 2 rings there, and she's putting on another in the car. Maybe they've been working in the kennels. There's one shooter. There's only one shooter. And she hears that shot, and she comes back around. She hears the shot. She reads the last text y'all will have in there. I think she opens the thing about Solicitor Murdaugh. He doesn't. And then you don't see anything else. You don't see anything else on the phone. So is that common sense? Yeah, that's when they were gone. Yes. Yes. When they interact so much. Yes. That's common sense. And that's why it's so important. You want to help law enforcement? You're in law enforcement? I was down there. Y'all know what? I was down there. I didn't take that nap as long as I did. Did you hear anything? Why would you not give that information? Okay, then the 10th, with his lawyer, Mr. Griffin, in the car. Did you go down there? No. Look at him. Is he coherent? Is he under the influence of anything? Is he withdrawing? No. I want to help you. I want to help you. And then on the 15th, here's this video. Here's you in the tree. Now, Rogan says he thought he heard you down there earlier. Well, I don't think so. Why not say it then? Think about it. Well, it's just Rogan's word. Does that make any sense? It's just Rogan's word. No, sir, I can handle that. You made a mistake, like Shelley did. Like Mark couldn't close. No, sir. I can handle that, though. But when the video comes out, he's stuck. He's stuck. I'm going to try to wrap up. Yeah. Yesterday morning at 2:53 in the morning, I don't sleep much during trials, but I kind of woke up. And what he did when he took the stand was corroborated that he's a liar. He corroborated the fact he doesn't tell the truth. The one thing that was more important than anything. And you know, they're putting these law enforcement on trial, talking about blood evidence, talking about other things that were presented to the grand jury, which that blood evidence was investigated and the state didn't offer it. That's what you do in your prosecution. Didn't try to offer it. Now they're trying to put us on trial for doing our job. Think about that. Blame everybody else. Oh! Look, they looked into this and it didn't turn out to be. So now we're going to blame them. We didn't try to present it. Isn't that ironic? They're now jamming us for doing our job. Jamming us for doing our job. All the evidence of the guns, and I'm going to get that in a minute. The timeline, the incredible timeline, his lies, all of that, the gunshot residue, all of that's presented. And do we make mistakes? Yes. And that happens in life. But you don't lie and misremember being at the scene of a murder when you said you weren't even there, or being at the scene where your family was brutally murdered. You don't lie about that. That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. This is the state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, not the state versus David Owens, not versus SLED. And I want to tell you something. SLED, Walterboro, Laura Rutland's working with David Owens. SLED starts working with the FBI. They're working together. This is, think about it. Rush to judgment, they gave that man every benefit of the doubt. Oh, what are y'all doing? How's it going? You remember that third interview when he was, David Owens said, well, and I submit to you, they're taking those interviews where he's trying to come find out what they've got on him. Well, how's this thing looking? How's this thing looking? Well, we've got some shell casings by Maggie's body, out over there where y'all shot in the range, and some shots out there by the side of the house, the shell casings. They all came from the same gun, all cylindered in the same gun. You think if that didn't, they could find an expert to refute that, they would have? And Alex says, oh really? So the gun was there? You see his reaction? They all came from the same gun on Maggie. Now the other one, Mr. Griffin tried to argue, Paul Greer, yeah, it could have come from that shotgun. Don't know. Is that credible evidence? But it could have. Not saying it did or didn't, but it certainly could have. He's got that gun. It's got Maggie's blood on it. Don't know if he used that or not. But I know the assault rifle's missing. And Will Loving comes from a fine family in Columbia, I can tell you that. Says we were down here not in March, it was more like April or May. We were shooting his gun on the side of the house and those shell casings. That's where they found them. And lo and behold, the shell casings match the shell casings around Maggie. They were all cylinder in the same gun. They came out of the same gun. They've been in the same gun. Yes, Mr. Waters is right. That's a family-owned gun. And is that incredible, circumstantial, and direct evidence? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, it is. That's powerful. You can feel it like the rain. The murderers come in, there'll be a gun there. We'll just use their gun. Does that make any sense?
It's been over 40 minutes. It's been almost 50. 47 minutes.
Y'all too young. You ever watch Columbo? When I first looked at this case, this is an episode of Columbo, except this is real. And you get to see one of my heroes, the detective, didn't always look that good, wasn't all that, but you got to see the crime, and then you got to see him figure it out, and the mistakes they made, and that's what happened here. He killed him. He thought he could get a timeline, but it got him. Within 20 seconds, he's texting Maggie when he's passing the location of her phone. Is it common sense? He threw that phone out, called her, and threw it, and the orientation didn't go on. They say if you pick it up, yes. And we had somebody come in here, you throw it rough, and it doesn't come on. And what are the chances it's anything else? He'd almost had to bump into him. And you take this new story, I was down there till 8:50, whatever, go up, take a quick nap, come back. He didn't hear the shots, just happens to come back. And common sense, don't leave it with you. Take it back there with you. I'm down there now, my wife told me this. I'm down there under this new story, and the deal was to come talk, go see my mama at 9:30. And you're right down there, you've just seen them now. Well, you said before you hadn't even seen them, don't forget that. And you go up to the house, why don't you say, hey, Mags, I'm going to go see Mom real quick. It's just a few minutes later. No, you go up there, you take a quick nap. You know what, I'm going to try to call them, let them know I'm going down. Does that make any sense? And then when you get to the why, you'll see the light. When y'all went out there yesterday, those trees are much lower. Go back in and look at the way it was. And I think even Buster said when you get down there, if the light's on, you can see. Why don't you just go right over there? Hey, I ain't going down there. No, doesn't hear anything, doesn't do anything. He just takes off. Does that make any sense? We've proved that nobody else could. With that timeline. Does it matter when he's rushing back? Yeah. I doubt he's ever killed two people before. So he's not thinking, he's frantic. Puts the wrong two shells in the gun. Coming back, he's got Maggie's phone. It had been sitting there, that's why the steps weren't on there. He's moving, he gets it. I can't take this phone with me. He's a lawyer, so he tosses it out. That's the only thing that makes sense. And what did he say about Paul's phone when he went up there? You know, I started to get, I didn't know, I got it out, and then it kind of just popped out too. Does that make any sense? You got to evaluate everything. If you can't believe somebody's credible on one thing, how can you believe them on the ultimate issue when they said they didn't? When the only thing they corroborated for you throughout the investigation, throughout this trial, and throughout Mr. Waters' cross-examination is he's a liar. Oh! And that's all you can judge people on. The three witnesses that were beautiful, that were uncontroverted, and one was Paul. He didn't testify to you up on the stand, but he testified through Dr. Raymer, and he testified through his phone. And here's so beautiful of evidence. It's so pure. He didn't know he took that video. That's why he said he wasn't down there. And this is beyond all that. We respectfully submit. Paul knew. Dad, I got some insurance. I got some insurance. Not the kind of insurance you've made money off of. An insurance some clients you gave back and some you didn't. I've got some insurance on you. I don't know why you killed me. I've made some mistakes. You heard a lot of good things about Paul too. I know I put your life, open your life, your fake life with this boat case. Your finances are coming out. I know that. But if you go lie and say you weren't down here, I got you. I don't know when it'll come out. Maybe you'll go ahead and lie. But this is going to come out. Paul had that insurance on him. And maybe that's why he was worried about that phone. And you can't make that up. Because you remember when I asked David Owens, does anybody else in the world know that that video was out there except Paul? No, sir. And that's incredible evidence. And it did sit there until law enforcement working together, the states, the local, the SLED, everybody, got it out. And that's great law enforcement. Thank you. Yes, and that's when the case changed, along with all the other evidence. Maggie testified to you. He shot me here. He shot me here. And look at all the shell casings around me. Y'all look at them. They're the same ones that Will Loving shot with Paul. They're the same ones that have been shot down there. Yeah. They came out of the same gun. That's great direct and circumstance. And finally, and my daughter-in-law, Sally, and my Aunt Cece still calls my dad Jack this. My daughter-in-law been married about 3 months, one of the happiest days of my life, because they were happy. They were watching that kennel video. She and her dog Tater. And when Bubba started to bark, that's what my aunt calls him, Dad Bubba, Tater barked. And Sally said, isn't it something that your best witness in here are the dogs? Huh. You know, some people say they got a sixth sense. You think Bubba knew? You think Bubba knew something? He got Alex to say something. Bubba! Oh, shit. Thank God for Bubba. DNA, and that DNA, when people live together, you'll have it all over your shirt. That's not it. But DNA, in this case, that dog negates all. Thank you, Bubba. And guess where Bubba is now? Bubba's with Blanca. Oh! Bubba's with Blanca. Oh! You can't make that up. And that puts him down there. And that's the lie he told and told and told. I went down there. Why aren't y'all doing something, law enforcement? Why aren't you telling us you were down there? Why aren't you telling us you were down there?
Okay, we're at 55 minutes now. Woke me up a couple of times, though. Come on.
Thank you. If he tried to respond to his phone, as Mr. Griffin said, it would show that he was going to Malmeda. He had to get rid of that phone.
Checking on the boss.
Finally, it's a book, Your Greatest Power. My dad gave it to me when I was young. He said, read it. Your greatest power. You know what it is? Your greatest power is your power to choose. Choice. We've all got it. We're born with it. We use it every day. We use it when we treat people, whether we say, hey, whether we're nice, whether we forgive people. We make good decisions. We make bad decisions. But what my dad always told me, don't blame anybody else. If you make a good choice, that's good. Don't get too cocky. Be humble, but that's good. But if you make a bad choice, you're responsible for it. There are consequences. It's your greatest power. And for whatever was going on in his mind, his world's collapsing. It's coming down. All these worlds coming down financially. He's confronted that day by somebody's law firm. Where's this check? He's got another hearing coming up. It's motive. Don't have to have it. But yeah, it's there. And is this rational? You remember when he said that? Is that rational? Was it rational to be on the side of the road and claim you're shot? And when you're in the ambulance, and go watch this if you need to, and you're talking to the officer in the ambulance, and you say, what happened? Oh, by the way, he wanted to kill himself. He called 911. He called 911. When he told the officer in the ambulance, well, what happened? Well, some guy shot me. He even did a sketch. He faked the sketch. But what did he tell the guy in the ambulance? It sounded like a shot. He's trying his world, and he says there in that last interview with the call-in interview, Mr. Harpootney and Mr. Griffin, what you got in there. Ryan, I'm sorry, I lied about everything. I was under a lot of pressure, had a lot going on. Really? Your wife and your son were murdered 3 months ago, and now this is the real Alex. Well, my world's coming down. My world, Alex's world is coming down. Been confronted by his law partners. Losing his job. Now it's me. My world's being affected. Not about that, but now. And I'm sorry I lied. I've lied about everything. Richard Alexander Murdaugh loved, I think he loved Maggie. I think he loved Paul. But you know who he loved more than that?
Money. Or himself.
You know who he loved more than that? And who he's going to make sure that life, wanted to make sure that life, he loved Alex.
Buster.
And he exercised his greatest power of choice to make sure that life continued. Or try. And he couldn't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after his honor charges you, you're going to go back there and exercise your greatest power. Based on the evidence you've heard, the evidence you haven't heard, the credibility, the believability of the witnesses, and especially of Richard Alexander Murdaugh, who has lied and lied and lied and lied, and it's been okay. It got you through. It stops here. We respectfully request it stops here today. No, it's not okay. And we're going to exercise our greatest power and find you guilty of killing Maggie.
Yes, said Oxy.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the evidence and you have heard the closing arguments. Next up will be jury charge and then your deliberations. We're at lunchtime. We're going to take a break for 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and you'll come back. I'll charge you on the law, then you will deliberate. Please do not discuss the case.
John Metters with the State Attorney General's office saying he's a liar. And that's what you judge people on when he's talking about Alec Murdaugh, saying he killed him, thought he could create a timeline, but it got him. Andrea Mock is outside the courthouse now with more on these closing statements from the prosecution. Andrea.
Yeah, JR, I have to say I thought that was a pretty powerful rebuttal from John Metters there, talking about going through the timeline again. And just like you said, his major point was Alec is a liar. And he said to the jury, if you believe anything he says, you got to use your common sense because he has been caught in lies.
Charging the jury. When I'm charging the jury, no one comes, no one leaves. Before we break for lunch, are there any matters to discuss regarding the jury charge?
I think the state emailed a revised charge on the the other pending charges, which we did not have any objection to. I don't know if Your Honor.
We received it and incorporated that into the charge with correcting a typo here, typo there.
Yes. We don't have any additional charges or any objections.
And without addition, we don't have any either.
All right, we'll be in recess for an hour and 15 minutes.
All rise.
What? All right, bros. Let me get the super chats, and I'm gonna take a break too, bro. I don't even have much time. Let's see. Sierra, thank you for the super chat. Mandy, thanks for the super chat. Says, hurry up. I'm ready for the verdict too, man. I'm over this. I'm over hearing the same ish over and 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 over. I'm just done. I'm done. Send them to the back. Let them make the decision. BL, thank you for the 15-month membership. Please show Mel some love and Diggs a happy birthday by getting those thumbs up. Yes, if you guys can hit like and subscribe, and happy birthday to Diggs. Anonymous, bro, that camera crew is running too. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub on Twitch. Penn Dizzy got it. Christina, thank you for the super chat. Says, I rarely comment, but I wanted to thank you, Mel, for giving your time so we can all watch this together. Amazing. iCkEdMeL, will you find out about the juror booted for misconduct? I'll see if something comes up. I'm going to take a little break, but when I come back, I'll see if I find anything. I'm telling you, this company is so annoying. Let me see. What are they doing? This is annoying as fuck. This company. Anyway. Oh, what happened? Oh, that was weird. All right, so we're live on this. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. Bluster. I'm gonna leave this playing in the background, or I could put Nancy. I don't know if Nancy came up with anything. Let me see. If you guys want to listen to Nancy. There's an episode of Nancy if you want to listen to that.
Your challenge, if you choose a dance report.
The DJs that are on air.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Hello, everybody. We have just come out of the courtroom, and what a closing argument it has been so far by the state's first counsel, Prosecutor Waters. But before we could start closing arguments, and I tell you, you could hear a pin drop in that courtroom, and I very carefully was watching each juror that I could see. But before we could even get there, the jury went to Moselle, the hunting lodge, the scene of the murders, before closing arguments bright and early this morning. Take a listen to Judge Newman in our Cut 4.
We're going to have an escort take you all to the subject property, Moselle, to have a jury view of the location. You're not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, and you're not allowed while there to ask any questions of anyone who may be there. If you have any questions, you can only ask me. Now, it has been a year and a half or more since June 7th of 2021, and things have changed, or most likely have changed. So you have to take that in mind and certainly consider that, but still it's the same location, and we'll do that tomorrow morning.
Taking a jury out of the courthouse, out of the bubble in which they have been existing, is very, very dangerous. Anything can go wrong. As I was mentioning earlier today, if they pass one person holding up a sign, Murdaugh did it, that is grounds for a mistrial. With me, an all-star panel. But first, I want to go to veteran trial lawyer Daryl Cohen, former felony prosecutor in inner city Atlanta, now defense attorney out of Atlanta. Daryl Cohen, did you ever take a jury out of the courthouse?
Nancy, we never did that because my worry is exactly what you had to say. My concern would be they saw something. Could have been an accident, could have been any number of things that would create a problem when it came time to a verdict. And the last thing you want is for a jury's verdict to be nullified based upon outside circumstances.
You know, another thing happened in court just before the jury broke. And this was when Dr. Kinsey was on the stand just before these closing arguments started. And Christine, let me know when you pull up the video and the sound. It was the South Carolina Attorney General, the elected Attorney General, who came in for the direct examination on rebuttal of Dr. Kinsey. And the AG got a long gun and acted out the defense's theory of how Paul was shot, and it was completely ridiculous. Cheryl McCollum is with me, forensics expert, founder of Cold Case Research Institute. You know, Cheryl, you got to be really careful when you start waving a gun around in a courtroom, especially with a jury sitting there. They don't like that, nor does anyone. But when the AG, the Attorney General, got that long gun, and he had Dr. Kinsey crouched down in the position that Paul would have had to have been at the time of the murder, according to the defense, it didn't make any sense, Cheryl. And also, before you answer, keep in mind that right behind the shooter in that scenario, up at the top of the door, is all the pellets from the shotgun. So how do you shoot somebody like that and the pellets go back there? It doesn't even make any sense.
It's impossible for that to have happened. And that's why what he did to me was genius. Show them, act it out, prove that this is not possible. Not just that we don't believe their theory. It could not have happened. A cartoon couldn't have put the pellets where they lay in any way possible.
Guys, I want you to take a listen to our cut one.
Did you have the opportunity to observe one witness named Michael Sutton, who was a forensic mechanical engineer for the defense?
I did.
Now, do you recall any of his conclusions or what his main conclusion was regarding the size of the shooter?
I do. 5'2" to 5'4".
Based on your many years of law enforcement experience, education, and training, what is your overall opinion on his conclusions?
I think his intentions are well, but I think his methods were flawed.
The defense determined that there were two potential angles. How confident are you that the methodology used to determine those angles are accurate?
I have zero confidence from this piece of evidence.
When the defense expert says that the shooter has to be between 5'2" and 5'4", do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that wholeheartedly. I just think it's an unknown. I mean, there's many more variables you have to know how the shooter was holding the gun.
You know, Cheryl, finally, somebody on the stand that speaks plain English that makes any sense. Now, that was Kinsey addressing the defense theory that the shooter had to be 5'2" or under. But listen to one more thing before everybody on the panel gives me their final vote. Take a listen to our cut 3, Kinsey on the stand. I love this guy.
Paul has just been shot.
Yes, sir.
And in the defense's theory, you tell me what to do, and you act this out, and I'm going to do what you tell me to do based on the defense's theory of the case.
The defense agreed with the assessment that Paul stood there for a moment, bleeding down his injured left arm, and he slowly walked toward the door.
Okay, and what does the shooter do?
The shooter's coming in the door.
And then what does the shooter do?
He shoots Paul in the back of the head after he passes him.
Okay, and then shoots Paul in the back of the head like this, and where does the blood spatter go?
The blood spatter, the pellet defects, and one that I didn't know about that the expert collected was in the door frame at the top of the door.
What did you find odd about the theory, first of all?
I think the theory is preposterous, in my opinion.
Okay, there you go, Cheryl. That is where the AG, Attorney General, and Kinsey were acting out the defense scenario. And when they did it, it all crystallized that it didn't make any sense.
Didn't make any sense. And I think Kinsey does a beautiful job here. Again, showing in motion, in action, this couldn't have happened the way they're wanting the theory to go, just like the two-shooter theory. What are you giving us that there's any other stranger shooter, much less two of them? You're giving us nothing. Where the pellets landed, where the blood splatter went, everything is not indicative of what they put forward. What Kinsey is showing you, everything that went into motion is one shooter in this direction, not their make-believe story of what happened.
To Robert Crispin joining me, private investigator now, but former federal task force for the U.S. Department of Justice, was with the DEA in Miami, where there's never a lack of business. He's at Crispin Special Investigations now. Robert, the reason I'm telling everyone about Kinsey and the AG at the end of the state's rebuttal, because just a couple of hours ago, guys, we're camped out right in front of the courthouse. I ran to get here to you once the state's first closing argument was done. Just a couple of hours ago, the jury came back from going to Moselle. That's the hunting lodge where in the dog kennels, the two murders went down. Now see, they've heard all this testimony, and Crispin, then they go to the scene. They go in that dog kennel, and don't you know, they were looking around and looking up at that door and looking where the bodies would have been, and it had to hit home to them the various arguments they've been hearing.
Yeah, I mean, actually they got to go see where yesterday they were trying to show how it could not have happened that way. So they actually got to see it, and that's very, very, very important. The only thing I wish they would have done when they went out to do that jury site inspection is, I wish somehow they could have orchestrated some type of letting an AR-15 on a test fire go off to see how loud that weapon is, and as loud as the shotgun is, because the timeline going back in time to when he says he wasn't there and he was up at the house, just to see how loud those weapons are and that automatic gunfire is, you would have heard it. It doesn't fit.
You know what's interesting about what he just said, Daryl Cohen? I wanted to hear that too. I wanted to be inside of Moselle and hear guns, shotgun and a blackout fired at the kennel. I wanted that. But don't you know, if there had been an experiment with the jury there, you'd have one juror that's deaf in this ear, another one that has a hearing aid, and this and that, another one that wasn't paying attention, and somebody wouldn't have heard it, and then somebody would have heard something different. It's a very dangerous matter to try an experiment like that in front of a jury. I mean, Daryl Cohen, do you know how many times I would practice a demonstration in front of the jury before I did it? I mean, there are too many variables that can go wrong, and then you'll send the completely wrong message.
Nancy, if it can happen, it will, and it's never good. So I agree with you. It pains me sometimes to agree with you, but I do. You don't want to have that type of experiment taking place in front of a jury, because all of us see and hear something different. I can't hear you. Wait a minute. My left ear is not as good as my right. My right ear is not as good as my left. I don't know what in the world I should be listening to. I don't think I heard what I should have heard. I saw it differently. Did you see that? So all of that makes a difference. And actually what we're looking at, do the jurors like him or do they hate him? That's really what we're talking about, because the evidence...
Okay, well, I've got to talk to you about what I saw in the courtroom. But before I get to the jurors and their reactions to this closing argument, this is going to be in segments. In many jurisdictions, the state can make the first argument, then the defense goes, and then the state follows up attacking the defense, and they get the last word. Why? Because the state has the burden of proof. I'm going to get right to what I saw happening in the jury box, but to you, Dr. Michelle Dupree joining me, pathologist, medical examiner, author, former detective, wrote the Homicide Investigation Field Guide. Do I need to tell you anything more about Dr. Dupree? Dr. Dupree, take a listen to our cut 2. I want to find out if you agree or disagree.
Can you describe the kind of trauma you have observed in your career? with contact wounds to the back of the head or any part of the head, and specifically to the face?
Generally speaking, whether it be a shotgun or a large caliber handgun, the result is similar. You feel as though the forehead and the facial features have went away, and that's a kind way to put it. They're actually there, but they've been shredded, and the pathologist can actually put those features back in place, so the majority of it. But looking at it, it looks like from the teeth up, the person went away. It's just a mess.
Are the wounds suffered to Paul at the back of the head consistent with a contact shot to the back?
Absolutely not, in my opinion.
This week on The Marketer's Report, Patrizio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace.
Daryl Cohen, do you remember Fred Tokars? May he rot in hell. Fred Tokars was a practicing judge in my old jurisdiction, inner city Atlanta. He was a practicing lawyer, defense lawyer, and he was a part-time judge. Beautiful wife. Remember the Ambrusco family? Gorgeous girls, every one of them, one prettier than the next, smart, engaging. He married her. They had these beautiful little boys. And then Tokars out dating strippers, using drugs on the side, the whole shebang. He hires 2 idiots to kill his wife. Wasn't her first name Sarah?
Sarah, that's correct.
Anyway, I was so sick at the time when I heard this description, but it comes to mind right now. There were 2 perps. They get in the car with Sarah, and the little boy is there. If not, both of them are in the car, and they shoot Sarah in the head. The other idiot first says, "Man, that effed up my high." And then he said, her head blew up like a pumpkin. Now, when that happened, Daryl Cohen and Cheryl McCollum, I was a brand new prosecutor. The only thing I knew about murder was when my fiance had been murdered. And when I heard blew up like a pumpkin, I thought, well, that's an awful thing to say. Why did they say that? How can you say that in front of a jury? You guys remember that?
I remember it quite well. Yep. It was
now
horrendous.
To you, Dr. Dupree.
Nancy,
that is exactly what it would have been like, isn't it, if Paul had been shot in the head with a shotgun?
Nancy, I've been to so many crime scenes where there was a contact shotgun wound to the head, and we have literally had to scoop up the brain with a ladle and put it into a plastic baggie. That is not what was described.
Okay, wait,
His brain was mostly intact.
Dr. Dupree, now see, even I, a veteran prosecutor, I don't know how many dead bodies I've seen. I'm not proud of it. But even I just got put off by what you said. But the truth is that that's the truth. Okay, could you explain that to me? Go ahead.
So the brain, normal brain, is the consistency of, say, a firm pudding. It's about 2.5 pounds. When the brain is shot with a shotgun blast, it is decimated. It turns into almost fluid. There is just no way that this could have been a contact wound to the head. It is so much more realistic that it was an angled shot and that the shot severed the brain stem near the back of the neck, and therefore the brain basically popped out of the skull and landed where it did, nearly intact. It doesn't make sense to be a contact wound.
You know, Daryl Cohen, did you hear the way she explained that? I understood it perfectly. But I'm thinking about Dr. Reamer, who was on the stand, and she is brilliant. She is just burning brilliant. But I think the defense got to her, and she became defensive and agitated as any normal person would have. And I hope the jury got the gist of what Dr. Dupree just said. I mean, it's hard when you're on the stand and you're being attacked to articulate to regular people like us very complicated medical issues like Dupree just did.
Well, Nancy, you got to keep it simple, stupid. KISS. That's my view. And we're not saying, and Murdaugh is not saying that he killed him and it came from a different way. He's not saying that he saw it happen. They are throwing out a theory, whether it's good or bad, that it's how it could have happened. And he is not charged with being the murderer because people saw him pull the trigger not once but twice. He's charged with it with circumstantial evidence. You and I used to talk about the snow argument. It didn't snow last night when I was awake. I woke up this morning and it was snow on the ground. Somehow it got there. That's really what the prosecution has got to do. Or he used rain, I used snow.
Always use rain.
But it's the same.
Yeah,
it doesn't change.
You don't have to see the storm to know that it rained when you come out of your office or your home. But guys, I haven't heard the prosecution do it yet. Kelly Skien is with me, Fox Nation's senior producer, who's been listening to all the evidence in the courtroom with me. He hasn't hit the evidence yet. Waters, and all eyes are on Waters. He started with motive, which to me is the single most troublesome fact in the case, Kelly.
Yeah, we have heard Waters make this storm analogy from opening arguments, and we see it again in closing arguments. And as we just heard, you don't need to be outside to know it is raining, and that is what he is asking the prosecution to do. He says you need to find means, motive, and opportunity here, and he is saying that the only person who possibly had all three of those, as well as evil and wicked intent, is Alec Murdaugh.
Okay. Let me go to you. Everybody jump in. Again, do I have to keep reminding you this is not high tea at Windsor Castle with King Charles? Jump in. I've got a little delay in my ear, but I'll try not to step on top of you. Cheryl McCollum, what it boils down to me is just like in Scott Peterson, and don't believe some half-baked entertainment show about Scott Peterson. I heard the trial. I heard the evidence with the jury, and I agree with the verdict. Scott Peterson placed himself at the scene of the disposal of Lacey's body on the day that her body was disposed, along with baby Connor, her unborn child. Murdaugh is placing himself at the scene of the murders. Listen to this. At 8:45:47, so 8:46, he's there in the video. He is in the video at 8:46. At 8:49, Maggie reads her last text. At 8:49, 8 seconds later, Paul stops responding to the chat and the phone calls he was having back and forth with his friend, Rogan Gibson, Rogie, about that dog. That was Rogan's dog, and Paul was taking a video. He had the dog at his kennel, and they were going to send that video to a lady veterinarian to look at his tail. Listen to this time again, everybody. 8:46, he is there. Murdaugh is there. 8:49, the murders have happened. Right then. So you want to tell me that in 3 minutes, he leaves and somebody else rushes over, grabs 2 Murdaugh weapons, shoots them dead and gets away? That's BS.
Nancy, is worse than that.
That's all you got to say is right.
When you say he placed himself there, he lied. He did not place himself there. That child, he took a video and that placed him there. So not only do we have only a 3-minute window, we have the only time he absolutely lied about where he was the most critical place. So you've got Alex saying, I wasn't anywhere near there. And it's not until that video comes out that Paul took that he's busted. And he lied about the most critical, important place.
And Nancy,
Cheryl,
he also says
finally admitted on the stand that he was there. Because so many people went, yeah, that's him, that's him, that's him, that's him. He finally said it on the stand. He was at the kennel, and it's at 8:45:47, which is 8:46. He's there, and the murders occur at 8:49. What, doctor?
And Nancy, he also says that the dogs are not misbehaving. They are not acting like anyone else is there. That nobody else is around. Well, duh.
Exactly.
You know, you're right.
But I just think
and what killer would have made sure the dogs were back in their cages and everything was just fine? Go ahead, Cheryl.
The killer would have killed him. There's no way somebody is coming to that remote area in 3 minutes while he's there, fires 7 shots. He don't know nothing about it. He don't see nobody. There's no other evidence of footprints or tire tracks or phone pings. Nothing. Every road leads to Alec Murdaugh.
I'm looking down because I've got all my notes from the closing arguments. Let me tell you, Prosecutor Waters walked in. He walked out of the courtroom right before closings. I wonder what he did out there. Maybe he went to the bathroom. Maybe he got some water. Maybe he said a prayer down on his knees. But he came in and he was full of swagger. He walked right by everybody, went up there and started his argument. It started at 12:13.25, day 27. And he hit it, and he hit it hard. This is what is concerning me. I'm going to go back over the closings, but Daryl Cohen, you know how I always ask people, well, what was the jury doing? And they always say, well, they were listening. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me at all. So I got in a very precarious perch. I started looking at every juror I could. Listen to this, Daryl. And Kelly Skian, listen to this because you know the jurors just as well as I do from looking at them. There is a red-headed lady on the front row that is nodding with the state almost imperceptibly. There is a short-haired brunette lady on the back row that doesn't take her eyes off the Prosecutor Waters. There is a white male that has on glasses and a mask. He also never takes his eyes off Waters. I got one lady, though, the lady that always brings a blanket and pulls it up. She was doing everything but looking at Waters. She might glance at him, and then she'd look off. She'd drink her drink. She spent most of her time looking out at the audience. You know what I'm talking about, back row?
I do, Nancy, and I talked to a source very close to the prosecution this morning about that same juror's body language and asked him what he thought about this juror quite literally covering her face with a blanket. And what he told me is, I am not going to speculate on where any juror is at this moment in the trial, because one day you think they're for you, the next day you think they're against you, and everyone who is watching this trial right now is analyzing our body language, as in the prosecution's body language, every step of the way as well.
See, Nancy, I'm not as concerned with the prosecution body language.
That did not help me, Kelly. Well, hold. You're worried about the jury. Let me tell you who's going to be a problem. There's a guy on the back row, a white male. There's 2 of them back there that are wearing, I call them lumberjack shirts. They're plaid shirts. Now, there's one guy all the way by the wall under the flag. He never looks away from the prosecution while they're talking. The other guy in a lumberjack shirt, it's a red lumberjack shirt, will barely look at the prosecution at all. That is not a good sign, Daryl, while you're spilling your guts in front of the jury and they're like looking off up at the ceiling, counting the squares in the ceiling. That's not good, Daryl.
Nancy, this case has gone on and on and on, and we have to realize a swindler does not a murderer make. So as a result of that, the prosecution has got to hit it and hit it hard and get to the jurors mentally and physically, and looking at their facial expressions, watching their body language throughout the trial means everything. And I am fearful for the prosecution that they have spent so much much time with this banter back and forth that the jury has gotten bored, and when they get bored, they close their minds and they're just there. It's just physically there, not mentally, and that's not a good sign.
He needs to hit that timeline and hit it hard. Guys, take a listen now. We have just come out of the courtroom closing arguments. We expect the case to go to the jury today. If for once, for Pete's sake, they could let this jury work late, we might get a verdict, for Pete's sake. Guys, take a listen to our Cut 5 as Prosecutor Waters launches his closing argument.
On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alec Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
You know, I like the way he talked about one person that had guilty conduct after the shootings. Who lied? Who tried to hide evidence? Nobody but Murdaugh. Hey, I'm hearing in my ear, Christine, there you go. She is showing video from the Moselle jury visit. Trust me, I did not even risk hanking it, jinxing it by showing up and spying on the jury. But I can't say that somebody else didn't. Here is the video of them at the crime scene this morning, not the jurors themselves, but what they were seeing. And it opens up into the home. I'm not sure what they're seeing right there, but they're going out. You know, that looks a lot like Almeda to me, where the mom lived. That said, we're told this is video from the scene this morning. Now, I would expect them to be going out to the kennel. Again, to you, Daryl Cohen, that could have made all the difference, that visit to the hunting lodge today.
It's going to either crystallize in the jurors' minds what the arguments have been, what the testimony has been, what the evidence has been, or it's going to confuse them. I think by going out there, it helped crystallize a lot of what they were hearing and made it real. It took a story and turned it into me as each and every individual juror, making me part of this story and bringing me in. So I think it was a great idea for them to go out there. I realize the prosecution was against it, but I think the more jurors can feel and see what has happened, the more likely they are to render a verdict that will be in accordance with
Now, wait a minute.
evidence.
That looks like the drive. That looks like the long I'm looking off at a video we're showing you. That looks like the long drive entrance to Moselle. And it's pretty amazing, Robert Crispin, that this judge, Newman, had it timed almost to the minute. He said, we will be back by 11. And it's a 25-minute drive from the courthouse, at least. And he was right. I was sitting right here, and I heard the crowd behind us cheering, and I turned around, it was a group of the lawyers, I don't know which side, were walking in. Yeah, now that's looking more like Moselle from an aerial view. And you can see off to the side, you see cars parked trying to protect the jurors from anyone coming out there and causing a disturbance that could ruin the trial and make it end in a mistrial. Every step of the way, see, there's somebody driving in front of them. There's going to be people driving behind them to protect the jury. And hey, I think it may have worked, but in my mind, it was a big risk to take. Because Robert Crispin, scenes change. When you go back, the trees may have grown. The bushes may no longer be there, or there may be more. There could have, somebody else owns it now. What if they've changed the kennel in some way structurally, and it's not the same as it was the night of the murders?
Yeah, hey, I mean, that's definitely a chance that they took today, and the judge has been spot on this entire trial. I like this guy. But I think what this did today, although a lot of us didn't want it to happen, I think this finally gave the jury an opportunity to flush out their headgear, because they've been sitting in those chairs for 27 days listening to all this. And I got to be honest with you, going back and listening to...
Crispin, hold on. Crispin, we're seeing right now that absolutely is the kennel. That absolutely is where the murders went down. That's definitely it. Wow, Christine, thank you for getting that video for us. Okay, go ahead, please, Crispin.
No, I was just trying to say it gives them an opportunity to flush out their headgear, because they've been sitting there for 27 days. And when you listen to Murdaugh's testimony, my God, I was confused, because this is a lawyer who's repeating questions and just extending out his testimony, what I feel was a great opportunity to confuse the jury. I mean, this is a very well-educated lawyer. This is, you talk about a perfect storm. I'll tell you what the perfect storm is, Nancy. The perfect storm is when a con artist and a lawyer crash into each other. And that's what you have here. He knew exactly what he was doing. How many other witnesses repeated the question every single time, or almost every single time? I mean, I sat back and I'm like, I'm starting to get confused. And I think that's very intentional. Obviously, he knows what he's doing. And he's got to, because he's got to attack the government, because the facts are against him.
Okay, that is the front of Moselle, and that is the kennel. Go ahead, Cheryl.
It is imperative that they went out there today. You and I preach all the time. You've got to walk that scene in order to understand it. For 27 days, they've seen two-dimensional pictures. They've got to go out there. Excuse me. So even if the trees are fallen and the brush is overgrown, what has not changed about that property is the layout and where it is located. As far out as it is, they're going to understand. And somebody would have to drive that long road, take that long driveway, and be unseen by Paul or anybody else. Nobody's going to buy that. This was too isolated, too far away, too secluded. This was a one-person job, and they're going to be able to see that, because now they understand it in a way they could not yesterday.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that long driveway of the perp getting in and out. What? Go ahead, Dr. Dupree.
So I think it's also very important for the jury to actually see and imagine how far or the distance between the two bodies, and how realistic it would be that someone could actually shoot both of them, you know, with two different guns. It's not an impossibility.
Guys, I want you to hear more of what we just heard in the courtroom. Hey, who is that? Go ahead.
This is Kelly. I was just going to say, I was out there at Moselle this morning when the jury visited, and we were expecting that road to be blocked off and no media allowed, and that is not the case at all. I was able to drive the road, as I've done many, many times before, and we know that the jury was on the property for about 20 to 30 minutes, and specifically, one juror was looking up at that door frame of the feed room where we've heard that there is damage from those pellets from the upward trajectory of the shot that Paul was shot with, as the prosecution alleges. But we also know that they weren't allowed to ask questions. So my question is, do they know at this point where Maggie was found versus where Paul was found? Because they weren't allowed to ask questions. So do they know the difference between the feed room and the kennels and the overhang where Maggie was near? Or are they just as confused as a lot of people watching this?
I don't see how they can be more confused after visiting the scene than less confused. Guys, I want you to hear more of Waters' opening, closing. And what I mean by that is, very often you will see the state give the initial closing statement, then the defense will go, and then the state will finish up. Take a listen to our cut 6.
The evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal. When he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father. and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul.
You know, he's really making a point, Kelly Skin, to tie this into the boat crash, because the boat crash was the case was supposed to have a hearing that week. I believe it was the 10th. And then Paul was murdered on the 7th. And suddenly, the boat crash lawsuit seemed to go away. And the lawyer for that case, Tinsley, actually said, well, yeah, it's not as good of a case anymore. We don't have a defendant. Paul's dead. The Murdaugh family has all this sympathy. And sure enough, that case settled for a lot less money than was expected, just like Murdaugh thought.
Yeah, we've heard from the prosecution in closing arguments that Alec Murdaugh was on this hamster wheel of just trying to keep up with begging for money, borrowing money, stealing it allegedly, and hoping that this truth would not be exposed. That was until the boat crash, when Mark Tinsley was going to make a motion to compel, and Alec Murdaugh would have to show how much money he had. Alec Murdaugh and his attorneys claimed he was broke. Tinsley didn't believe it and was going to file this paperwork for Alec Murdaugh to show what money he had. And the prosecution is alleging that that is the pivotal moment in which Alec Murdaugh made, allegedly, the decision to kill Maggie and Paul to distract from this boat crash lawsuit, because he knew, allegedly, that Mark Tinsley would drop it and settle for a lot less, which is exactly what we saw happen.
Which is exactly what happened. And the way Waters described in closing argument, Daryl, you would have loved this, described how after the boat crash, people were not 3 inches up Alex Murdaugh's tailpipe about the missing millions. They were overcome with sympathy. Everyone was reaching out. How can we help you? It was almost as if the thefts had never happened. It got dropped like a hot potato after the murders of Paul and Maggie.
Yep. It did, but what it also did is you mentioned it took away from, we're going after him because he has stolen all of this money. But it also is not, in my view, a good motive to kill his son and his wife. I think that is the weak point in the case. The other weak point is when the prosecutor allowed Murdaugh to continue to repartee with him back and forth. I would have been much more to the point, ask a question, and see if we can get him off the stand, because Murdaugh was so good, at least appeared to be good, making a point, cozying up to the jury. And that's why when the people who have seen the jurors, the woman looking out, the other people looking at them, that makes all the difference to see who is not resonating with the jury. Because ultimately, Nancy, if the jury likes Murdaugh, he is acquitted. If they don't like him, he is convicted. That simple. And they'll find a way to justify their verdict.
Right before we came out at the lunch break, Christine, I want to play our cut 11, because we heard Murdaugh referring repeatedly to Paul, his now deceased son, as a, quote, little detective, because he blamed Paul for finding his drug stash. And from that point forward, Paul and Maggie were, quote, watching him like a hawk, and he was descending into withdrawals. Take a listen to our cut 11.
We know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, Mom found some pills, we need to talk. Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him. And if you look at the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th, Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, don't come if you feel bad. And he's like, well, I think I can get a late checkout. And then he's like, at 1 o'clock they made me leave. It's a reasonable inference they were on him at this time. They were watching him like a hawk. Opiates, the most powerful of withdrawals. And everything's coming to a head, including this. Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the Ferris fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about. He doesn't care about lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients if it will delay accountability for him. He'll do it in a heartbeat. And all of that is about to be undone.
Can you imagine your wife and your son watching you like a hawk, trying to keep you away from your opioids when you have a 20-year, $50,000 a week addiction? He himself says that withdrawals are awful, that you will do anything to make them go away. What was he willing to do to make Maggie and Paul go away so he could get back in the bottle of opioid pills? Guys, when things are starting to die down and attention is focusing on him, according to the prosecution, this is what happens. Take a listen to our cut 7.
His buddy Chris Wilson comes and sees him on September 4th and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again. And he told a extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. The accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. But this time it fell apart a little quicker because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs. He is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. When you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, prominence in the community, but is living a lie.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Okay, Kelly Skin, I think that everything the prosecution has said so far is correct, and I think he said it well. I also think he needs to start doubling down on the night of the crime and the evidence proving the murder and get off motive.
We have heard more times throughout that night than I can count, whether it's 8:44 or 7:46. And really, it's like the jury needs a printout to get the times of that night right. But something he also said about opioids is, I'll let you decide, the jury, if he really could take 1,000 milligrams of opioids a day. But even if he was, being intoxicated is not an excuse for murder at all. However, I agree with you completely that they are going to have to put a bow on this to really nail down and solidify that timeline of what happened that night, because the jury's not allowed to take notes. They can't read articles. Will they remember the times that the prosecution has been talking about for 6 weeks now? Or is Creighton Waters going to really wrap this up with a bow for them so they can really comprehend the exact moments that Paul and Maggie died?
And it really hit home when he was describing, they even had a graphic up of a hamster on a wheel. It was a drawing. Take a listen to our cut 9, the way that Waters is describing Murdaugh for now 20 years addicted to opioids, begging, borrowing, lying, stealing, doing anything to get that next high and just keep it going. Take a listen to cut 9.
It's the main thing he did in the wake of the murders of his wife and son was he made sure to stay again one step ahead of the game because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did. It's the first thing he did. It's the main thing he did, was keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before.
And he hammers it home. Listen to cut 8. I want you to hear it the way we heard it in the courtroom right behind us. Take a listen.
It's a situation I think is akin to a Ponzi. And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money coming in to pay old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation that fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021 when he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone who would listen about it. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The people who came in here and said we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he really was. That's how convincing he is.
You know, all that is true, but the one thing that sticks out in my mind right there, Daryl Cohen, is that he is at the scene of the murders minutes before we know the murders occurred. And according to my calculation, it's not even minutes. It's about 1.5 minutes before the murders occurred.
Nancy, there's no way for him to get around that. There's no way for him to avoid that. He is where it happened, whether he says he did it or didn't do it. He is right there, and that is something that he is not able to get over, not able to explain away, not able to use his gift of gab to say, I was there, but I did. It just doesn't fly. This doesn't fly.
You know what?
I think I hear you, Cheryl. Go ahead.
The jury is going to will lie, and then he will invoke a gun when he needs to. The fake suicide, which incidentally was also shot, which is what happened to Paul and Maggie. He could have had himself shot anywhere on his body, but he chose that area. And then he will deflect attention away from the truth by garnishing that sympathy to stop any more investigation. That's what he did over and over here. That's his playbook.
To you, Dr. Michelle Dupree, from your point of view as a pathologist, medical examiner, former detective, what is the main fact that you would hammer home to the jury right now?
I would hammer home exactly what you've been talking about, Nancy, that timeline and that specific 3 minutes where, I mean, it probably takes almost that long just to drive down the driveway. He's been there, he is there during that time. I would hammer that home so strongly.
Oh, I like what you just said because it fits perfectly. The jury has just come from Moselle in the last 2 hours. It took that long just to drive down that long driveway. Hey, Christine, do we have that aerial shot of Moselle? There's just, and we saw it on the jury viewing, a huge long driveway that is bordered with beautiful pine trees. There you go. Yes, that's it. It's a really long driveway. It would have taken him that long, as Dr. Dupree just said, to get down the driveway. It's just, I think that's what they need to be hitting. Robert Crispin, veteran law enforcement, now private investigator, If you had to hit the jury with one fact, what would it be?
Oh, the video and the electronic evidence, and the fact that the jury was just down there, and now we're coming back from lunch, and he's going to go in there and he's going to slam that timeline in there right now, and they're going to go, wow, yeah, I was just out there. Yeah, that does kind of fit. Yeah, I was on the property, because it's completely different when you see it in real person and in real time. You feel it, you smell it, you see it. It's a completely different story. Yeah, it was a big gamble to take him out there. I agree. But when he comes in, buckle up.
To you, Kelly Skin, what do you believe is going to happen next in that courtroom? I know the state's not through with closings. I never liked it when any closing statement or opening statement had to be interrupted by a lunch break or for any reason. Hold on, let me go to you, Daryl Cohen. You're the veteran trial lawyer. It's never good to have your argument broken up, or even an important witness to have suddenly a recess in the middle of that. That's never a good thing. I'm not sure why, but I know it to be true, Daryl.
Nancy, it doesn't bother me if I am questioning a witness or if I'm arguing, and when we start back again, I am back in front of that jury, because what I'm trying to do is curry favor with the jury. I'm trying to cuddle up to that jury, and I want each and every one of those jurors to like me and hate the defendant. And if they like me, they're more likely to hate the defendant. They'll ignore my problems, they'll ignore my little this, my little that, but they will focus in on that jury, will focus in on what that defendant did and what he likely did. So it doesn't really bother me. It does bother me if there is a time when the jury goes out and then the next morning I have to come back, or the next morning the defense comes back. That does bother me, but just a little bit of a break, as long as the continuity is there. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry we broke for lunch, but it was very important for you to remember as we broke for lunch exactly what the argument was based upon what the evidence was, or the lack of evidence.
Even there at the end of his first closing argument, Waters was pounding on Murdaugh lying, as he should, and Murdaugh hiding behind his opioid addiction. Take a listen to our cut 10.
Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day, does that sound survivable? And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're, who you profess to be in public. I have no doubt that he was taking opiate pills. Now, I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out is inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability. He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him.
Kelly Scan, Fox Nation's senior producer in the courtroom, Kelly, I think now is the time to bring it home that he is so out of his mind on opioids the night of the murders, Kelly, and he himself says it makes him feel paranoid, agitated, upset. He's out there that night, and here are the two people trying to take his drugs away, the people watching him like a hawk. It all fits together. It just fits together, Kelly.
Yeah, and as the prosecution has said, only the killer would know to lie about those critical moments when the murders happened. And the prosecution says that person is Alec Murdaugh, and Alec Murdaugh did lie. So I think when we go back into the courtroom, we can expect Creighton Waters to give it a little recap of what happened before the lunch break.
And there were all these texts, I think, between him and Maggie that he seemed in a very, very bad state. And then the very day on the 7th, on the Monday, Maggie's texting Blanca saying something like, I'm really worried about Alex, that he's going to die. So I think there was a lot more going on there with the drugs that has come out. And I mean, he really does seem that he could have been in a really bad way. And maybe they did take his drugs away after finding them. And he was, you know, having a withdrawal and went berserk.
And I've talked to addicts who say in the morning they have to take they have to get a fix or else they feel sick. They feel like they have the flu. It's called dope sick. So we don't know what was going on. We know what was going on in Colombia the day before, but that morning we don't know what was going on as far as the medication goes. Let's get to our next question. Tyler, Kitty Kisses 1274 from Twitter asks, if this case ends with a hung jury, do the exact lawyers for the prosecution and defense have to retry, or can counsel be changed? I think it's possible Dick and Jim could do it again. They may have to. It depends on the contract that they probably signed with Alec Murdaugh or the retainer agreement, right?
Right. It's possible. I mean, they're not required by law to try it again. Alec has the right to choose defense lawyers that he sees fit to choose. He could either decide to handle the case entirely himself or retry. I doubt he would do that, though. Now, as far as the prosecution team, the state would have to figure out, what resources they want to devote towards retrying Alec. So it's really up to all parties involved, but there's no requirement that the same lawyers try it again.
Gigi, I'm going to throw this next question over to you, and if anybody else knows the answer, feel free to jump in. I think I may sort of know the answer, but I'm not sure. It's Gigabarb from Twitter. Does anyone know if the prosecution has searched offshore accounts for Alec's stolen funds, or would that be a function for the next trial on financial crimes?
Well, we've heard some rumblings that they are on to the missing cash. I think you've heard that as well, Ann Jeanette, but it seems like that seems to be the focus at this point with the FBI, at least.
Have you heard anything about that, Steve?
You know what? I haven't, but I was surprised it wasn't brought up during this trial.
Right.
Because that's everyone's big question is, where is all this missing money?
Yeah, I think they know where it went, but they're just not saying. That's just what the feeling I'm getting. The Murdaugh family, you can't see it, but off camera, Buster, his aunt, Lynn, John Marvin, they are all across the street here walking back into court. So court's getting ready to resume soon. And they always have a police escort, which is pretty good because there have been people screaming things at them at certain points in this trial. Let's get on to a next question. Did the defense ever provide other alternatives for the shooter or motive? If not, why? And that's Poog101 from Twitter. Really, the only other thing they've talked about, in my mind, John, is the boat crash. Alec Murdaugh said he thinks it's social media vigilantes or something like that from the boat crash. There was maybe a possible drug reference, but really not much.
Well, that was when they tried to bring in Cousin Eddie, basically, had SLED looked at him, and that opened the gate to, that whole can of worms. So, I mean, I think they were trying to make all these different kind of veiled accusations during this trial, but they haven't really come out with anything concrete at all.
Yeah, there was no pointing the finger directly at anybody else except Alec Murdaugh believes it's people who saw stuff on social media. We're going to take a quick break. Court should be resuming very shortly. Stay with us, though. We have more to come. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are coming to you live from the Colleton County Courthouse in South Carolina, where Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial is nearing an end. All that's left before the jury deliberates is they will be read jury instructions by Judge Clifton Newman. So we're going to take the rest of your questions until the lunch hour ends, which should be in just a few minutes, and then we'll take you back into court. So let's get to some of those questions.
Okay, what's up? What's up? So they still, they should be coming back any minute now. I took a, gotta turn on the camera. Oops. Took a long break. Take care of some stuff I need to take care of. By the way, make sure you check out Swagit. I gotta set up the stream. I need the code. Set up the stream for so I'm not gonna do it this weekend. I'm gonna do it the weekend after. Just so there's not this, so I'm not trying to rush and squeeze, because that's all I've been doing for the last 2 weeks is rush and squeeze everything in that I can. So we have a little bit more time. Let's just push that back to I'll tell you right now. We can still do something fun on Sunday or whatever, but I just don't want to feel the pressure of like having to do this right after I move and like and committing to 2 hours. So next, not this Friday tomorrow, but the Friday the 10th. Let me just create the stream real quick. Just set it at a time. I'll fix the title later. Fun giveaway stream. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Schedule for later. Da, 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 da. I think like, I don't know what time, 7 or 8? Maybe 7. 7. 7. The time could change, but I'll just do that for now. Oop. Did I just screw it up? Screwed it up. All right, let me play this while I fix that.
What they needed to do, but they didn't do that. B Pro 717 from Twitter. Why didn't the prosecutor outright ask where the blue shirt and khaki pants were? Gigi, we kind of, I think, discussed that between ourselves. Like, it didn't seem like there was ever a formal request. There was no search warrant for the clothes issued. I mean, what gives?
Yeah, and I mean, that's what the defense has said, is that they never asked for it, and it wasn't a question until after they found out there was no high-velocity blood spatter on that shirt, on the T-shirt he was wearing when cops first showed up to the scene that night. So it's a little too late to ask for it now. I mean, what are we going to do? It's the day of jury charging. That baby's put to bed. But it's a missed opportunity. I mean, really, because the T-shirt was a bust, essentially.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm a cop, if I'm a SLED agent, I interview you, you don't, like, you're not forthcoming about it, I'm going to get a warrant. I'm going to be like, I need the shirt. I need you to produce it, even though he says he leaves clothes all over the, everywhere where he's staying or whatever. Tyler Bailey, I have this question for you. Sedition Track 1 from Twitter. If there's a hung jury, what are the chances Murdaugh will get bail? He said he was no longer suicidal. And we only have about a minute left, Tyler. So what are the chances he gets any type of bail?
He's a definition of a flight risk, unless the state knows that he does not have access to his cash or any of the money that he's embezzled and stolen over the years, and they would not argue too hard against a bond being granted. But I don't see any judge in South Carolina giving Alec a bond, given the nature of the charges that he's facing and the 99 other alleged financial crimes that he has.
Yeah, I don't see it either. He's already being held without bail, and I don't think anything's going to change. Let's get to our one last question. John, I'm wondering, where does the money from Moselle go? Do you know if it sells? We have about 20 seconds left.
No, I thought it was all tied up with his creditors, boat crash people, because it's still, the boat crash civil case is still on. I'm sure it doesn't go to Alec Murdaugh. I think it goes to the people he's going to owe.
All right. Well, that does it for us from South Carolina. Gigi Seaton.
Testing. There we go. All right, so we're back. So, okay, the Swagit giveaway, I set it up for March 10th. So later on I'll make a thumbnail and I'll talk more about that. You can click the link, download the app. I don't even think I pinned it today. Pinned it. Put the link there. It's a good way to support the channel. It's free. You click the link, download the app, follow me on there. It's a video platform, and you can earn swag bucks, trade it for gift card giveaways, or PayPal cash. And I post videos on there. So if you want to check that out, you can. Right there. Boop. Bloop. See you guys playing that heist game. So I guess when they come back, it's jury instructions. Now, I don't know how long that's gonna take. Anybody in the chat know? Any idea? I mean, I guess it depends. Mo, you're the expert. How long does jury instructions take? And then the whole deliberation thing, my friend was thinking maybe it might take long. Because I don't know, they didn't have any notes, so maybe they're gonna ask for a bunch of stuff, which is possible. But then I was also thinking maybe they're tired of all this shit. They've been dragging this thing out for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, so they're gonna have to look at it again. They may maybe look at certain specific things, but I can't imagine that they're gonna want to go after sitting through all this bullshit. Depends how many charges. Hoax says probably 29 minutes. Sky says I'm gonna lay back down. Order. Long time and boring, Mr. Maven says. Oh no. Damn, it's gonna be painful. Ugh. Where's the poll? What poll? What poll you want? What poll do you want? Oh. Damn. What's that pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. How many charges are there? Well, like, I guess like Hook said, we don't know the lesser charges, but jury charges shouldn't take more than 30 minutes, I think. Okay. We will see. We will see. Avery says here. Reset the counter. It's been 0 days since the Alex Murdaugh trial was unnecessarily dramatic. Oh, I love it. Bringing the drama. It's dragging. It's the only. We've had a juror kicked out. Oh, O.J. Simpson speaking on the Alex Murdaugh trial. Oh,
hey, the world is me, yours truly. Well, a whole lot of people are asking me what I think about this Alex Murdaugh trial. I don't know why they think I'm an expert on it, but I got to admit, when he took the stand, a guy who's an habitual liar, I did watch when the trial first started. I watched him take the stand, and I thought it was probably a mistake because the guy is an admitted liar, and it's hard for me to think he can be on the stand 5, 6, 7, 8 days without lying. Question is, what did he lie about? But lying and stealing money is a little different than murder. I realized in watching them testify what he was doing. He was just trying to relate to one or two of those jurors that he was a good old boy. He was one of them.
Good old boys. Hey!
And I'm not sure he didn't succeed in doing that. I am not qualified to really say if the guy.
Come on, OJ. Come on, you qualified, baby.
You know, if a
You're the most qualified.
An hour of testimony, they no longer qualified. I've missed days that I
taking his chance to talk to the jury one-on-one. I want to tell you, just because I'm not sure you could tell from.
Come on, baby. We're trying to listen to OJ right now.
But from what I've seen, do I think it's more likely that he did it? Yes. But more likely equals reasonable doubt. So, from what I know, I would have to say there's a lot of reasonable doubt there. He's going to go to jail for all the thieves
finance.
He did, stealing millions of dollars of people. I think he should be looked at more about the death of his housekeeper a few years ago, where he ended up with over $4 million of the insurance money. I think they should take a hard look.
They already did, nigga. Oh, I mean,
it wouldn't surprise
murder,
me
maybe
in the least if this guy beats this case. He's going to go to jail. He's going to go to jail for all the money he stole. I'm curious there because I got 9 to 33 years. 33 years because I caught some guys trying to sell my stolen property, and I yelled at them. Even they didn't think I should go to jail, and the judge gave me, Jackie Glass gave me 9 to 33 years. So I'm trying to see what this guy is going to get. I was up there with guys who had robbed casinos and robbed banks 2 or 3 times, and they had half the time or a third of the time that I got. So I'm always curious to see what kind of time these guys get for stealing millions of dollars. When I caught guys stealing my stolen property, the state of California, after I was convicted, ruled it was my property, and they gave it to me, so I have it now. So how do you go to jail for catching guys who are trying to sell your stolen property? Well, nevertheless, I do think this guy more than likely did it. But once again, more than likely, to me, is tantamount to reasonable doubt. It would work against him in a civil trial, but I don't know if it's going to work against him in this criminal trial. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if he beats this. I'm just saying, take care.
I was going to say, OJ. Ooh, OJ's opinion. Okay, man. Hey, there you go. You got it. Oh, he's back? We're back now. We're back. Okay, OJ, I see you, pimpin'. Pimpin'. I see you, baby. No, OJ didn't do it. No, he did not. There's reasonable doubt.
All right, thank you. Madam Forelady and members of the jury, you have heard the testimony, received the evidence, and heard the arguments of the state and the defendant. I will now explain to you the law that applies to this case. Under the Constitution and laws of South Carolina, you are the finders of the facts in this case. I do not have the right to pass upon the facts or to even express any opinion that I might have as to them, because this is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. As jurors, then, it is your duty to determine the effect the value and the weight of the evidence presented during this trial. As a trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial of the case, and I have the duty to rule upon or pass upon the admissibility of the evidence offered during the trial. You are to consider only the testimony which has been presented from this witness stand, along with other exhibits and evidence presented during the trial. Any other evidence or exhibits which have been made a part of the record you may consider, along with any stipulations made by counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case. And as the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law. It is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now stated to you, then to deliberate in an effort to reach your verdict. And finally, I charge you in this regard that you should not be concerned with what you think the law ought to be, but what I charge you that the law is. You are also the judges, the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses who have testified and of the evidence offered. In considering credibility, you may take into consideration many things, such as the demeanor or manner of testifying, whether the witness had reason to be biased or prejudiced, and whether the testimony was contradicted on the one hand or supported and corroborated on the other hand. You may believe a small portion of a witness's testimony and disregard the larger, or vice versa. All these things you will consider, bearing in mind that you should give the defendant the benefit of any reasonable doubt. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine that evidence which convinces you of its truth. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. An expert witness is a witness who, by education and experience, has become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling, and may state an opinion as to relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may then disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of any other witness, simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion, even though it is not contradicted. In regard to evidence of other crimes and evidence of alleged bad acts on other occasions, this evidence is limited to consideration by you as it relates to the motive of the defendant for the offenses charged in this case. This evidence cannot be used for any other purpose. This type of evidence must not be considered in any other fashion. In particular, the South Carolina Rules of Evidence provide that evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. Put another way, evidence of other crimes or bad acts cannot be used to show that the defendant is a bad person and therefore is more likely to have committed the crime for which he is accused. You may not consider evidence of other crimes and bad acts for this purpose or for any other purpose other than it as it relates to the motive of the defendant. In addition, while you may have heard that other crimes and bad acts of the defendant have resulted in other charges or indictments not before you, the fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in these matters is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case, nor do these indictments create any presumption of guilt. As to any other pending charges, as is the case here, the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the state in a court of law. The function of the jury is to determine whether a defendant is guilty or not guilty, and the consequences of a conviction in this or other pending matters is of no aid in determining whether the defendant committed the offense. You should not consider nor speculate about sentencing consequences for this or any other crimes, as those issues are not before you. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt. Nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. The indictments are simply the formal written instruments which contain the charges made against the defendant. The indictments are the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, has pled not guilty to the indictments, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness placed about the shoulders of the defendant, which remains with the defendant until it has been stripped from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not a mere legal theory. It's not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled, unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is a reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is a doubt which makes an honest, reasonable, sincere, and conscientious juror hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt must therefore be proof of such a convincing character that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Proof beyond the reasonable doubt can also be described as proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant. Now, there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of a crime charged, you must then find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must then give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. The indictments in this case allege 4 separate offenses against the defendant.
Okay.
The indictments are murder of Maggie Murdaugh, murder of Paul Murdaugh, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Maggie Murdaugh, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Paul Murdaugh. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each indictment separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, is charged with the murder of Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. and with an intent to inflict an injury, or under the circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, expressed and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proven. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person, or any other acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the mind of the defendant would be expressed malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. The defendant is also charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. 2 counts. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a firearm during the commission of a violent crime.
Lord, no.
A firearm means any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, you must first find the defendant guilty of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of the crime. While the arguments of counsel are a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting their arguments, counsel often have referred to the evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. If there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely on your own understanding of the evidence. You must decide whether the state has met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. As you were instructed at the start of the trial, you're not permitted to conduct any independent research about this case. The facts of the case, the evidence presented in the case, or the people or organizations involved in any way in the case. Do not try to find any information from any source outside the courtroom, however reliable that source may seem to be. Do not look at dictionaries or other reference materials. Search the internet, websites, or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to get information about this case or help you make a decision. You may not use computers, telephones, cell phones, smartphones, tablets, the internet, or other tools of technology with communication capabilities at any time during your deliberations, except only as provided by the court to review the digital evidence in this case. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, you may use these devices as necessary, but you may not use them to communicate with anyone about the case until the case is over. This means that you must not use phone calls, video calls, emails, text messages, instant messages, blogs, chat rooms, websites, or any social media, such as Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Reddit, and Discord, to send or receive any information about this case. This includes information about a party, a witness, an attorney, a court officer, or your fellow jurors. News accounts about the case, research on any topic raised, or even any topics you may think would be helpful in deciding the case, or any testimony presented by any witness you may not investigate. During your deliberations, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. This includes anything that may be in the newspapers or on the internet, radio, or television. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside of the courtroom, whether before or during the trial. Information on television, radio, internet, or from other sources may be wrong or incomplete. In our judicial system, it is important that you are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of this courtroom. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, even though you may use electronic devices as necessary for purposes unrelated to this trial, I must urge you to minimize your use of such devices. Many internet browsers, smartphone apps, and social media services, as well as traditional media like television and radio, will provide information and news that you do not seek with little or no prompting. It is a strong possibility that information about this case may be thrust upon you every time you use an electronic device. You must therefore use these devices only as absolutely necessary. You must ignore and avoid uninvited information about this case. No matter for lady and members of the jury, I am required to charge you the law as I have done through these instructions now I'm being given, to help guide you to a just and lawful verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. The fact that I have instructed you on various subjects must not be considered as indicating an opinion of this court as to what you should find to be the facts or what your verdict should be. In conclusion,
yes.
Now you've been chosen and sworn to give the parties a fair and impartial trial. When you have done so, you will have completed your oath, and no one will have a right to criticize your verdict. You must not be swayed or influenced by opinions or expressions of opinion you may have heard outside of the courtroom, but rather should base your verdict solely on the testimony of the sworn witnesses who took the stand, the exhibits received into evidence, and the law which I have stated. You should not be swayed by caprice passion, prejudice, or improper sympathy for or against anyone. Remember, you have no friends to reward or enemies to punish, and all parties are entitled to a fair and impartial trial. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach an agreement. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after impartial consideration of all of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced it is erroneous. However, do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. As I stated earlier, you are the judges of the facts. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. Now, you may have noticed that I have read these instructions. I do so to give you the law as accurately as possible. I will give you a copy of these instructions to have in the jury room. You may refer to these instructions to assist you in your deliberations. You must consider the instructions as a whole and not follow some and ignore others. And Madam Forelady, it will be your duty to preside over the deliberations of the jury. If during your deliberations you should desire to communicate with the court, please reduce your message or question to writing, signed by your foreperson and the foreperson only. Do not address any questions to anyone other than the court, and reduce it to writing and pass it to the bailiff, signed by the foreperson and the foreperson only. It will then be brought to my attention. I will then respond as promptly as possible, either in writing or by having you return to the courtroom. I caution you, however, with regard to any message or question you might send, that you should never state or specify your numerical division at the time. Now, you've heard the testimony and you have heard the law. Whatever your verdict, Madam Forelady, you will indicate the verdict on the back of each indictment and then sign and date your verdict. You will have these 4 indictments, and on the back of each indictment is a place for verdict. And each one, as to each one, you'll write your verdict, either not guilty or guilty, then sign and date the verdict. You're not authorized to write the verdict until all of you have agreed on the verdict. Now, in just a minute, I will send you to the jury room. But prior to doing so, I want to ensure that from the 12 jurors we have remaining, if there is any reason that any one of you cannot continue deliberating, please let me know at this time. We have 13 jurors. Only 12 can deliberate. So out of the first 12 jurors now on the panel, if there are any reasons why you cannot continue, please let me know at this time before I excuse the alternate. A show of hands as to anyone who cannot continue deliberating. All jurors then seem to be in good shape and good to go. So when the jurors when the jury leaves the courtroom, the alternate will remain, and the alternate is I will send you to the jury room, all of you, except for the alternate, but do not begin deliberations until you have received a copy of this jury charge, the indictments, and the exhibits. Once you receive these things, that will be your signal to begin your deliberations. Once you begin deliberations, you will deliberate until you have reached a verdict, at which time you will knock on the door, advise the bailiff, and we will bring you out to receive your verdict. So if all of you will now go to the jury room except for the alternate, juror number 741, who will remain with us while the others go to the jury room.
Finally made it to deliberations. It's been a long day. That's how I
State it for the record, whatever it is.
About excusing the alternate or not.
All right, what about it?
We go on for 6 weeks, and if we, could perhaps hold the alternate in case there's a problem with the 12.
Yeah, I got something every day. We need a backup, yeah.
The alternate during the deliberations.
Yes. The state concurs with that, Your Honor.
Of course, the statute says alternate must be excused once the jury begins deliberating. And that's always a risk that is taken. So with the consent of the parties, if that's what the parties want, Mr. Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to hold the alternate in the event something happens to any other juror?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, very good. So, madam, you will not be dismissed. You will remain as a member of the panel while the jurors are deliberating, but will need to be taken someplace separately from the panel to ensure that you do not talk with anyone or communicate with anyone.
Put them in a
We'll
box.
figure all that
in
out
a cage.
in a few minutes.
Lock them up.
But aside from that, if you all will review the exhibits with the court reporter and the bailiff, you can take the charge and the indictments in, and the jury may begin deliberating. Okay, thank you for reminding me on that. Any additions or exceptions to the charge?
Voluntary intoxication, Your Honor.
Yeah, voluntary intoxication was not charged. It was not raised. I cited with the fact that it was not raised as a defense and would not be appropriate to charge.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Why is everyone standing? Clip on it. So, let's see, is there a separate room the alternate can go to for the time being? For the time being. That's for the time being.
You trying to put another charge in, right? Some intoxication charge. That's literally a sign of desperation. Can we at least get him for intoxication?
741, if you will follow court officer to the place. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Waters if something has come up that I think I need to bring to your attention?
Let me just clip this real quick. Reset. Make sure the volume's not too loud for you. Let me make sure the volume. Just want to clip this OJ thing. Counter. It's been 0 days since. Let's see. We've had a juror kicked out. Oh, OJ Simpson. There we go. OJ. Oh, OJ Simpson speaking on the Alex Murdaugh trial. Oh,
hey, to the world is me, yours truly. Well,
don't play.
Liar, and it's hard for me to think he can be on the stand 5, 6, 7, 8 days without lying. Question is, what did he lie about? But lying and stealing money is a little different than murder.
I think that volume is all jacked up. You want to? Well, let's rewatch the OJ clip again. One day, I don't know what they're doing. This OJ. OJ speaking on it, man. OJ, I dealing with this bullshit. Nah. OJ, I'm gonna speak my mind on it. Secret. We pissed. Get OJ's thoughts.
Hey, Twitter world, is me, yours truly. Well, a whole lot of people asking me what I think about this Alex Murdaugh trial. I don't know why they think I'm an expert on it, but I got to admit,
that boy is the expert.
Stand, a guy who's an habitual liar. I did watch when the trial first started. I watched him take the stand, and I thought it was probably a mistake because the guy is an admitted liar. And it's hard for me to think he can be on the stand 5, 6, 7, 8 days without lying. Question is, what did he lie about? But lying and stealing money is a little different than murder. I realized in watching them testify what he was doing. He was just trying to relate to one or two of those jurors that he was a good old boy. He was one of them.
Them good old boys, them low country southern boys.
And I'm not sure he didn't succeed in doing that. I am not qualified to really say if the guy did it or he didn't do it.
The most qualified.
If a juror missed an hour of testimony, they no longer qualified. I've missed days that I haven't watched this. But from what I've seen, do I think it's more likely that he did it? Yes. But more likely equals reasonable doubt. So from what I know, I would have to say there's a lot of reasonable doubt there. He's going to go to jail for all the thievery he did, stealing millions of dollars of people. I think he should be looked at more about the death of his housekeeper a few years ago, where he ended up with over $4 million of the insurance money.
The chat said, you're overqualified for this shit.
I think they should take a hard look at that. But it wouldn't surprise me in the least if this guy beats this case. He's going to go to jail. He's going to go to jail for all the money he stole. I'm curious there because I got 9 to 33 years. 33 years because I caught some guys trying to sell my stolen property and I yelled at them. Even they didn't think I should go to jail, and the judge gave me, Jackie Glass gave me 9 to 33 years. So I'm trying to see what this guy is going to get. I was up there with guys who had robbed casinos and robbed banks 2 or 3 times, and they had half the time or a third of the time that I got. So I'm always curious to see what kind of time these guys get for stealing millions of dollars. When I caught guys stealing my stolen property, the state of California, after I was convicted, ruled it was my property, and they gave it to me, so I have it now. So how do you go to jail for catching guys who are trying to sell your stolen property? Well, nevertheless, I do think this guy more than likely did it. But once again, more than likely, to me, is tantamount to reasonable doubt. It would work against him in a civil trial, but I don't know if it's going to work against him in this criminal trial. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if he beats this. I'm just saying. Take care.
OJ. Let me see real
Hey,
quick.
Twitter world is me.
Let's see real quick what they said here. Alec. Anything? Oh, they didn't say nothing.
Put this on top with the... All right, you may take them all in along with the... put this on top. And we... Yes, sir. All right, we'll be in recess waiting for the verdict.
Okay, so it's verdict watch is what they call it now? The verdict watch. Let me put it back live. Let me just do this here real quick. Verdict watch. There you go. You got OJ speaking on it. The expert. There's people out there, man. Hold up. Verdict watch. What happens in a verdict watch? Everybody just leaves to go home and shit? Verdict watch. Listen, man, there's people out there. So with the Alec thing, you have people that feel he's guilty. You have people that feel he's guilty, but there's reasonable doubt. You have people that feel that he's innocent. There's people that straight up just think he's innocent. They believe his story. Then there's people who just believe it's just reasonable doubt. And then you have people that are straight saying guilty. Kind of like Kohberger. There's just Kohberger supporters out there, and they believe Kohberger and his story. And just like OJ, there's some people who think OJ did it. Some people don't think he did. Just like there's people that still believe in, still think that Brian Laundrie didn't do it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? There's all kinds of people out there. All the characters. And it's good to get everybody's different opinions and feelings and thoughts. Who else? What other stories out there? What kind of crazy stories? People don't think. I'm trying to think of another story that
Take care.
OJ. Just like I forgot. Now somebody popped straight to my head. Chris Watts. There's people that support Chris Watts and they think he's innocent. And they believe his story, Chris Watts, and that he didn't do it, and and there's people that love him and support him, and people that blame the woman that he killed and the kids and stuff. That Casey Anthony. There's people that believe Casey Anthony. Yeah. She's innocent too. No, I have so many personalities. So I don't know what we're gonna do. What do we do? Do we take a break? Do I play something? Let me see real quick too. You think they'll be done today? Should we do an open panel? I don't even think we should do an open panel. There's too many trolls online. I don't know. I would be, if they finish today, I would be so happy. I know they're not. They're probably not going to. How much time they got left? An hour. Let's see, it's about to be 4 o'clock. Hour and a half maybe. If they wanted to push it to 2 hours. We on. Oh shit! That should be loud.
Murdaugh, while we wait for them to come back with the verdict, and we'll see whether it be short or long.
Y'all want to
Let's
pause?
listen to the closing from the prosecutor as he explains why the crime scene investigator, Dr. Kenneth Kinsley, was a reliable witness.
So what did Dr. Kinsey say? Again, he took issue with an expert coming in and trying to tell you that he can determine the location or the height of the shooter in this manner. He told you the cardboard, that cannot be relied upon. And while he did agree with the angle on the doghouse, he showed you how changing the aspect of the shooter could easily fit with Alec. And that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey is a crime scene analyst. How many crime scenes did he say he'd done? Hundreds of homicides, thousands of pieces of evidence, real world stuff. That's what he comes and talks about.
You want to do calls?
And you simply can't make those determinations in a real world environment to come.
So I was thinking, I don't even want to listen. Why would I want to re-listen to this shit again? That part, you know? I'm putting out this video too that I uploaded. I was thinking too, like, I don't see these people come into like a conclusion today. I don't see it happening. I would, if they did, I'd be so I would love that. I don't see it happening. We could plan something tonight. I don't know, for tomorrow. I don't know whether it's a video panel thing. The only thing with the video panel, you get trolls and stuff like that. Or unless I only let in Discord people, or we hop on a Discord chat. We could do the Discord chat right now. We could all talk. But then people get upset. Oh, the voices, the voices. The voices in my head. People want to pull. Yeah, I want to pull. Let me catch up the super chats real quick, dude. Let me catch it up. It's just a couple here. Anonymous, thank you for gifting the sub on Twitch. Ashley, thank you for resubscribing. 3 months. Amazing. Anonymous, thank you for gifting. Thank you so much for the gifts on Twitch. Super kind of you. Truth Seeker, thank you. How old were you when the OJ chase went down? I don't know. Shit. I never watched it back then. I don't really know. Nubian Max UK, thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks to all the Mels. So what kind of poll y'all want? You want like another innocent, guilty, whatever? What y'all want? What link you want, Iflanda? Oh, Iflanda, why don't you call in? You are local. You are low country local, right? We should get one of the local from I was gonna say Iflanda, from low country. Iflanda, I called you, didn't I? We spoke briefly one day. Do you want to call in, or do you want to do like a video thing? You want to just call? I want to hear from Iflanda, low country. I want to know what goes on over there in the southern side. What kind of pills they be popping out there in the south? Local. Let's do Iflanda first. If we open up the lines, I want to call Flanda first. Did I don't even know. I don't think I saved your number. All right. Didn't I call you from somewhere? I don't remember where I called you from. Can you text me or something? Or how do we, I know we talked briefly. I don't know how we talked though. I don't remember if it was my Google Voice, my phone number. I want to get directly to you first. Local. Somebody said, can I call you? Who's this? Oh, this was yesterday. This was 2 weeks ago. Never mind. Oh, you got the number, Diggs. Okay, good. Iflanda, I'm gonna call you, okay? Hang on there. Let me just get this video out so I can upload this. and I'm gonna open up the line. Before I do anything, I'm gonna call Iflano first. I'm just ready for it all to be over. I'm gonna call Iflano. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Yes! Calm down, iCkEdMeL. You're getting too beside yourself. Calm down. Take it easy. I remember somebody was telling me that when they tell me calm down. Like, all right, I'll slow it down. I'll be boring, monotone. I won't be energetic. I'll just, hi, everybody. There was a lady one time that messaged me too, and she was like, she said that like I was talking too fast, which I do talk fast. But she was like, you don't want people to get the wrong idea. And I'm like, the wrong idea? What? I guess implying that like maybe I'm on something. And I'm like, why? If I'm not on anything, why would I worry about that? Like, what? I'm going to just start talking slower and be boring. So I'm worried about what people are thinking. Like, you know, doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm here. Hi. I'll tone it down for you. I'll take it back a couple notches. I'm sorry. Iflanda, I'm calling you.
Hello.
Iflanda.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing? I think can I call you by your real name, your first name, or no?
No,
look, we'll stick to Iflanda. No, don't even worry about it. I don't want them I don't want them country the old, what are the good old boys, not country boys, the good old boys.
I don't know. I don't want the crazies coming after me.
All right. So, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. And as you know, I hate the sound of my voice, and anybody
You're
out
good.
there that says I do not speak with a southern accent, I understand that, but nevertheless.
Canceled.
I am from the Low Country. I taught, that left it open. I taught school in Walterboro. I know the area. I have had horses in Yenisei and all in that area. So you can ask me anything and I can try to answer it. And if I can't answer it, I can tell you where to go to get the information.
Okay, so were you born out there? Born and raised in Low Country?
I was born in Charleston, South Carolina, and I lived in Somerville all of my middle school, well, they call it middle school, junior high school years. Then I went to college in North Carolina, came back. Now everybody's going to know who I am. Oh, well. Came back to South Carolina, stayed a bit, moved back up to North Carolina, taught school up there for 30 years, retired and moved back down.
So before even the murders took place, have you heard of this Alec Murdaugh, like around town and stuff, or?
Yes, I had. Yes, I had. Being that I taught school in Walterboro, and I rode horses out in that area, Yenisei. You know, they talk about Brady Alexander being the police chief of Yenisei. I know all that area. So yeah, I had heard of the Murdaughs. I believe at some point I met them, but it was golly, it would have been the late 80s, early 90s.
Wait, you said at some point you met them?
Yes.
Man, who?
But it would be Alec and Maggie. But it would have been late 80s and early 90s. And it would have been like right after, you know, they graduated, or he graduated from University of South Carolina, etc. Because we're all close to the same age.
Oh, okay. And so what was your interaction with them like? Was it just a brief, like in passing? Did you actually talk with them, or?
I think it was more just about like a get together, a bunch of people in that Low Country area. Most of them had big, I say swaths of hunting properties. You know, we're talking 500 plus acres of properties down there.
Yeah.
And I had my horse boarded. Well, I had a couple of horses boarded on a couple of those properties. And I knew the people that owned them. So it was just like a big get-together, like hog picking, pig picking thing that people do down there.
So it was like just like a one-time thing, or was multiple times you encountered them?
Okay, so I know for a fact that they were in attendance at least one. I cannot be certain that they were in attendance at any of the others. This was early on. I don't remember, kids or anything like that. But as I said, I met him. I've heard the name in the law circles within that area, but I never needed a lawyer, so I just knew that they were into law, that, Murdaugh were into law. They had a firm. They were very, very well known throughout the area by law enforcement.
Mm. And what were some of the things that they were known for? Like, I know you said they're known by law enforcement, but is there any?
Sorry, I'm watching the road as I'm speaking
No,
to you.
yeah, please address safe.
Oh, good. I almost passed my exit, so here we go. If I lose you, call me back, because
Okay.
This is my 10-mile stretch. I might get.
Oh.
We might get out.
Okay.
What I had heard was that this is a horrible thing to say, but that law enforcement was in their pocket. Yeah.
Well, when I watch those documentaries,
And I cannot specifically say, if it was this particular law enforcement agency or another, but I can tell you that if you go back a while, I don't know, 10 years, 12 years, Colleton County has had some issues of corrupt sheriffs. Now, I don't know if that played into anything with Alec, but I'm sure because Colleton County is in the 14th district, there had to been some kind of connection because his dad was a solicitor for the 14th district, and Colleton County lies within that district.
Okay. So, I guess too, in watching this trial, I mean, what are some of the thoughts that come to mind in regards to Alec? And do you think he did it? And what?
Wow. Okay. So, I'm going to have to give some more about myself away. I taught economics, government, and legal and political systems. So I always go in with a innocent until proven guilty. However, I had followed the case, and I had followed the case. Even though I was trying to keep an open mind, it was sort of hard to find that in the area. Everybody was pretty much taking sides immediately.
And what sides are they taking? Those locals? Or the majority of the people? What are they taking?
The majority of the people. Oh wow! This is going to sound so bad. I think. I think the more education you have in just the general basis of the Constitution, you are probably going to be more open to reasonable doubt. I also can see that others, if they felt some kind of affinity towards the family for any reason, they might also be more open towards reasonable doubt. There's going to be some, and there are some that are flat out dead set. You know, they probably wanted to be able to be open-minded, but I think they might have gone in with a little bit of a bias. I'm hoping that, you know, being as isolated as many of these areas are in Colleton County, maybe, you know, people didn't, you know, jump into these documentaries and stuff like that. Maybe they didn't have really good Wi-Fi or whatever.
So what are you thinking? How do you feel personally?
I personally think that the state has not proven him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that there is just too much reasonable doubt out there. I don't want to believe he did it by any means. I certainly don't. I mean, who wants to believe any parent and husband could do that? But it's also not rare that people do. I mean, with the Chris Watts case and, you know, things like that. I'm a little surprised that the prosecution brought this case with as little direct evidence as they had. It's pretty circumstantial.
Right.
And they did leave a lot. They left a lot sort of up in the air, if you will. And one thing I wanted to point out to people, and nobody mentioned this, but as I said, I know where the Moselle property is, very, very isolated. But something somebody did not, or no one's mentioned, is there are two entrances. The main entrance, where the big brick gates are, or brick columns.
Then the back.
That's the entrance. You drive straight up that road, you go to the house. Now, you can veer off to your right and go down to the kennels, but the kennel has its own entrance. You can see the kennels from the road at that entrance. Now, if you drive past the kennels and keep on going, like if you went in the main entrance, didn't go to the house, turned right, went past the kennels, and kept on going, you'd go to a dirt road. And if you turned left on that dirt road, you would go all the way down to the Salkehatchie River. And there is a launch there at the Salkehatchie River.
A launch, you said?
A launch, yeah. You could get a boat in. Not a big boat by any means, but you can get a boat in. Okay? There's no lights there. It's all dark. It's all dark. But that would be a pathway up to the kennels and a pathway out.
So you're saying if it was somebody else, you're saying what, they could have came that path?
They certainly
So let me ask
have,
you.
yes.
So not only do you believe there's reasonable doubt, but you actually don't think he did it. You think it was actually somebody else.
I mean, I've been hunting. I've been on hunts. I know the whole concept of hogs and hog hunting and all that other stuff. I just do not see how he could have done that and done it so, you know, perfectly that he cleaned up and everything, and then been so screwed up and botched his own attempted suicide. It boggles the mind.
All right. Well, thanks, Iflanda. I appreciate that.
You know, odder things have happened. You know, you never know. I don't know. I'm so glad that and if you have any more questions,
let me ask you another thing too, real quick. What's up with the drug gang over there? What do they call them?
Oh, the Cowboys.
Coke boys? Oh, Cowboys. Okay.
Cowboys. Yeah. All right. So this is
What's the deal with them?
Good.
What's the deal with the gang? Gang.
This is really good. Really good. when I taught in Walterboro, I taught middle school in Walterboro, but there were a lot of people coming into that area that were, let's just say, they'd been sent there to try to get them away from gangs, but they pretty much brought their gang mentality. These are younger people, okay, high school students, etc. They brought a gang mentality there, and I was like, oh, it's Walterboro, it's nothing. No. Well, no, they're well known in that area. I can't say that they are. I can't say that they're going to do mafia style executions.
Yeah.
But they're well known in that area, definitely, and they are not. They're not to be taken lightly. I wouldn't want to mess with them.
And I'm gonna pull that up, that article. I was gonna ask you too. Oh, damn it! Hold on one second. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Guys, hold on for 1 second, guys.
Okay.
A powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. His father, who he idolized,
yes,
who I worked with on occasion, was dying.
Can you hear me?
His son was facing charges for the boat case. He was facing a civil action that not only could potentially ruin him, but expose the reality of what he'd been doing for years. He had an opiate addiction. The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation. Shame is an extraordinary provocation. His ego couldn't stand that, and he became a family annihilator.
Krista, I thought that this was a really good point that are being made. The 5-2 vigilante piece, what you'd have to figure out in order for you to accept the defendant's story. And I think that he did a better job with the motive when he tied it up in summation in talking about shame and the family history. His personal comment about Alex Murdaugh's father, which is not evidence, I'm surprised to not get screamed and yelled at, but nevertheless, he did a good job because you're talking common sense. Thoughts?
Well, I thought when you particularly talk about the cleaning up of the crime scene, really putting the dog away. What criminal does that? Let's put the dogs away and tidy up the hose and everything before we leave. So it wouldn't make sense to believe what he's telling you to believe. And I think that this is where he did a really good job, because when you're lying, your lies oftentimes don't make sense because they're not logical. They're made up, literally. And he's doing it almost as he is moving through his story. So his lies are not logical, and the prosecutor did a very good job in pointing that out. I still don't like the tie to motive. Shame does not make you kill your husband and wife, or your wife and son, rather. Shame just doesn't do that for me. And losing your money does not do that for me. And losing your family's honor or name doesn't do it. I don't get that connection. And I think that way too much time was spent on motive. You don't need to prove motive. You maybe talk about some of this stuff kind of tangentially, but you don't spend so much time on it because it's not logical.
Yeah, Nima, I was saying that offline when we were talking to some of the guests, that there was so much about motive where I think you could have gotten it a lot cleaner, a lot neater, and gotten out of it because you put so much in. The jury is going to put a lot of time in because that's what you made them do. And even though motive doesn't have to be proven, that could have been maybe a little bit of a tactical error there, because what he was just saying in the clip we saw and what they said in rebuttal, putting together the circumstantial pieces of evidence, the timeline, how it would be unbelievable anybody else would do this, have the motive, means, or opportunity to do it, that's far more powerful than the motive. Your thoughts?
Well, I agree. And sometimes as a prosecutor, you want to be aggressive, but when you feel like you're on your heels and the defense is pounding, I mean, we
Mel,
know that
can
this
you
was
hear me?
the defense theory of the case. There's no motive, right?
No, it's okay. I
So
just
annoyed
said
with
that
these people. My bad.
I know all your
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
financial planning.
I forgot you could hear me. All right, we're back live though.
Well, should I super chat him $100?
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. But the chat couldn't hear that. Yeah, it's so I almost want to cancel them because I'm so annoyed by that. Okay. So let me ask you, the cowboy, and I might even talk to you after about that whole thing because I think that's bullshit what they were telling me. But the cowboy thing, and cousin. So what are your thoughts on Cousin Eddie?
Oh, Cousin Eddie. I'm so sorry, Cousin Eddie. Cousin Eddie is all over the board. Just like Harbootlian said, who, by the way, a lot of people don't like him. That man's a bulldog. He's good. He's good.
So do you believe Alex's story that he wanted to kill himself in order to pass the money on to Buster?
I honestly do believe that. I think that is one thing that I think that is true. I honestly do believe that. Because if he had done that, he had enough life insurance, it would have gone to Buster. And Buster could have, maybe Buster was in the throes of maybe settling, even though he had been named, in that civil lawsuit. You don't have to pay tax or inheritance tax or anything like that on life insurance. And it would have gotten it out of. Basically, they couldn't tap Alex for that, or Alex for that. So I honestly do believe that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what went wrong. But clearly somebody is not a very good shot.
Right. So these cowboy people.
Then again, you have the question of, okay, well, if he really was planning to kill himself, then why did he want his medical insurance card? Basically, that says to me he wanted to see maybe if his medical insurance would cover his rehab. Okay? I'd like to know, did he book in before or after he tried to do this? Did he have a call in for rehab before or after he tried to commit this supposed suicide? And secondly, he's a damn lawyer. He should have known that almost all life insurance policies have a 2-year seal on suicide. After that, it's up. Suicide, if you die from suicide if your policy has been taken out or you have held it for longer than 2 years, that clause is not going to negate your beneficiary getting your insurance.
So what are your thoughts? The whole kennels thing, and why lie about it and delete all that stuff on his phone. Like, what do you think? What do you think he did that? If it was somebody else that killed him?
I never could figure out the deleting of the stuff. I don't know if it's because I don't know if it's because of he couldn't bear to listen to, like, if Maggie left him a message or that brought back up bad strong emotions. I'm not sure about that, but the lying about the kennel, I understand the fact that he didn't want to be placed there. However, I also understand. I mean, if it had been me, I'd have been like, "Oh Jesus Christ! I was just here. How could this have happened?" But then again, he knew either way he was going to be in their sights. He was going to be, number one looked at, because he called 911, and I mean, it looked like he was trying to be open and truthful, but that one thing, and we would have never known if that Snapchat video hadn't been taken. And this is my question. John Marvin knew about that Snapchat video, and he knew, but then he's like, I'm trying to remember if I ever got a chance to talk to Alec after that. Well, of course he did. There were jailhouse phone calls, but the problem was they knew they were being recorded.
Aw. All right. Well, Iflanda, thank you. I'm going to try to take some calls, let people call in, but thank you so much for giving some of your thoughts as a local and everything. And we'll be in touch, and drive safe.
Nope.
All right?
No problem at all. I'm going to be driving till probably for another 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Hey. All righty. Well, yeah, listen in, I guess. I don't know how much. I wonder how long they're going to let them do the verdict today. I wonder if they'll let them go all the way till like 6, or they'll cut it at 5. I don't know.
They had a late lunch today, but it wasn't as long as normal.
Yeah. Alrighty. Thanks. We'll talk. Take care.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Okay. I'm going to look at this article. We'll take a little... Let me do the article first before we open the lines, I guess. I was thinking of something, too. I don't know what I was thinking of.
Motive and talking about how the rest of the circumstantial evidence shows he did it. What were your thoughts?
Let me use the restroom real quick, and I'll let this play in the background.
I think it's interesting because they're telling the jury, the judge is telling the jury, you can only consider this for motive. Okay, but then in the closing argument yesterday from Creighton Waters, we heard so much about it. He went so into the weeds about it. In rebuttal, it was a different story. So it's interesting to me that they focused so much on it throughout the trial when it's only supposed to be considered for a limited purpose. And, the rebuttal focused more on things that they said were solid pieces of circumstantial evidence, things that may or may not have happened. So, I think getting into that financial stuff, getting too far into it, is personally a mistake. But if there's a conviction, it doesn't matter. We had Linda Kenny Bodden on the air yesterday who said that basically because he got on the stand and testify, that issue is pretty much out the window. He's been questioned about it and cross-examined about it.
I was just going to go there, Anjanette. We were talking about that with our guest, too, and you're on the ground, so you have a sense of this. The guy confessed to all these financial crimes. He's of an age that when he's convicted, and there's no doubt he's going to be convicted given his testimony, he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. What was the reason why this case went to trial, why there wasn't a plea agreement? Is it just to save face to say, hey, I'm a bad guy with all that other stuff, but I didn't kill my wife and son? Or were prosecutors in the position like, no plea offers, we're trying every one of these cases to bring justice to the victims of the murder and the victims of the financial crimes? How did that work out?
Well, there was some discussion that a plea offer, that there may have been some discussions and there may have been 30 years offered for everything, and he said no. So I don't know exactly why this case went to trial. There could be any number of reasons. Alec Murdaugh could have said, I'm demanding a trial. Maybe he felt that he looked at the discovery and that he could defend himself in this case. His attorneys may have felt that way as well. I'm not so sure. I'd like to know how they felt his testimony went, because there were some things floating around out there, a week or two before he took the stand, saying that they were planning to put him up. That was his decision, but you have to wonder how Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian felt about him making that decision.
distributed. There we go. Thank you, Rachel, so much for the Cash App. I think it's a Cash App. Yes. Thank you for the 50. Really, really nice. Appreciate that. It says, for buy something random. I appreciate you. Thank you, Rachel. Gracias. And I saw something else. I don't know where. Oh, yeah, Anna. This was today. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate the PayPal. It says for hosting the trial and dedication with dedication. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let's see, I don't check this email often enough. And then Wendy, thank you. Appreciate the super chat as well. Thank you so much. It says love you, man. Psych RN. Amazing. I check my emails. All right, let's look at this article and then I'll do some calls. Okay. Alex Murdaugh's defense team claims a violent South Carolina drug gang which supplied legal scions $60,000 a week opioid habit. So they're saying that the gang did it. The gang gave up the $60K a week, 60 racks. Maybe behind his wife and son's brutal murders. So who are the Walterboro Cowboys? Alex Murdaugh's defense team have sensationally called the South Carolina drugs gang called the Walterboro Cowboys could have been behind the brutal murders of his wife and son. Them Cowboys. The disgraced legal scion is accused of killing Maggie and Paul on June 7th. We know all that stuff. The defense this week said that the Cowboys gang sold drugs to Murdaugh's dealer, Curtis' cousin Eddie Smith. That's what we need, Eddie. Eddie gotta speak up. His lawyer suggested Smith was ripping off the Cowboys and they were out for revenge. Oh. So instead of... So their claims are that the Cowboys... for some reason decided not to take it out on Eddie. Eddie was ripping him off, but they said, you know what? Let's not take it out on Eddie. We're going to go to the person buying from the dealer, alleged dealer, the middleman, the alleged middle. Let's go all the way down the chain and kill the person that's the consumer. And yeah, that's how we're going to get back at Eddie, I guess. Murdaugh claimed he had no idea where the pills came from. But a Cowboys gangster last year said the legal heir was running half of the drugs in Colton County. The legal heir. An associate Cowboys gang leader, Curry Broughton, appears in his music video for the 2013 song Can't Let You Take Me. Cowboys. Defense attorney Jim Griffin suggested to the jurors in the double murder trial Wednesday that Murdaugh's cousin Eddie was skimming money off the top of the payments meant for the Cowboys for narcotics. How much money can you skim off if they charge $60K a week? Griffin insinuated that the Cowboys could have been out for revenge and killed Maggie and Paul. He grilled lead investigator David Owen over why none of the DNA from the murder scene was cross-referenced with that of Cowboy gang members. The Cowboys have been operating in Colleton County since around 2012 and are described as the most violent gang in the area. They're instantly recognized for the signature stars and stripe bandanas they wear over their faces. Armed with automatic rifles, pistols, and shotguns, the Cowboys are extremely territorial, even trying to intimidate cops who show up on their turf. They are a branch of Bloods, a primarily black street gang founded in Los Angeles in the 1970s, which has proliferated throughout the United States. The Cowboys operate just off the I-95, a rich vein of criminality through which guns, drugs, and moonshine have been running since the days of Prohibition. Self-professed leader Kiri, a wannabe rapper who calls himself K Blacka, appeared in a 2013 rap video for his song Can't Let You Take Me, with an American flag bandana over his face, making trigger-pulling gestures at the camera. Oh shit. He rapped, "I've been effing with them killers and my ninjas clapping. You run up on me, I'm gonna leave the scene nasty. Broughton was jailed for 9 years on organized crime conspiracy charges in 2017, along with 7 other gang members. Prosecutors said the gang leader had participated in an attempted murder in 2015, among other charges. Alongside Broughton, U.S. District Judge David Norton sent down Brighton Jameek Davis, a.k.a. Savo, and Zaquan Ernest Hampton, a.k.a. Tobe, Christopher Sean Brown, a.k.a. Ruffish, and Quentin Fishburne on charges of attempted murder and aid of racketeering. Also jailed on organized crime were Clyde Naquin Hampton, a.k.a. One Loyal Shooter, amazing, Matthew Rashawn Jones, a.k.a. Boogie Mac, and William Lamont Cox, a.k.a. Wadas. Self-professed leader and his associate William Cox. The pair were jailed for their role in gang-related crimes in 2017. That's the music video here. All right. William Cox poses with a pile of white powder while smoking a blunt in his music video for Bricks Bands. He was jailed alongside gang leader Broughton in November 2017. So is the gang still active even though their leaders are locked up? Or are they out of jail already? Following his murder trial, Murdaugh faces judgment for 2 conspiracy counts relating to the alleged supply of opioids alongside Smith. The indictment unsealed in June last year states that between October 2013 and September 2021, Murdaugh and Smith, along with persons known and unknown, conspired to buy and distribute oxycodone. Okay. During that time, Murdaugh is accused of providing Smith with at least 437 checks, totaling more than $2.4 million. In August 2022, on the same day, Murdaugh was indicted for the murders of his wife and son. 2 high-ranking cowboys, Jerry and Spencer, were charged with drug smuggling. Okay. Drug smuggling. At the time, South Carolina Assistant Attorney General Creighton Waters, now the lead prosecutor in the double murder trial, said Murdaugh was laundering money through Smith and his cowboy accomplices. Oh, shit. Misappropriated money flowed from Alex Murdaugh out various ways. Waters stated a lot of that went through Curtis Eddie Smith, and then they continued downstream to other accomplices who helped cash and launder that money, and that would go through Spencer Roberts, and Mr. Rivers was one of those. Speaking with Roberts' attorney, Mark Pepper claimed the charges against the Cowboys had been trumped up because prosecutors wanted to nail Murdaugh. They don't have enough to get Murdaugh on the murders, he told New York Post. They're desperate. This is trying to get Cousin Eddie to talk more for Alex to talk more. They're trying to send a message, but it's ridiculous. One of the Cowboy gang members speaking outside Rivers' house said, the cops, want to get the Cowboys' name in there to muddy the water of the Murdaugh case, and everyone to think we done killed those people. Maybe look at some of the corrupt white sheriffs here instead. Oh, hell nah. The Cowboys ain't happy with that. Talking about SLED. Maybe look at some of the corrupt white sheriffs here instead. Spencer Roberts was tied by prosecutors to Murdaugh through his drug dealer cousin Smith. Oh, Cousin Eddie, you got some explaining to do. I'm going to tell you something. Another man at the gang member's house told the Post, Alex Murdaugh is running half of the drugs in this county. Oh! No! But I thought he was taking 66, or maybe he's high and selling drugs and also scamming and being an attorney. Following his murder trial, Murdaugh is facing over 100 charges, over almost $9 million in stolen cash. Smith entered the frame in the murder investigation following a botched life insurance scam in which Murdaugh had his cousin shoot him in a rural Hampton County roadside in September 2021, 3 months after Maggie and Paul's death. Murdaugh survived and later told cops that he had asked Smith to shoot him in order to secure $10 million in life insurance. Smith denies his role and says he was trying to stop Murdaugh from shooting himself. And the rest is history.
I thought it would be better for me not to be here anymore.
What do you mean by not be here anymore?
I thought that it would make it easier on my family for me to be dead.
And easier, was some financial gain to your family if you were dead?
I have a fair amount of life insurance debt.
Do you remember how much?
Okay, let me
Off the top of my head, but like $10 million, $12 million.
Okay. And
I guess
so
connect
you
the line.
decided to end your life.
That's correct.
And tell these SLED agents how
SLED.
you went about arranging that.
I called Curtis Eddie Smith on the telephone.
Okay, now let's stop for a second. Who is Curtis Eddie Smith?
Curtis Eddie Smith is the primary person who I purchased pills from for years.
And some weeks you would give him how much money for pills?
I mean, it would be in my records, but we had weeks where there would be $40,000, $50,000, $60,000.
That you would give him for pills?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've known him for how long?
Years.
Years. So, did you call him that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
That day? About what time?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I asked him to...
Was it after you met with Jim Griffin?
It was after I met with Jim Griffin.
After you met with Chris Wilson?
I believe so.
Okay, and when you called him, what did you ask him?
I asked him to meet me.
Did he meet you?
He did.
Where did he meet you?
He met me out not too far from my mom's house.
Where?
He was on the side of the road. I think at the funeral home.
At the funeral home. Okay, and did y'all talk?
Not there. He followed me into town.
To where?
To over where I stopped by the Sunoco gas station.
Okay, did y'all have a discussion there?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all get out of your cars or was just in your vehicle?
I don't think we got out of our cars.
And what vehicle were you in?
I was in my wife's Mercedes.
And what vehicle was he in?
He was in a gray pickup truck.
Okay, and what did y'all discuss?
I told him that things were getting ready to get really bad and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
Did you tell him where you wanted him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you tell him you wanted him to shoot you?
In the head.
And did you tell him how you were going to arrange that? What was going to be the logistics of that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I told him to follow me out and that I would make a flat tire and he would go past me and turn around and come back and do it.
And did he follow you out?
He did.
Now, where did he get the gun?
I gave it to him.
Where did you give it to him?
We had stopped somewhere on Salcahatchee Road, I believe.
I want to hear Cousin Eddie's side of the story. I want to know. I can open the lines. I'm pretty tired, but I figured, I guess because we're towards the end of the day, we could try to write it out. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. I don't know if I'm just gonna leave the stream up and check in periodically, or I think tonight I'll think about what we're gonna do tomorrow as far as how we're gonna run it. I want to see what the judge says today too. I guess he's gonna make them come in at the same time. So yeah, I guess I'll open up the line. Give me 1 second, if people want to call. Open up the line. Okay, let me see here. 201, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Oh, how you doing?
Hi, who's this?
This is Lisa from Jersey. I've called in a few times.
Lisa, how you doing? Welcome.
Holding on. Doing all right. So I was all about reasonable doubt until he took the stand.
Really?
Yeah. And then, I used to be a very naive, sheltered person, and I've dealt with a lot of narcissists and have been awoken, and now I can, smell a narcissist a mile away. And I just can't trust not one word he says. Nothing makes sense at all. You pick any single thing, none of them makes sense. And you know what? This is why boomers can't be murderers anymore, because with the technology we have today, they're going to miss something.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm surprised.
Yeah, up
there.
there.
So you believe he did it?
I believe that if he didn't do it, he definitely had something to do with it. And if it wasn't for him being involved in their life, they wouldn't be dead. They're gone because of him, for all of his actions, for all of his lies, for everything he was doing. And $50,000 a week, was it a week or a month? He said he spent it on this
A
stuff.
week.
A week. Okay. The ladies of the night and all that other stuff, and God knows what else he was doing. What that was going towards. It was going towards just no Aussies, that's for sure. And whether Maggie knew about it or not, because when I watched I know obviously the docs aren't involved in evidence, but the Netflix documentary, when they talked about how she showed up with him to the boat scene and she, was involved, she was around for the housekeepers falling up the stairs, which I'm really glad that they're exhuming the body and they're going to be investigating that.
Do you know when they're doing that? So has it already been done, or
I have no idea. They said that was written at the end of the documentary, that they were exhuming Gloria's body.
I'm gonna look that up and see.
So that could be interesting. But she might have known way more and been way more bulldog than we thought. They have her looking like she was, sweet angel, and I, don't want to speak ill of the dead, but she might have been, in the know. She might have known what was going on, and I mean, the thing is, we don't know anything except they were up to, he was definitely up to no good. And
it was crazy too about her death. Just a little bit that I'm reading. They said, says about her death was never reported to the coroner and no autopsy was performed. Now, 4 years later, her body is set to be exhumed, according to Eric Bland. Damn.
Get Dr. Reimer.
I mean, what are they going to find 4 years later, though? I mean, that just goes to show, too, again, like, these people really don't do shit out there. Whatever, they like their jobs out there, they're just, it's like slacking all the way around. I mean, maybe they just thought it's just an accident, so they didn't really look further into it, I guess. But, like, I don't know, 4 years later, maybe you'll find something with the bones, maybe. But, like, fuck, like, the time's way past. Jesus Christ.
And a lot of self-unalivings are treated that way too. Like the whole McRae situation, Von McRae, who we don't even know where he is or if he's around anymore, unfortunately. I don't know. But, that wasn't looked into properly at all. They didn't take nothing off. They didn't take anything for it. They didn't do nothing. They just said, oh, okay.
Right.
Looks weird, but but, yeah, man, I believe that at the end of the day, this guy is still lying. And he would have never said he was at the kennels if that Snapchat didn't come out. He would still be lying about it. And you can't explain why. And I just no. You're if you really love your family and you didn't want them gone, you'd be a complete wreck, and you'd be begging why, who, and why, and
So-
he don't care.
When you say complete wreck, you're talking about back then, I guess, on the body
Yeah,
cams?
like when it happened, the night it happened, the days following, his focus was not on the loss of the people that he loved the most. I would never be able to get over that. And he's just past it and explaining. He's just, like you said, he loves himself. He is a textbook narcissist, and I could not, he had something to do with it. He is the cause of them being gone. He is the cause of that happening, for sure. Even if it wasn't direct, even if he didn't hire somebody, even if he didn't hold a gun, which he most likely did, because he had to be there or saw them or knew they were right there. Oh, I see you, I'm God. You know, so that's how I feel, and I feel you caused it, but he's going away anyway. So
Well, that's what a friend of mine was saying too.
one way or another.
I think I talked to her this morning or yesterday. One way or another, he's going away for a long time. But and what we were saying is that maybe he's just fighting for his name at this point, just to
Exactly.
not have that whole I murdered my wife and kid. So, but all right. Well, thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mel. Take care of yourself.
Thanks.
Good luck in the move. Oh.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I know. Thanks.
Yeah,
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Ooh, almost stuck the wrong number. I'm gonna start doing this too real quick. Okay. So the next caller is 757. 757. Hi, how you doing?
Oh my gosh, I got through.
Amazing. Who's
I
this?
think he's no. I watch your show all the time. I think he's totally like, if he didn't have something to do with it. I mean, he has something to do with it. I don't think he's like he did it himself. I think he had something to do with it.
Like hired somebody
I mean, all his
or
family. Yeah, like I think he's in on something because I mean, look at like all his family is linked to death. I mean, it's shady as hell. Everybody dies around that family.
I know.
I mean, it's,
Well,
you know.
So, but let's say you were a juror. You're a juror. Would how would you? So would you say guilty, or would you still think like?
I probably have to say guilty because they like the steps, like all the things they said. That timeline was so. Did you watch like? I mean, I'm sure you watched it. Every little thing about that timeline. It's so tight.
I might have missed some
yeah,
stuff,
he
but
probably-
so I agree. Like, yeah, the timeline, like the whole the kennels video, but then the other argument you can make is like, well, so and this is what the state is trying, because like, where would he have time to get rid of? I don't know. Let's say the bloody shirt or blood all over himself and face, or the weapons.
Yeah, or was it an accident? Like, I mean, what did he like shoot? You know, his son, and then all of a sudden he had to shoot his wife because she saw it. You know, was there some kind of accident? Something shady went down. Like they never ever said something accidental. You know,
right.
And then he just shot his wife with the second one. Like they never even kind of did different things. You know, different theories. So
I guess the
I don't
state,
know.
from what I gather at the last part there with the closing, it seems like the state is trying to say that he got rid of the weapons at his mother's house, I guess, in Alameda, somewhere outside.
yeah,
I
did
guess.
you see that aerial? I'm sure the aerial view when they were taking the guns out, all the
Yeah.
guns out. His
And
brothers
that's-
were taking. Yeah.
So no, from what I heard about that, I was wondering about that, and somebody had sent me something. I don't think that was the morning after the murders. That Netflix documentary made it seem like it was, but I thought I heard somewhere else that it was actually a couple days after or something.
Yeah, yeah, but it's still shady.
It
Like,
is.
why are
It
you
is.
taking
It
all
was
the
guns, right?
out?
Yeah, yeah.
All of it's shady. I think it's all
Yeah,
shady.
yeah.
So I think it's all shady. He had something to do with it. If he's not guilty, he's guilty by circumstance. He lost so much. You don't know. God, he lost so much. So, well,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you so much for calling. Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, have a good
All
day.
right, you too. Bye. Okay. Let's see. We got two other callers. All right, let me get the next one. Give me 1 second. Just killing a little bit of time, I guess. 435. 435, how you doing? Where you calling from? That ticket. Oh, 435. 435. Can you hear me? Yes.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I just wanted to wish Diggs a happy freaking birthday.
Happy birthday, Diggs. That's really nice. There you go, Diggs. What's your thoughts on the trial?
Okay. What?
What's your thoughts on the trial with Alec?
I think he's guilty. It
Oh,
was
shit.
guilty by association. Sorry.
But so if you're a juror, would you still say guilty though, or would you say reasonable doubt? Like, would you believe there's enough doubt?
I personally would think there was enough. I never knew anything about this trial before, and I only watched like 10 minutes with you guys on Discord on the Netflix show.
Who are you on Discord?
Lex.
Lex? Oh, Lex Lux?
Lex.
Oh, okay, nice. Well, it's nice to hear from you.
Sorry. I'm super shy, but
No,
I
you're
just
good.
really called for Diggs.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you for calling. Appreciate that.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right, you too.
Bye.
Nice call. Nice to actually hear her. All right. Next one. Let me do this. Somebody was called. Okay. 314. Hello. Hi, who's this?
Hello.
How you doing?
This is Lo. How's everything going?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Oh, hey. You know, I always like to check in every now and then, see how my brother is doing. I've been with you since day one. Been around for a long time. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, amazing.
You have made it. I remember when you didn't have, it was just us in here.
Yo, where? Like
But now
YouTube or
everything is
Discord?
good.
Talking about YouTube?
On YouTube.
Yeah.
Remember when I
looked up.
asked you what did your name mean? I didn't know what
Oh,
it meant.
yeah. Uh-huh.
And you explained it to me.
Perfect.
You know,
Yeah.
I go way back with you with with the Florida thing. But anyway, I've been following this trial since day one, and this guy is so freaking guilty. I mean, he did it himself. He planned all of this. The timeline is not, he's lied so much about the time and, adding 15 minutes here, 30 minutes here, saying one thing to Shelley about I'll help you with your wedding, and then the tarp, and then they find out it had the stuff from the gun residue on it. And who else have they gone out looking for? No one. True. Who else is a suspect? No one. And then this thing about the oxycodone, there's no way any person can take that many in a day. The day that they arrested him, he was still on drugs. Okay, supposedly taking 1,000 milligrams a day. Okay?
Maybe even more.
There's no way you can do that and stand still.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
You can't.
I think even that 2K, you'd be probably nodding out. Yeah, especially almost at 2,000 milligrams, you'd probably be like nodding out and stuff. There's just no. I don't care how much tolerance you have. Yeah, it's just no way.
I think he was selling it. I think he was selling it or doing something. But he might have been taking a few, possibly half. But you can't function. I know people that are on drugs and they can't function like that. And he come talking about it gives you energy. Oh, it doesn't. People take it. Ain't nobody taking that stuff to get no energy. They taking it to feel good. Nobody's jumping up and down on that stuff. Your heart would be busting out of your chest if you took that much. And you think his wife and his son and people around him wouldn't know that? How could the people on his job not know? And they don't have any kind of witnesses saying that for certain how much was found in his system. See, you tell me how much was found in his system, and then we'll go from there. But he did it because he was embarrassed. Like he said, he didn't want anybody to find out. His wife was on to him. I believe they were getting ready to get a divorce. I don't think it was nothing about, oh, we're so lovey-dovey and all this kind of stuff. I don't think that's what was going on at all. I think it was just the opposite. Seeing how he lived in one house and she lived in another house. Do you remember that part? So if they're not living in the same house, and she told her housekeeper, I don't like living down here. I want to go live up in the other place. So that's where she stayed most of the day. And then the thing about the food in the kitchen, where she always left the food for the maid to come in the next day and clean it up. And then they found it in the refrigerator with the lids on it. She said she never put, the woman never put the food up like that. Come on.
Well, so
he did everything backwards.
So the whole Edistul, I think it was called, I don't know if that was ever confirmed that, like, they kept, I think their defense was trying to say that she just likes staying. Excuse me. She just likes staying there. And then as far as the food thing, I think they said somebody came over the day after the murders or the morning of, like somebody, I thought they said it was like somebody moved the food into the fridge or something like that. I thought that was their explanation.
Right. And he probably did it because he didn't know his wife's routine. He probably didn't know that she left the food on the stove every night when they got ready to go to bed. She was a kept woman. She didn't have to wash dishes and do all of that. When they got finished eating, they left it there for Blanca to come in and clean up everything. Anytime you can leave your towels around and your clothes on the floor and you got somebody to come in and clean up, you're kept. And then the thing about her going to the doctor, what husband, don't you think that when I get ready to go to the doctor, I tell my husband, I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow at 3. And he says, okay, well, I hope everything turns out all right. What are you going in there for? Or he already knows why I'm going. Or I say, it's just a checkup. He gets up there on the witness stand and says he doesn't know they said, well, what, did you talk about the doctor's appointment while you were having dinner? No, I really didn't ask her. As soon as I get in the car, I call my husband up and tell him, hey, I'm just now leaving the doctor's office. Everything is fine. I mean, that's how husband and wife operate. You don't keep secrets like that. But his goose is cooked. He has those guns and saying guns got stolen and all of this kind of stuff. I think he could have been a racketeer or something with the drugs, but you can't tell me he was taking them. I'm sorry. He was not taking those drugs. And he could not have, because see, someone else was in that office, probably took drugs, and they know how a person acts that takes drugs, and they would say, no, he's not taking any drugs. So I hope they hang him. I hope he gets it because the lies. Yeah. I mean, I would have just said, hey, look, I did it. I wouldn't even bring anybody through this. I wouldn't take my family through it. And what's poor little Buster going to do? What's he going to do?
Buster? I don't know. I wonder if there's anything left from the family legacy. Yeah, I don't know. Does he work? That whole law school thing, I heard he got like kicked out of school for cheating or something like that. I don't know.
Runs in the family.
Oh,
but where's he gonna get his money from? Because he's broke. The whole family is broken. What happened to the daddy's money? No one has said. With the mother and the father dying, they had to have bank. I mean, they had to. And he should have waited till his daddy died and could have got the money and paid back whoever he needed to pay back. But you don't go and kill people, and then you didn't have a life certificate. Come on now. What attorney do you know that doesn't have a life insurance policy on their family? You think my husband don't have a life insurance? I got one on him and he has one on me.
I thought it was
I don't know what the deal is.
Interesting that he didn't have one on Maggie and Paul, or I guess anybody, and then when he went to go do this plan, he puts one on himself. But especially if he was really afraid for his life or whatever because of the boat thing, I don't know.
Oh, I don't believe that boat thing. It's more to it. I think he raped that girl. I think what happened is he raped that girl, and that was getting ready to come out as well. And
Wait,
that's
what?
why he claims it. I believe Paul raped her, and that's how he dumped her off the boat or something.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
It's more to it than why is she the only one, and why didn't they pull her out of the water? Even if you were drunk, everybody else made it. There's more to it than that. And then you say you all drove around the property and talked for 2 hours. What did you have to talk to him for 2 hours that was so important? That was buying time. He wasn't driving around in the dark. In the dark, where they got those hedgehogs and all that kind of stuff that could jump out any minute on you. Come on now. There's so many loopholes in this, but anyway, I could talk about this all day because I got to get back to work and get me some work done because this trial has me all tied up. But anyway, I'm going to let someone else talk to you because I'm doing all the talking.
Well,
but
thank
anyway,
you so
it's
yeah,
been a
thank you for
ride.
calling. I appreciate it.
It's
Thanks
been a
for
ride.
calling.
I'm always going to be in here with you. So, all righty.
All right, thanks. Take care.
Real talk with Retta. All righty.
Bye.
Take it easy. Bye. Looking like a cold snack today.
Hey, thank you. You talking about me or Alex?
You know, me and Mo got
No, I'm just kidding.
to tell you. They're looking like a snack. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Talk to you
Bye.
later. Everybody be blessed out there. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Almost got me canceled. Let me do this next one. Let's see here. 314. How you doing? Where you calling from?
From Missouri.
Hi, Annie. How you doing?
Yeah, your hair. I'm good. Your hair looks great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, finally
I'm
cut
gonna
it.
say that.
Finally cut it down.
Yay. No, it looks good.
Thanks.
But yeah, I just wanted to call because I've been following this whole time, and I just want to say thank you so much for covering this. Like, it's been a really long trial, but it's gone really quick with the chats and like all your commentary. And I always laugh because whenever you like holler out like "whoa," like I'm doing the same thing, like either in the car or at my desk. So it's been really I feel like it's an unorthodox jury duty. So thanks a lot. But yeah, just a couple things that I was thinking. I definitely think that he was a dabbling dealer. I think that he was into some distribution, where he may have just been kind of like a casual user at first, but his greed. Remember, he's so hungry for money. And I still would like to understand what he's spending all the money on. Like, is he gambling? Like, does he have a second or third family? Like, I have seen this happen. I actually know someone who had a second and third family, but it's like, what are you using all this money on? But I do think that his greed, like, turned him into a dealer distributor. And I think that Gloria found a lot more drugs than what they let on in the documentaries. And I think that's why, like, a month after she found those drugs and told Paul, she was dead. And then you see the same thing happen where a month after Maggie finds bags, which what can we quantify how many bags were found? You know, after that, a month later, they're dead. Both of them are dead too.
Right.
I do think the boat case was like heavy on him, but I don't know that he was super worried about Mike getting into his finances because he thought he would be able to explain it all once he got cash from Paul and Maggie. And for people that are like, oh, why didn't he have an insurance policy on his wife? I mean, a couple things I picked up on throughout this trial is just how he talks about women. Like, he's like, oh, his little girlfriend, oh, this little blonde girl. It's very strange. But I think that maybe he saw himself as the narcissist that he is. I think he saw himself as the breadwinner. He's like, she doesn't make money. If she dies, what do I need from her? Like, I'm making all the money. So I just don't think he saw a reason to have life insurance on them because he's like, I don't need anything that they would give me. But he definitely knew, and I think it's really interesting when he was on the stand, he knew exactly the value of Moselle plus the timber value. Like,
I didn't know that
like,
part, the timber
brings
value.
that up. Yeah, like, he's like, oh, like, plus the timber value. Like, he was almost like boasting on the stand, like, yeah, I mean, it's worth this, and then timber value. It's like, so you know the specifics of that. And I think that the prosecution, the state, has done a really good job of pointing out areas where he knows all these details. But when it comes to knowing what you were doing in the moments after you saw your family for the last time, you don't know.
Yeah.
Like, that's just strange to me.
The supposed selective memory and stuff. So you think he did it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And as
Like,
far as reasonable doubt, without a doubt.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think for me, like, the Snapchat video did it. Yeah.
The kennel video.
Snapchat video did it.
Right? Yeah. Is that the... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the most damning thing.
And I don't know... Mm-hmm. For sure. And I don't know if you've ever seen To Kill a Mockingbird with Gregory Peck. But the last lawyer, the state lawyer, he reminds me of the To Kill a Mockingbird lawyer, like with his Southern accent and like just the drama of it all. But I think he did a really good job, like framing it up and just saying at the end of the day, Paul and Maggie are the perfect witnesses that you heard from. And at the end of the day, like, everything matches the family gun. Everything like they were just there with him. And I think he just really did a really good job just bringing all the pieces together and then just imploring them to use their common sense. Because like when you use your common sense, it's just that nobody nobody has that bad of luck. And it just doesn't make sense. So that's all I have to say. I won't
thank you.
Monopolize the time.
No, you're good. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, take care. Bye. All right, give me 1 second. There's one more caller I'm going to take. Just give me 1 second. It's really cold here. I'm going to turn on the AC. I ordered some pizza. Trying to eat better and stuff like that, but man. All right, let me take the next caller. Oh, and by the way, so check this tweet out. A couple of people. Bebkin sent this to me, and then Dig sent this to me as well. Brian Enton. The court says man, what the hell's wrong with my throat? The court says the Murdaugh jury can deliberate until 10 p.m. No plans to order dinner for the jurors at this point. What? Until 10 p.m.? And that was a great caller. Swiss MR says, thank you so much for that. 10 p.m. The jurors are not sequestered, so if they want to stop for the day, they would go home and come back tomorrow morning. So they can just keep going. Huh? 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 And then Kathy says, jury requests, they are requesting a monitor, so it looks like they want to watch some video. If I was I'd be so fed up with that video shit. I'd be watching no more. Somebody must be forcing that. Correction. So, okay, the judge will allow jurors to go as late as 10 p.m. They will not be supplied dinner. Why wouldn't they be supplied dinner? Correction. The wording of the court, as of now, there's no plan to order dinner for the jury. They have coffee, tea, water, and snacks as they deliberate. They should be allowed to order something. Why not? If you want them to finish today, why not? Alex Murdaugh's attorney says the jurors will not deliberate over the weekend. However, official word from the court is that they do have the option to deliberate over the weekend. Not sure the defense knows something unofficial. So they're still back and forth about that. Okay, let me take this caller now. 309, how you doing? Where you calling from?
I have to stay anonymous just because of what I'm going to say.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so as far as the Oxycontin thing, I unfortunately, I was young and dumb, and I was a terrible opiate abuser, and I'm lucky to even be alive. I've been sober for 10 years. But long story short, there's no way that man took the amount of pills that he is saying that he took a day. It's seriously, I'm not joking. It's not possible. I volunteer. I have, and I still do. I still go to meetings and all that. I've been clean for 10 years, but I volunteer currently, still to this day, at a rehab center and a methadone clinic just for counseling purposes. And I'm telling you, like, even there, we have a lot of patients that have been watching this, and they're like, have you heard what this guy's saying he took a day? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, that's insane. And it is. It's insane. But second of all, there's more to that. There's money tied up somewhere else.
Right. I totally agree. I mean, I had a friend that knows people that's like at a facility, one of those rehab facilities, and apparently they watched the channel, and they were looking like, what the fuck? Like when they heard that thing too, they're like, there's no way. Like there's just no way in hell.
There is no way. He would have OD'd a million times by now. It's not possible. Yeah. It's not. Mm-hmm. I don't care. Mm-hmm. But I do think he's guilty AF. But have you ever watched the boat footage, like the surveillance footage from the accident with Paul?
Yeah. So are you talking about where like they make that pit stop and like they get off at some dock and they go to the bar or something, right?
Yeah, they get off and they go into the bar, and then have you heard the 911 call and then seen the 911 surveillance after that?
I saw, you talking about the body cam when they're by the cars and stuff like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I have seen
and
that.
So the guy who is yelling, I'm sure you probably already know this, but just for anybody in chat, for anybody who's seen the footage, the young gentleman that's yelling, whose girlfriend is deceased, by the way, he's like, do you know who he is? His dad is Alex Murdaugh. Good luck. Good luck.
Right.
With him, he's the one whose girlfriend passed away. He's like, my girlfriend's missing. And Paul's just kind of standing there like, what?
I think he's Anthony, if I remember.
Yes, Anthony.
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct. Yeah, that's right. Yep. But yeah, it's just wild. They were super wasted that night, and then I'm sure you've already. I've heard you talk about it here and there. I usually just listen while I'm at work, but he came in there and acted like and you saw the badge thing. He came in there with the badge on, acting like he had full authority. And these kids are kids, and this is somebody's dad they've grown up with who, like, owns the town. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought the way the prosecution did that part with the badge, I thought they were so smart. Like, the whole thing of, like, you had this badge and these lights and whatever, and so, like, Alex is like, because I feel like, and some people that lie, too, they'll try to throw in truths, so it's hard to, like, decipher what's truth and lie. So he's like, let me just own up to this, so the jury will really be like, wow, he's really owning it. And that's what I was thinking too, because he's like, he used it for his advantage, he kept it in the cup. And I was even saying to myself, I'd probably do some shit like that myself too, just to kind of like, I'm a cop. I wouldn't have a fake title or anything like that, but if I had a badge or something, I'd probably keep it in the car. And so they got him to admit, I've used it for my advantage. And then they were like, oh, so how about this time when you were at the hospital and you have it hanging around and you're walking in there and you're talking to the kids and so they showed, and he at first kind of denied it, but then he was like, oh, we'll help you remember. Here's the picture. I was like, oh shit. And I don't remember seeing that in the documentary. I forgot about that. I thought they did really good with that. That was great. And then the other thing too, T.C. Smalls.
Is the documentary good?
The Low Country, I've seen 3 documentaries. My favorite was the Low Country one. I thought that was the best. The Netflix one, I watched it. I was on Discord, but I was kind of like really tired. And so I missed some of it. But the Netflix one was good too. But the Netflix focused a lot on the boat thing, I think. And from the perspective of Paul's ex, which she was making a lot of claims about him like the entire time, kind of like talking about him, saying he was abusive and stuff.
Talking bad about him.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it's been said that he was an alcoholic, and I mean, I have obviously no idea, but I haven't seen any of the documentaries, but I've watched and I've listened and watched to a ton of different podcasts and stuff just about I was up on this way before Maggie and Paul even passed away. I remember when they passed away, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And then after that, the quote unquote attempted suicide, which that wasn't an attempted suicide.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't know that I buy that either. I don't know what his plan was. I don't know that I buy that this guy was really trying to kill himself so he could pass the money on to Buster, like a selfless
If he
act.
wanted to kill himself, he could have killed himself, you know?
Yeah, for the first time
He did
ever
it for a reason.
in this guy's entire life, the first time ever he's committing a selfless act, kind of, to pass it on to his son Buster. Like, I feel like there's more to that. But then I do, like, with the whole Eddie thing, I feel like there's got to be more to that, too. I couldn't take that guy at his word, but I want to hear his side, too, though. I'm curious to know what's his side of the story. And who knows, maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. But I don't fully
I'm sure it
buy
probably
that.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Well, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. The one thing I really do know is about the opiates thing. That's why I didn't want to put my name out there. But
No, yeah, I appreciate that.
That's not possible. But it was good talking to you.
Yeah, good talking to you too. Thank you for calling. Appreciate that.
Congrats on your new move.
Amazing. Thank you. Saturday.
Bye.
Happening. Bye. So the thing with the move, the thing that kind of annoyed me when this guy called me, is one of the pricing is kind of a little bit ridiculous, but then it wasn't even just that. It was really just that I told him Saturday morning. He was like I think he said between 8 and 10 or something like that. So I was like, all right, I was cool with that. He tried to offer me the afternoon thing, but I was like, no, let's just do it in the morning. Cause I'd rather just wake up early and do this shit in the morning. I don't want to wait till the afternoon of Saturday. And so he called me while I was talking to you guys and he's like, oh, so we're doing like between 12 and 3 or something like that. I was like, no, you said morning. And he's like, oh, well, the logistics or something. And I'm like, I don't know, when you're doing business with somebody and you say a certain time, that's what you expect, not to switch it up after. And so he was like, it shouldn't take that long and we'll try to do it earlier and we'll call you. But I might later look at some other places and just maybe look to see some other company maybe or whatever. I mean, I might leave it with them, but I'm going to look around because if you're showing me that already, then it's like, why would I want to continue? Okay, so the phone lines are clear. If you want to call, you can. If not, that's good too. We can listen to a little. I figure we'll hang around for a bit. I don't know, or I could just leave the stream up too.
Conduct. It led to him ultimately dismissing juror number 785 and replacing her with an alternate.
A few days ago, I received a complaint from a member of the public indicating that a juror had engaged.
Actually, I don't even want to do that. We can do that later. I wanted to show that somebody sent me this video. Who sent it to me? Mo sent this video on Court TV. Let's see. And I also want to know, O.J. Simpson, does he have any? I wonder if he's posted any more commentary. O.J. Simpson, did he just do that and that's it? Yeah, that was it. Okay. He posts a lot on Twitter. Okay. Let's see. So this shows exclusive look inside the Colleton County Courthouse where members of the jury are now deliberating.
I'm here inside the Colleton County courtroom where the Alec Murdaugh trial has been taking place. This is where the members of the jury have been sitting each and every day. They have nice cushions in their chairs. They have tissues, they have mints, they have some candy in front of them. And as you can see, they have a great view of everything unfolding in front of them. They can see the witness box, the judge. They have screens in front of them where they watch up close the evidence unfolding, and they can see the defendant himself, Alec Murdaugh. So when that jury panel is not inside this enormous courtroom, they actually exit through this door. We're going to give you an inside glimpse. Follow me. Once through the door, down the hallway, this is the jury deliberation room. This is where the jury hangs out during breaks, and this will be the war room where they deliberate the fate
So that's the snacks?
Alec Murdaugh.
Hold on. They call it the war room?
Once through the door, down the hallway, this is the jury deliberation room. This is where the jury hangs out during breaks, and this will be the war room where...
Oh, maybe she's just dubbing it the war room. All right, so they got some napkins, plastic utensils. Bro, they gotta up the snacks. Got some oranges, bananas. Was that grapes? I don't know what that is. Southern grapes?
Alec Murdaugh.
And they got some little... Oh, they got the Oreo stuff there. It looks good. They got little orange crackers. Now, I don't know what's better, the peanut ones or the cheese ones.
It's a large room, conference table, chairs.
I think that these people... the cool thing about jury duty, I remember, like, yeah, we got to order, once we were deliberating, we ordered some food, and we all ordered, like, I think we ordered 2 different places, or 3. And we enjoyed the food part. It's kind of cool being back there, and you're talking and expressing your opinions and stuff, and going back and forth. Probably, especially after, like, the entire time you're not supposed to talk to each other, and you probably want to talk to each other, and so you finally get to talk to each other, you know?
Watch up close the evidence unfolding, and they can see the defendant himself, Alec Murdaugh. So when that jury panel is not inside this enormous courtroom, they actually exit through this door. We're going to give you an inside glimpse. Follow me. Once through the door, down the hallway, this is the jury chair, pens and pencils, a notepad where they could be making notes as...
Oh, I remember. This is taking me back. Yeah, I remember we had a bathroom in there, too.
They also have their own copy station.
Okay, they got the Keurig.
Everything they need. They don't have to leave this room. And this is where it will all unfold. What decision will they make? And once that jury has...
That's crazy, the benches that they got there. I mean, I guess that's how it is, right? Or at least they got cushions. They got some sort of cushion.
Made their final
Like a
decision,
church.
whatever it is. Alec Murdaugh, who has been sitting here at the defense counsel table the entire trial, will once more stand up for a final time.
And she got that exclusive, man. She over there sitting in Alex's seat.
And just feet away from where he is at defense counsel table, prosecutors will be on edge. What has the jury decided? And the 4-person on this panel will have handed over those verdict forms. We will learn the fate of Alec Murdaugh.
That's where the jury's sitting right there, huh?
Counsel table, prosecutors will be...
Okay. Even those seats look uncomfortable as hell to be sitting there all that time. Damn, bro. I mean, maybe they don't want you to be too comfortable, though, to fall asleep.
Fate of Alec Murdaugh here inside this courtroom, one of the largest trials in South Carolina history, will know its fate. And of course, Court TV will bring it all to you live.
Okay, that was Shanley. Let's see. She posted anything on here? Court TV exclusive. Same video. Okay. That was another one out. 15 seconds. Judge separates. Oh, really? Oh, separates trials of Chad. Oh, well, I thought it's always been separate. No? Were they going to be tried together? Judge cites new DNA evidence in the case of Chad and Lori Daybell. The Doomsday Cult couple will not be tried separately on multiple counts of murder. Interesting. The other thing I didn't get to play earlier, I didn't get to play the News Nation clip. Here it is. About the alleged juror that fell asleep. What my friend told me this morning about the whole juror thing is like maybe that person was just closing their eyes, because some people will close their eyes to concentrate or something.
We've learned. And we've learned that they spent a long time across the street in a wooded area. Let me get this straight. A wooded area across the street from the property. What on earth was that?
Yeah, this was so interesting, Ashley. The whole thing was fascinating to be out there. I was on the road. You had this motorcade pull up with the vans, with the tinted windows of the jurors, and then police escorts in the front and back. And they pulled into Moselle. We fully expected it. Went over to the dog kennels. You just showed the video, walked around the property. They were there for maybe 45 minutes or so, then loaded back up into the vans, came back out to the main road. So we assumed, okay, this is over. It's very hot out. They warned them about snakes. They're getting out of here now. They've done their thing. They go a little ways down the main road, and then the motorcade stops in the middle of the road. The doors to the van open up, and they go into this wooded area across the street from Moselle. This is them leaving. They go into the wooded area right across the street, where we later learn there is a shooting range and also a duck pond over there. Why they decided to stop over there, what led to that, we don't know, but they spent about 20 minutes in that location also, Ashley.
Man, that motorcade looks like the president was in town. Okay. The other question I have is about the jurors not being allowed to talk to one another or to the lawyers or to the judge. And the judge and the lawyers were there with the jurors, but who, other than them being told, watch out for snakes, who was guiding them? Who was telling them, you know, or was anyone?
Yeah, so the attorneys were out there, obviously the jurors, the court reporter. It seemed like the judge was sort of guiding them the most. And it was interesting to see the judge, too. Again, having covered this so closely, you see him in the robe every day in court, and he was out there in plain clothes. Some of them were in sneakers. I mean, this was like a real, you know, field trip experience this morning. So it seemed like it was the judge who was sort of doing most of the guiding. But it's interesting you bring up the jurors, Ashley. I want to bring in Gigi McKelvey. You are the host of Pretty Lies and Alibis podcast. I have seen Gigi all over the place since this started. I mean, you're running around. You're in court every single day. You pretty much know what's going on in this town like nobody else.
100%.
And you've been watching the jurors every single day.
the one that said they fell
This seemed like an exhausting day. They got up early. It was hot. What did you make of how they were doing this afternoon?
Well, yeah, so it's not a secret, but we had one who took either a 5 to 10 minute nap or went to her happy Zen place in her head because she was head against the wall, eyes closed, didn't move for 5 or 10 minutes.
No! Shouldn't that be some type of disqualification or something?
We all were kind of a 5 to 10 minute nap. Well,
day. They got up early. It was hot. What did you make of how they were doing this afternoon?
Well, yeah, so it's not a secret, but we had one who took either a 5 to 10 minute nap or went to her happy Zen place in her head because she was head against the wall, eyes closed, didn't move for 5 or 10 minutes. We all were kind of waiting for her to pop up, but she came out of it and started listening again.
When was the nap?
Oh, it was after lunch, which is by default like the worst time for all of us anyway. We got full bellies, we walked around, we're tired. But no, if she wasn't asleep, she definitely was in another world.
This is during closing arguments?
During closing arguments, after lunch, yeah. Everybody,
while the prosecutor's speaking?
While the prosecutor is speaking.
Man, and are you sure she was out?
She was out, but I do believe she's an alternate, so
okay,
we got that going for us.
Interesting that the judge didn't call that out.
And I wonder if that's the alternate they got rid of today, even though they said it's for another reason. But
it's not. Yeah, it's not the first time either. There's been some quirky things, you know, with this specific juror.
What else have you noticed?
Well, you've heard the story about the Kleenex in the ears.
No.
Oh, so so last week, and look, I'm going to put this out there. She may have sensitivity with auditory sounds, but it was during they played the interview in the car that first night, right after the murders. And she put some tissues in her ears and just lay back. So it's kind of what we've all noticed over the last few weeks is I think, look, trial fatigue is setting in. We've been here, it seems like a year now, and we're finally hitting the finish line. So maybe tomorrow after the defense, they'll get some energy and get us a verdict. So
do you think these jurors have made up their mind already based on what you see?
It's hard to tell. They've been pretty poker faced, but I have seen some emotion, and I've seen it for both sides. I saw emotion when Alec was on the stand for sure, talking about Paul. We know he gets a lot more emotional talking about Paul. And there were some jurors who apparently pushed the Kleenex box to Jim Griffin because he was having some issues. But no, so I tell you, and then today when they said she was running to her baby, talking about after Paul had gotten shot with Maggie, you saw several female jurors just take that like straight to the heart as they're probably mothers and could not even picture that in their head.
Man, well, thank you, Gigi.
Yeah,
I
my
know
pleasure.
You'll be back in court tomorrow.
I'll be
Again,
there.
you're all over the place.
With bells
I
on
see
you.
you running around.
I'm like a
all
little
day long.
Energizer bunny around here.
You are.
That's supposedly the whole juror falling asleep, which they say was an alternate, and the person they got rid of today. Whoa. The person that they got rid of today, were they an alternate? I don't know. I don't think they were an alternate, no, because they used an alternate. They called in I don't think they were an alternate, no, because they replaced the person. They got rid of that person today, and they replaced them. So, because I just wonder if can that person be somebody tagging with the Cowboys picture. The Dirty Cowboys. Southern Cowboys.
Much of the case evidence has been technical, with experts explaining the smallest details about DNA, GPS tracking, and cell phone data. But now they can finally discuss all the evidence with each other. We spoke with a jury consultant to find out what's likely happening behind closed doors.
Jurors often work backwards from the premise of what really happened. You might have a juror that just can't get over the motive of Alec Murdaugh and why he would want to kill his wife and son just to distract from his financial wrongdoing. So you might have a juror that, even though there's no evidence, you might have a juror that says, I think he wanted to kill his wife for whatever reason, and his son happened to be there, and he killed him too. It happens all the time in deliberations. It's not always that they bring in something that was either inadmissible or that's an extra legal factor, but they do kind of go beyond the scope of what's presented to make sense of the case. And I think the field trip they took to the murder scene probably enhanced the likelihood of that happening. At the end of the day, most jurors that I talk to say it was a rewarding experience, but they are tired. And this jury, after going through all the evidence and deliberating, they're going to be tired. They have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, going beyond the scope of the evidence is kind of something that I thought about as well. Nima, do you think the different sides did enough to guide the jury, or will the jury just decide what to believe, and where would that leave us?
Brian, I think this case is going to come down to Alec Murdaugh. You know, when the defendant takes a stand in a criminal case, usually the case is going to rise or fall on his or her testimony, and that's what I expect to happen here. And really, it's going to come down to two issues: likability and credibility. Well, we know that Alec Murdaugh is not likable because he admitted to being a thief and stealing from clients. That's the worst thing you can do as a lawyer. And credibility. And here's someone who admitted to lying about a very important fact, where he was at the time the murders were committed. So I don't think the defense is going to be able to get past that. And I think it was a desperate panic move that backfired. And I think that's why the state's going to be able to get a guilty verdict in this case.
Yeah, we'll see. Terry, Judge Newman dismissed the juror for discussing the case with an outside party. How often does that happen?
You know, jurors get dismissed, but usually it's because of a scheduling issue or because they're sick. Here, this juror was dismissed because she did discuss the case, and the judge, in fact, held a hearing to determine what was said and who she said it to. He looked at affidavits, and this was all outside of the presence of the jury, of course, and he made a decision that she should be dismissed. When he dismissed her, I have to say, what a Southern gentleman he is. He was very kind. He simply said, we're not saying this is your fault. We're just saying, you know, because the integrity of the trial has now been compromised, you have to go. He could have, if he wanted, he could have held her in contempt because he literally disobeyed his order. But I thought the way he handled it was perfect. Thank goodness we had at least another alternate, and we still do have one alternate, and they were able to fill her empty seat.
All right, so it's a double murder case, and it's a little heavy, but there was a moment of levity when Judge Newman dismissed juror 785. He asked what belongings she had with her, and she said she'd brought her purse and a dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs, my purse.
Say it again?
A dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs?
Yeah, one of the other jurors brought in eggs for everybody from the farm. So
okay.
Eggs, my purse, and water.
All right, well, you're going to leave the eggs. You want to leave the eggs or take the eggs? You're going to take the eggs. So, Mr. Bailiff, can you retrieve from the jury room her dozen eggs, her purse, and what else? And a bottle of water. We get a lot of interesting things, but now a dozen eggs. certainly pretty interesting.
Hey, eggs are expensive. She's taking them with her. Well, coming up on Law.
All right.
Is officially in the hands of the jury. Plus, we're getting a new look at more search warrants related to Brian Kohberger, the man charged in the murders of 4 Idaho college.
Let's see here. So Kathy. So they're saying they could go again. They're saying they could go till 10 today. I mean, that would be pretty wild if they went all the way till 10. Just ordered some new headphones. Wanted to try these out. I'm still gonna keep these. The cups are wearing out. The cups actually are worn out, but I could just get replacement cups. But I'm gonna just keep these as a backup and switch to these because there's like the cording and all this stuff bothers me too. But as far as this thing today, the official word is from the court is jurors can deliberate until 10 p.m. tonight, and the weekend is an option. That was sent from the court rep to media. However, defense told reporters that reporters that no deliberations on the weekend and 4 p.m. is cut off tomorrow. Working on confirming. Until then, she goes on to say, it's official. There will be no deliberations over the weekend. If no verdict by the end of tomorrow, they would return Monday. So they have their whatever time till today. I guess if the jurors say they're done for today, then they're done for today. But then they come back tomorrow, and allegedly or supposedly a 4 p.m. cutoff tomorrow, which would be nice. I think they should order them dinner because to me it's like maybe it'll give them incentive to kind of stick it through and try to finish today. I wonder how many of them are agreeing, disagreeing. Are they all in the same thought? Savannah's faces everything. Let's see.
Cautionary statement.
Oh shit.
Be a cautionary statement. We lawyers aren't witnesses. I didn't take an oath to stand up here and
yeah.
I have ethical obligations about what I can say and limitations.
Yo, the look on her face.
But I'm not
oh
a witness.
Shit.
Be a cautionary statement. We lawyers aren't witnesses. I didn't take an oath to stand up here and talk to you. I have ethical obligations about what I can say and limitations.
That's amazing. What headphones do I use? So I use right now I'm using it's on its way. I'm using the Bose. Is that how you say it? Bose? Bose? Q35. I think these are Q35s. I don't know. A Q35 2 or Q35. I don't know which one. But like the earpiece is like coming out already. You can replace the cup. These are really, really good headphones. It has wireless option, but it also comes wired. So I have like this thing here, dial, and it's connected. I always prefer wired. I just rather have a direct connection, but I mean, you could do Bluetooth. I don't, and it's battery operated and stuff. If you don't have to have batteries, but you don't have to have it charged, but when you do have it charged and you turn it on, the bass and the sound is actually a lot stronger, and it's nice because it's powered up. So I got these. These are really good headphones, and then I ordered these today because I like technology and stuff. And so I got these. I mean, you don't have to get anything crazy. You could probably get some decent headphones and not spend a lot. So I wanted to try these Sony ones, and these are wireless XM5s. So that's what I'm rocking. So if you look up, I think they're here. So let me be right back.
Now that the case is in the hands of the juries, here's your predictions on what they will decide according to our daily YouTube poll. 61% of you believe Murdaugh is
even
guilty.
over there, 61%
13% believe he's not. And 25% of you believe there will be no verdict, but a hung jury. The bottom line is we won't know the answer until those verdict forms are in, but can and will answer other hard-hitting questions you have about the case. Nima, let's start with you. The question comes from Cajun Cravings. Kind of makes me hungry. Well, who does the timeline hurt more, the defense or the prosecution? Being that the timeline placed them there, but it's not enough time realistically to shower, change, and hide the clothes/guns.
Brian, I think this is one of those issues that tended to favor the prosecution over time. When we started the case, we thought, well, how could someone kill two people with two different weapons within a matter of minutes? But then as the timeline shifted, when it was clear that, Alex Murdaugh wasn't napping, that he was at the kennels, that he wasn't at his mother's house as long as he told law enforcement that he was, that timeline started to favor the prosecution. So I think that's something that shifted over time, and I think the state has the advantage now.
All right, so probably enough time to do it all. Then, Terry, again, Hambone 23, we got to do this after lunch or before dinner. Well, they ask, why wasn't Cousin Eddie called to testify?
Well, I think that's a question that everybody had. Everyone wanted to see Cousin Eddie. He was really a character that would have shed some light in that courtroom. But they didn't call him. Neither the defense nor the prosecution wanted him to come into that courtroom because, why? He's a loose cannon. No one knows what he would have said. He's the person who allegedly Alex hired to shoot him. And what he said during an interview was, look, I was set up. I wasn't hired to shoot him. This is something that Alex is trying to pin on me, and I had really nothing to do with it. And I think one of the reasons Cousin Eddie was changing his story in these different interviews is because he thinks that Alex was trying to set him up not only for shooting Alex, but for shooting Maggie and Paul. So he's, someone who is afraid of what's going to happen, I think, even if he did come to court. But neither one of the attorneys wanted to call him. The defense claimed they wanted to call him, but I think that was just a ruse. I don't think they really wanted him up on that stand because he could have hurt everyone in the case. And he, remember, was allegedly Murdaugh's drug dealer, and he is also set up for charges in other claims, obviously assisted suicide and the insurance fraud and drug dealing. So he's already in a lot of trouble. So it probably helped that he didn't come. At least it helped him.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you don't want your drug dealer testifying for you. I guess that's the case. Well, Nima, Terry, thank you very much. And of course, thank you for joining us here on Law and Crime Daily. We'll see you next time as we discuss justice in America.
I don't know. Well, I can join the Discord voice. You guys, anybody on Discord want to chime in? Or I could, let me see too. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think the trial streams are just putting up the clock. Putting up the clock and calling it. Electra, if you DM me, I'll send you the names of them. That's it. I don't know what you guys want to do. Well, I guess I can join the Discord voice if anybody wants to talk. If not, I don't know. Especially if it's going till 10. Oh, and I gotta get the super chats too. Angel, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I am guilty of sin. Oh. You're an amazing host, Mel. Thank you. Damn. Tracy, thank you for the super chat. Says the jurors in the OJ case were sequestered. Damn, I didn't know that for 8.5 months. How they hold? I wonder how many alternates they had. 20, 30, 40? Damn. Voices for the defense says, thank you for becoming a member. It says, great job covering this case, Mel. Safe moving this weekend. Thank you. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. It says, thank you, Mel, for having a great community and sharing this experience with us all. Thank you. Real Talk with Retta, thank you for becoming a member. Lori, thank you for the super chat. It says, Mel, you're awesome and hilarious. Thank you for covering the hearing. Thank you, Lori. And Diana, thank you for becoming a member. Diggs, thank you for the super chat. Says, it's almost been a year since Datsun and I took over the stream during Johnny Depp and saying happy birthday to you. Thanks for celebrating mine with me, of course. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I don't know. Tracy says they had 15 alternates. Mama in the public chat. It looks like everybody's just kind of waiting. I think they've been deliberating since like 4. Maybe? Was it 4 o'clock?
Taking a closer look now at the business and restaurant communities who say they have certainly felt an impact from this trial over the course of the last few weeks. Rachel Ripp has that part of the story tonight.
Businesses in Walterboro have been booming since the start of the Alec Murdaugh trial 6 weeks ago, with focuses on coffee, jewelry, and dress clothes. Amelia White, the owner of Abelow, a boutique on Main Street, says normally in February they see about 2 to 8 customers a day. But because of the Alec Murdaugh
Pepperoni.
trial, they were
Yeah, you
seeing
got it.
anywhere from 20
Italian
to
crust.
50 a day.
Parmesan.
The store got really crazy last week because I guess there's rules for what you have to wear in the courthouse. I've never went to an actual case, so I'm not sure how that works. But people literally were flying in here looking for men's khakis and dresses, stuff that was appropriate to wear to the courthouse. So that kept us really busy. And when they had the bomb threat, the store was the busiest day ever because everyone needed a place to escape.
Another business owner, Jessica Burdick, who runs a home decor and clothing store that offers coffee, says they became familiar with regular coffee drinkers through the course of the trial.
Internationally, this case has brought people from Europe and the UK and Ireland. So we've had a variety come through, and it's always interesting to hear their take on it or what brings them specifically.
Many of these business owners tell me they're looking forward to getting their regular parking spots back. Reporting in Walterboro, Rachel Ripp, News 19 WLTX.
Rachel, thanks again. That defense is expected to begin their closing arguments tomorrow morning, right around 9:30. You can watch it on all of our social media platforms, including the free WLTX Plus app, our YouTube page, our website, WLTX.com, and you can watch it live right here on.
Let me just start by saying that it's been a long 25 days, certainly for Ashley Wright and her entire community. It's been a long 25 days for the students of Colleton County School District.
Oh, some South Carolina
to
stuff.
find out what the results of this investigation would be. Again, we believe that this is just the beginning of the story.
Oh.
We're going to continue to tell the story. We're going to continue to figure out what.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Alex stuff. American greed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we should just leave the stream up. Maybe take a little break. I'm not sure what else to do. You just have to wait, I guess. There's nobody really giving any commentary either. It's just kind of like just wait and see. Wait and see. Drop this there. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna leave this up. I'll just be listening. I'll have it on my phone in case they come back or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it up. Leave it up. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. And I don't know. All right, guys, I'll be around. I'll be here. Mm. Oh! 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 Oh. I thought it was done. I see they haven't. They still haven't picked. It's 6:30. I'm gonna go by the new place. I'm gonna go drop off some stuff. Oh snap! Hold on a second. Ooh shit! Check this out! Check this out, bro! Ah! What happens if I leave and they come back though? Jurors appear close to a verdict. What? Have indicated they do not need dinner. Dinner? We don't need that. Just chewing these crackers and water. Stay tuned. Fitz News. Oh man. What if I get up? What happens? I mean, I really don't need to get up. I could just chill here. Oh shit. Forgot that's on. I was gonna go get the laundry and drop it off at the new place, but I could do that in the morning. Especially if this is done tonight. Oh man. So yeah, are they basing this just based off that they didn't want dinner? Maybe I got too excited. I don't know. Disagree. I interpret as the jurors saying we want to get this over with ASAP and would rather work than stop for dinner. Even if we don't get done tonight. Could just be one person on that jury. No. No, I refuse. No. Please, we've shown you everything we've got. No. He's innocent. Yes, he's innocent. I believe the story he's been telling everybody. Yes, he's innocent. Please, we just beg you. We're so tired. Things could start happening very quickly. over the next few minutes. Oh no. Now I can't go. We've done the guilty, not guilty poll a couple of times. I could do another one. Gotta do a shot for digs later. I don't have anything here, but maybe if we're still live. So I don't think on Facebook we're live. Facebook, they're not able to have the capacity as other social media platforms. They struggle a lot. So they have an 8-hour limit on their streams. So I think the Facebook one got cut off. Let me see. Hello? Jesus Christ. Oh, there's a 3-minute warning? Oh, where'd you send it? All right, can you DM it to me on Discord, please? Thank you. All right. There's a 3-minute warning? Oh. I just want you to know that you are really special. Oh my. How's that song go? All right, let me change the title of this or something. I don't know. Maybe they're just giving a 3-minute warning to say that we're coming back tomorrow. I just want you to know that you are really special. Oh my. So maybe Fitz News was right. People were doubting Fitz News. Them low country boys, they got the inside info. Make sure we're live, okay? Ooh. Everyone going inside the courthouse in Walterboro. 3-minute warning, we're told. Let me hit up the peeps. Ooh, Bella. Ooh, okay. Yeah, everybody's lining up inside. Thank you, Bella. Oh, shit, it's going down. Meet me at the club. It's going down. Meet me at the scene. It's going down. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Oh. Okay. It's a good thing I didn't leave. It's always some shit too when you step out. Oh my god, you gotta come back now! Oh my, where's the kid out? Ah! Should have known better. Step out. Oh, Amanda too. Thank you. Oh, I can't stream. I'm sorry, y'all. Something's going on in court. Running to court. Uh-oh. Something's going down, man. 3-minute warning. Let me text some of the people that have left me. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Okay. Who else I got a text? Let me check. Let me text this one too. Okay. Oh, what's that? So wait, hold on. Yeah. What does that mean? So if they're coming back already, right? The experts, the trial experts, what does that mean? Is that usually an indication of guilt? Or they said not guilty, not guilty? I think so. I'd be more inclined. Let me see where shit. So it can't be a hung jury because if it's already done and they've come to a decision, it can't be hung. So it's either guilty or innocent. Fuck. My guess, because I felt like there's not enough. There's reasonable doubt. Fuck, but would they be that quick to say not guilty, or would it be guilty? What y'all thinking? Mo, you the expert. What you guys say, Mo? What's the statistical analysis? No, what's up? A yes and no. Ooh, so Dig said quick verdicts usually indicate guilty verdict. Oh shit, bro! But somebody in the chat said usually acquittal. Who else was? Let me see. Let me pull up some more tweets. The world of Twitter. What Avery got to say? Ooh, Court TV is reporting to the media the same thing. We have movement in the courtroom. No word if there's a verdict or question. Damn. But I mean, if there's folks that get lined up to go back in, this would be so amazing. If they're done today, it'd be amazing, man. I'd be so happy. I get lit tonight, man. No, I can't really get lit like that because there's a shot or something. I can't. School tomorrow morning. Who else was it? What was the tweet that was sent to me? Okay, so Anjanette. So she's the law and crime plug. Everyone going to the courthouse 3-minute warning, we're told. Oh shit. Maybe it's nothing. Three-minute warning 7 minutes ago. I mean, it could be anything. Maybe they're done for today. Maybe it's not guilty. Blair says OJ jury was out 4 hours. Thanks for the coverage. It only took them 4 hours after all those months? Hello? Yeah, I was just looking at the Fifth News. They said something about food and shit. All right. I don't know, man. I don't know what this shit means. Okay, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Yeah, you're right. Let's do a poll before they come back. 13-minute warning, right? Verdict. What's the verdict gonna be? If we get in the verdict, I can't. How long has it been? It's been pretty. 4. So it's. I think at 4 they started deliberating. At 4, 5, 6. So almost 3 hours. I think at 4 they started, didn't they? Yeah, almost 3 hours. All right, let me do a little refreshing. Let's see. Family is being escorted back in 2 seconds ago. Ooh, something's going on. Yeah. Hello? Discord, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So what are you listening to? How come I can't hear that? What you listening to? Court TV? They said the family's going back in. Oh, shit. I can't believe we could be done. No, iCkEdMeL, then there's sentencing. That takes 3 days. Court TV. Let's see. Ooh. Meet me at the club. It's going down. Oof. So the family's coming back in. So this is for real. I was a little concerned thinking, I mean, even if the family's coming back in, maybe it can still be nothing. It's been 3 hours since deliberations began. Ooh. So I guess they're letting everybody come back in. I'm excited too. I don't know what this means. It's so obviously not hung, but 75% say guilty. 25% say not guilty. So Kelly in the chat says, according to DUI guy, his sources say the jury has a verdict. Okay. All right. Bro, I really thought, because they were even predicting into next week. And a lot of people said hung jury. It's a little under 3 hours. Ooh. Court TV. I'm excited. I feel like we need music or some shit. I'm excited. I'm excited. Got a long day today. Yeah, you're right. So she says it's a verdict. Okay. I'll put it up for you guys. Shanley. We're in this together. The jurors told the clerk of court they had a verdict. Wow, 6:41. I was almost going to say we could start a new stream, but this is fine. We'll stay here. Let's just ride out. Ride out. The Jewel Monkey says, many said less than 4 hours predicted guilty. Ooh. I'll be surprised, I think, if they say guilty. Bepkins. Movement in the Murdaugh. Okay. I wish I had a little thing right now. So let's do a shot. Boom. Whatever the verdict is. Salute. Oh yeah, the verdict website. Verdict reached. Okay. So it must have cut out. Let me see. Yeah, Facebook cut out at 8 hours. Their max streaming is 8 hours. Twitch, we're still going, right? Twitch is still here. Okay. We're here and we're. Oh, let me tell you, I gotta text another person too. Forgot. Breaking news!
All right, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. A verdict has been reached in South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. The Murdaugh family has arrived at the courthouse, and we are waiting to jump live. While we're doing this, I got my good friend, awesome trial attorney,
what does this mean?
and extraordinaire person here at the Law Crime Network, Brian Buckmeyer. And I know that at some point in time we're going to have Anjanette Levy if we don't have her already. Brian, we've been waiting around for this, and me and you were both convinced that this was going to be at least, can we go home, or maybe a question, but it's a verdict, Brian, real fast, less than 3 hours. Thoughts?
Bob, I was planning out my weekend. I'm like, over the weekend, you and I could talk about the closing arguments and the summations, because it has to be Monday. I was skipping over Friday altogether, but after less than 3 hours I'm getting, that there's a verdict, now it's, what is it? My mind can't go to it being a not guilty. My mind, it's too difficult, because I thought hung jury at best. So I'm thinking...
They all said hung jury.
Yeah, and Brian, we'll see if Anjanette's still, connected with us. But, as trial lawyers, we have this little thing, we go back and forth, and I'm sitting there, and if I'm losing this case after 3 hours, I don't care what side I'm on, that means this jury was absolutely firmly convinced, because Brian, you know this from doing jury trials, they don't just go in there and say guilty, but they sit down, they go over how they're going to go through the process. There's a period of time for that. I mean, this is really a profound loss for somebody.
I mean, if you're losing this case, I'm punching air all day. I'm like, what did I do wrong? And in my mind, if they came back with this verdict, your summation meant nothing. They must have decided it from some piece of evidence. Maybe there's one big piece, but in a case like this, it's not just a simple did he or did he not. There's the lies, there's almost like 3 cases in one, there's the financial crimes, there's a 2021 shooting. They went through all of that and they just said, you know what? We've got a decision, and that blows my mind.
Yeah, and Brian, we were talking about before, like why, we all know the financial crimes, he's confessed to them now based on his testimony. He's going to spend the rest of his life in jail anyway on those financial crimes, but this was a point of pride. You were bringing out a lot about what you thought the psychology was, both for him to fight this case and to take the witness stand. Talk to our audience about that.
So, Bob, we've all had clients before who have said, I want to take a plea, I want to plead guilty to this, whatever it may be. For this, I know Alec is sophisticated and intelligent enough as an attorney to say, if I take the stand and I say this, I know my liability for this other case. He could have gone up on the stand and say, hey, you want to ask me about financial crimes? I know what the judge let in, but I'm going to plead the 5th. You want to ask me about the 2021 shooting? I'm going to plead the 5th. Let the jury interpret what that means, but the depth in which he went into the details of those 2 cases tells me this is not about how much jail time he's going to spend. This is about a point of pride as to what he's willing to spend jail time for. And he was not willing to go down on the murder of his wife and son, but he was willing to go down on the financial crimes. Why? Either he's not guilty, or he is such a deranged person that he wants to manipulate everyone to save his personality, to save his good name, that he'll say, I'll steal, but I won't kill my family. And I guess the jury either did or didn't believe him. We'll find out in a few moments.
Well, you used the word pride, Brian. We have Anjanette Levy with us, who is our source. She was right on top of this, knowing that something was going down in that courthouse. Anjanette, 2 hours and 50 minutes. And when Brian uses the word pride, I can't, right in the top of my head, because pride comes before the fall. I'm sorry, I guess Anjanette is some difficulty there, but Brian, but you could be saying, Brian, that he won even if he loses, because he got to tell his story.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants the quote-unquote
even if he loses?
day in court. Because even if he does go down, and I've been to enough Bible classes to know the pride before the fall story as well, that he'll probably still hold to the very fact that I didn't do this. The jury may have convicted me because the prosecutor was able to bring in these financial crimes, which he's a lawyer, he's going to say, I don't believe they should have done that. He's going to say the judge made a horrible ruling here, there, and everywhere. But I think for him, as a point of pride, he's going to say, no matter what the verdict, I didn't do this. I know my truth, and I think that's what he wanted at the end of the day, regardless of how much time he'll probably spend in jail.
Okay, Brian, let's play some devil's advocate here. I mean, when we talk about the speed of the verdict, and this is what lawyers do, and this is why we're crazy, we're trying to anticipate what this verdict is. Let's anticipate this verdict could be a not guilty. I know that you don't think it is based on the speed of it, but is it possible in your mind that they could come back with a not guilty? Because usually they take more time with guilties because they know the consequences. Is there any possibility of that here?
So let me be very clear. I don't say that the speed just means one thing. It's 2 things. So you and I have probably both had quick verdicts before where I get a not guilty after just less than an hour. What I think it is, it's the feeling you get after the summation. When you feel that someone is on top, when someone has guided the jury in a way that can only come to one logical reasoning, I don't care prosecution or defense, I'll say a quick verdict goes to that person. But this case, both sides, as I told you earlier, I didn't get the feeling that either side really said, here are the facts and I'm going to drag you to the verdict that I want. Instead, both sides kind of just said, hey, this is what you heard, and this is what I think, and they did this, and they got this wrong, and we got this right. I thought that these closing arguments were geared towards a conversation that would take a lot longer than 3 hours in the jury room, but that obviously didn't happen. So now I've got to think, well, what would have stuck in the minds of the jury that would have got them to say, hey, we don't need any questions. We don't need any readbacks. I want to give this verdict now, and I'm not wasting time. In my mind, based on the strength of the case and the arguments, I got to lean towards guilty.
And I want to point out something that may go right towards your theory there, Brian, because I felt that the rebuttal of the prosecutor was the best part of the case where the lawyers had to speak. They got away from the noose around their neck, in my opinion, the motive evidence and the financial crimes. Yeah. They spoke from their heart, spoke with passion, spoke with common sense, was folksy, and they took the circumstantial pieces and put it together. I thought
Nah, y'all been shit on the prosecutors the entire time. Don't come now. They did a good job. Nah, y'all been shitting on the prosecutors the entire time. No te voltea ahora. All right? Nah. Pin. Not everybody, but don't try that now. Oh yeah, I knew it. They were good. No, they did drag out the financials. I guess they did a good job though. If this comes out guilty, I guess the prosecution did what they needed to do. I think that guy that came back in, like they were saying, did do good. I mean, the Waters kind of drug it a bit. And I knew that guy was kind of savage, that a little bit. That other guy that came back in, the second guy, the rebuttal. I mean, but even by the time he came back in, I was already over the shit too. Everything has just been a lot of repetitiveness and redundantness, and I know they got to do it, I guess, in the closing statements and stuff like that. And that makes sense why I was surprised that they even said that these people requested a monitor to listen to watch something, because I figured and maybe how fast, maybe they're super convinced, and maybe they're also just really fucking tired of this shit, that it's gone extra weeks than they expected, you know. Let's see what Avery is supposed to go on the news tonight somewhere. The jury weighing Alex Murdaugh's fate asked no questions and made no requests. I thought they made a monitor request. They didn't order dinner either. Damn, straight to it. A quick verdict does not bode well for Alex Murdaugh. I did not eat dinner. I wish I had. I had pizza. And I was just about to leave the house. So they took less than 3 hours. And so what people are saying, usually when it's a quick verdict like that, usually it's guilty, but unless everybody felt unanimously that he was not guilty, or I guess they felt unanimously that he was guilty. Bruh. Donna says 2 hours and 50 minutes. We made it, man. We survived the trial. Thanks. Thank you for the bits on Twitch. Blair, thank you for the super chat. Says OJ. Oh yeah, I did read that. OJ was out 4 hours. Thanks for the coverage. Arkansas said, so are there any key highlights from today? Diggs highlighted that earlier. It was just the defense started out with their closing statements, and then we watched the rebuttal, and it was just pretty much like a highlight of the entire trial, just recapping everything. Air fry recipes and burger 500 US. Thank you for the super chat. Says all aboard. Great job, Mel. AB801, thank you for the super chat. Says I've listened to you for approximately 230. I can't even believe it. Has it been? I guess you calculate it like that, right? 235 hours this past month. Holy crap! Thanks for keeping me company at work, Mel. No problem. Thank you for keeping me company at work. Kayla, thank you for the super chat. Says cheers, Mel. Thank you for covering this. Love you and your channel. Thanks. We made it, man. We made it. This was an interesting trial. I definitely had moments where I could barely felt like I was hanging on. I had texted a couple people to let them know, because I think a lot of people had like left and kind of gone on about their day, which I don't blame them. Lauren, thank you for the super chat. Did I read that already? I don't know. Hold on. The Squeaky 1973, thank you for the super chat. Says SLED. Lauren, thank you for the super chat. Says thanks for everything, Mel. I appreciate your coverage of this trial. Pay Girl, 3 month subscription. Thank you. You're on Twitch. All right. Yeah, Facebook got cut off. Oh, I should post the link on Facebook. Poor Facebook. They still trying to catch up with streaming and shit. Years and years, they still haven't got it right. Poor Facebook. Let me post the link there. Facebook got so many problems and shit. Okay. I can't. Oops. Let's post the link there. Let me listen to what these people are saying.
So there you have it. No dinner for the jurors. They were ready to wrap it up. I was somewhat surprised only because, I felt like looking at these jurors today, and I hate reading people's faces. Some of them were wearing COVID masks. We had the juror that we think the defense liked, getting kicked off the jury, taking her dozen eggs and her belongings with her. And
the defense liked her?
I was looking at them, and they were paying attention to both sides, but there were a couple that would at points go, like this, like enough already, I'm done. And we know they asked for a monitor, of course. They want to look at exhibits possibly. Maybe there were a couple of points of contention or argument. So it's very interesting. And, I've been saying for a long time, I don't think, or at least a couple of weeks, that I didn't think this would be a not guilty, a unanimous not guilty. I'm not saying it's not.
All aboard! I need to put a more negative on my mic so I can scream. Be seated. I guess if I have to pick one, let me just pick one.
I understand that there is a verdict. You may bring the
Guilty.
jury.
I guess guilty. I really felt like there's not enough probable cause, but I'll say guilty. I just would, I guess statistically probably since they came back so fast, it's guilty. But a lot of people, I really thought it was gonna be hung jury. That's what I was. I don't know. But I feel like they have so many options for appeals, bro. So many options, man. They have a Rolodex. They have a deck of cards of appeals, bro. Rabbit, you ready? You out there? Are you ready for this shit? What do you think, Rabbit? What are you thinking? What they gonna get him for? How you say guilty in Spanish? Guilty. I don't know how you say guilty. 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 Holte. Guilty in Spanish. Oh, culpable. Okay. I knew that.
Culpable.
Okay. Thank you, Google.
Thank you. Madam Floorlady, if you'll stand for me. Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, sir, we have.
Is it unanimous?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, if you will pass it up to the clerk, who will pass it to me.
Bro.
And you may be seated.
Is guilty on everything, or?
The defendant will rise.
Oh.
Madam Clerk, you may publish the verdict starting with the back, not with the, let's see, I'll tell you again. Starting with the back.
Ooh, what does it say?
Putting them over one by one.
Oh, wait, well, hold on. You know we got to get the cam.
State of South Carolina versus.
Docket number
2022 GS 15-00592, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions in the term of 2022, July, the State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Okay. Guilty verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3/2/23.
Wow.
Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116, verdict guilty, signed by the forelady, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2000. Juror 572, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 578, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 589, was this your verdict? Is it still your
coming
verdict?
back.
Juror 630, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 729, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 826, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 864, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the jury has been polled.
Thank you. The jury has been polled and the verdict is a unanimous verdict. If you will bring the alternate juror out and have her have a seat in the audience, please.
Alternate juror? Oh, to thank them. Yo, I literally got a blue screen to death. This shit never happens. All day long, waiting for this shit, right? All guilty, okay. That was earlier. Right before the stream, blue screen to death, of course.
You can stand there or you can sit back there, whatever you prefer.
So, you know what? I had this.
Are there any post-trial motions?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you for the people that stayed. I wouldn't blame you if you left, but I think
motions for a directed verdict, and at this on the grounds, on those grounds, we would make a motion for a mistrial and to set aside the verdict.
By the state, response.
Your Honor, based on our previous arguments, we would submit that the case properly went to the jury and the verdict is proper, and would rely on those arguments.
We've been here now 28 days, first few days of jury selection, and the remainder receiving testimony, an overwhelming amount of testimony and evidence that was presented to the jury for the jury's consideration. As I indicated to the jury during the jury charge, or the charge on the law, that this was a matter solely for the jury to determine. The court found at the end of the state's case that there's sufficient evidence to find the defendant guilty if the evidence was believed by the jury. Likewise, at the end of the defense's case, when the motion was renewed, the court found that the evidence was sufficient for the jury to find the defendant guilty. The jury has now considered the evidence for a significant period of time, and the evidence of guilt is overwhelming, and I deny the motion. Mr. Murdaugh, you now having been found guilty of 2 counts of murder involving your wife and your son, 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. The burden now comes upon the court to impose a sentence.
We do it tonight? They usually take time.
Given the lateness of the hour and the victim's rights that must be taken into consideration and complied with under the Victim's Bill of Rights, and consider what I would anticipate to be a number of people who might have something to say regarding sentencing. We will defer sentencing to a later date. Of course, the minimum sentence for murder is 30 years. The maximum sentence is life imprisonment.
Damn, bro.
As to each count, and on the weapons charge, the sentence is up to 5 years, or 5 years, which has to be concurrent if a life sentence is imposed.
Oh. Rachel.
When would you all like to reconvene for sentencing? I would like to give everyone an adequate opportunity to prepare for it.
State will be ready at 9:30 in the morning, Your Honor.
Waste no time. Damn, bro. I feel, for some reason, I felt a little bad for Alec. I don't know why.
9:30 tomorrow morning also.
All right. The
we still got to come back.
Defendant is remanded to the custody of the Colleton County Sheriff's Department.
I mean, I know you gotta just feel bad for the victims, but something about when he was telling, it's a wrap for him. His life was over regardless.
And he may be taken away.
He's rubbing his hands too. I'm surprised he didn't cry or break down crying or nothing with all the stuff that he did the entire trial. Damn, bro. Wow. Just like life is over, bro. Jesus. The legacy destroyed, man. Imagine that, like, decade. How many years of legacy since when? Done.
Madam Foley and members of the jury, I want to thank you on behalf of the citizens of the state of South Carolina and your fellow citizens of Colleton County. You did not volunteer for this service. You were called upon by being summoned to appear, and Providence have brought you to this moment in time and these weeks in time. I know that all of you have been here at great sacrifice, particularly the juror whose job was on the line until a miracle happened, I guess, that
they made it, huh? That one
allowed
juror?
him to be able to leave rather than than leave after 2 or 3 weeks. But I want to thank each one of you all individually and collectively. It's not often that you're called upon to sit in judgment of the actions of your fellow man, but you all responded and gave due consideration to the evidence. I will make no comment now as to the extent or the overwhelming nature of the evidence, but certainly the verdict that you've reached is supported by the evidence, circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, all of the evidence pointed to only one conclusion. That's the conclusion that you all reached. So I applaud you all for, as a group and as a unit and individually, evaluating the evidence and coming to a proper conclusion as you saw the law, as you saw the facts. Now that you've served for the next year, you're not eligible to serve again. Now, of course, many people never get called upon, but you're not eligible for the next year. And for 2 additional years, you can be exempted from service because no person is required to serve on jury duty in this court more often than once every 3 years. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, we will reconvene for sentencing. You all have no role in that because that's solely up to the judge, to me. You're welcome to come back if you want to, and
can we come back in the
be
morning?
a part of the audience.
We'll do a vote
if you like.
If you guys want to do sentencing.
I also want to thank the alternate juror who was locked
no?
away in a room by herself for these hours, who's hung in there during that period of time. I want to thank you as well. Madam Clerk, what do you have to tell your jurors?
Thank you for your service and what the judge said as well. And I think we can release them tonight and bring them back in the morning.
No, they're off jury duty. They can come back if they like. And you don't have to if you don't want to. Typically,
we're going to stream the
seen
appeal.
Jurors wanting to see the end result of a case once they've invested a lot into it.
I would have came back too.
It's really an amazing thing with juries. Quite often, at the start of the case, jurors are really like, "Whoa, why am I here? I wish I wasn't selected." But as time passes, and the jurors become invested and really committed to the case and committed to seeing it through, and are very disappointed when they are not able to see it to a conclusion. And then along the way of serving, you end up finding out quite a bit about our judicial system and learning quite a bit, well, about human nature for sure, but also about the presentation of evidence and hearing from expert witnesses and really learning a lot of things that you'll be able to take with you when you leave jury duty. And to Madam Forelady, I don't know if you were hesitant initially or not, but you have stepped up to the plate and done a great job of leading the jury as well. And thank all of you. So the jury is dismissed. Now, one thing before you go, of course, we have invested a lot in maintaining the privacy of the jury, of each one of you. And you are free at this point to discuss the case with anyone. Given the high-profile nature of the case, I'm certain that the
media is going to be on.
Many people in the media will probably want to communicate with you, but they have no means of contacting you because under order that I issued, the identity of the jurors must be kept private. And if you decide that you want to speak with anyone, local, state, nationally, or internationally, that's your prerogative. However, should anyone harass you, please let me know and I will address those issues. If anyone through the somehow or another discover your identity and harass you, and rest assured I will intercede on your behalf.
Those true crime.
That having been said, you are free to communicate with whomever you might want to concerning the
I want
case
their ass down.
from now on.
No, the media is actually going to go approach them for sure.
Thank you, and
Without
you
doubt.
all are free to go.
They're probably going to want to interview them.
Yes.
If I could have you go to the jury.
Primetime TV for sure.
All right. And as is my practice, I'll speak with the foreperson before you leave the building after talking to them back there.
So let me set up the mornings. I asked this question, but I knew the answer. Come back for sentencing in the morning. 94% say yes. So let me set up that stream. I feel a sense of relief just that like we made it to the end right before moving. Crazy timing, right? I don't mind coming back in the morning, and I don't know how long does sentencing take. Anybody knows it?
Recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Is that something that takes long? Probably not, right? iCkEdMeL, it can sometimes run days. No, it should be pretty quick, right? Right. Yeah, I don't mind coming back. So I feel like we got to close the chapter on this one, right? But I almost think maybe this isn't the final chapter. Maybe, who knows if there's an appeal and they get it. What a journey it's been, man. It feels really good. And it feels good that we made it to the end and we did it together, you know? The weird thing, man, I tell you, I don't know what it was. For the first time, the entire trial, I felt bad a little bit for Alec. A little bit. Something that I don't know why, I can't understand it. I don't know what it is. I felt bad for some reason, even though, like I said, I don't know, that guy's done his entire life shitted on people. Seems like a majority of his life for decades, like fucking families over, like decades, bro. I mean, I guess they got their money back, most of it, right? And then I saw you get what you guys are saying in the chat, which is another point. Is Buster, right? Buster, I guess, lost his mom, lost his brother, and now lost his dad. You know, like that's a done deal. And when you think, I just can't imagine the feeling of like a generational thing. Like I've sometimes thought about that, like as a guy, like there's no. It's just something about sometimes that you think about. I think when you have kids or just generational shit. But like their generational thing is on a different level, like solicitors, wealth. I mean, you hear families like that. To see it crash and burn, like they just crash, just obliterated. You know? Watch the Alex Murdaugh sentencing. Let me just set this so I don't lose my mind. I can't even spell sentencing. Okay. So we'll do that in the morning. We can close the chapter for now in the morning. Sentencing. And I'm kind of relieved because I know the sentencing is not going to take all day. So then after that stuff is done, I can kind of focus on the rest of the moving. No way tomorrow takes all day, right? Oh, shit. No, you didn't, Sierra. Sierra said, will Buster be looked into? Oh, shit. Oh, I was kind of surprised, man. I can't lie. I was surprised. I was a bit surprised that they came guilty like that. And like I said earlier today, and I said all the other days, like this guy, in my opinion, has to have some. Yo, even OJ said that shit. Even OJ. Oh! He said it's likely he did or involved or did something or was him. Likely, but. Even OJ said likely still is probable, reasonable doubt. I mean, my doubt was him actually being the one that shot the gun. I'm not sure. But they place him, in my opinion, really close to that time where these deaths happened. And I don't think there should be this huge mystery around their time of death. Between what, 8:40 or 8:40 something 50 to 9 o'clock or whatever, not a little couple minutes after 9. When their phone stopped. And this is when I talk about some people take some of the trying to say the right words to like impossible limits. Like if they don't see a phone Or like, like let's say they got shot and killed, right? When at the moment that they got shot and killed, if a coroner just didn't magically appear out of thin air and be like, okay, let me take your temperature, time of death, then there's like, oh well, there's no real time of death. It's like it's common sense type of shit, kind of. You know, I mean, I clearly they had to have died around that time. They were having active conversation. At least Paul was, and then he just stops and both of their phones, besides the orientation, which you can't tell who was orientating it. But I was still surprised because I figured there'd be one person out there that maybe would put a fight. Because I have a lot of friends too, quite a few friends that are kind of like, I mean, every day I talk to somebody that's like, you know, text me, I don't think he did it. Either they say I don't think he did it, or they would just say they can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. But I've had people say that they don't think he did it, that it was the cartel or the drug people or the people in the bushes or whatever. You know, I don't know. But I think the guy has a chance for appeals for sure. Like with all the fiasco that happened throughout this trial. And even that whole phone expert, I just set the stream for tomorrow morning. Even the phone expert, there was no reason to bring that person in. I mean, and let me be clear. When I say he's not a phone expert, the guy that tossed the phone around his office, why bring that person in? That guy's just a liability to your case or potential future appeals. Why bring that guy in? You didn't need that guy tossing his phone in the office to make the point. But I guess the prosecution wanted to make sure they had everything they can, you know. Okay, let's see here. Super chats. Then I'll check out some of the regular chat too. We made it though, man. We made it. Let me see. Hold on. I gotta scroll back to catch up. Wow. Hold on a second. Am I that far behind? Okay, now I got that. Mr. and Mrs. Steelers, guys, we did it. Lace Glitter, thank you for the bits. Matilda, thank you for the super chat. Electra, thank you for the super chat. Lisa, thank you for the super chat. I didn't get a text. Oh, you're right. Lisa said I didn't get a text notification. Heartbroken mail. I completely forgot, and I can't text you. I think I only have you on Discord, or Instagram. I completely forgot. I messaged like 5 or 6 people, I think, but I did forget you. My bad. Cancel. Oh shit. Kayla, thank you for the super chat. Says, can we get one more? Alec. Hello, Alec. Heather, thank you for the super chat. Says, with the trial over, what are we gonna do now, Mel? LOL. Shit, I don't know. Step by step. There's a bunch of trials coming up though. I can't see you doing another trial right immediately right now. I feel like I need and I say that, but like watch there to be some shit next week. iCkEdMeL, you gotta do it. I feel like we need like a little 2-week break just to kind of get settled into the new place. I'll do some regular content and we'll start fishing for the next trial because I want to make sure whatever we do is good. Kay's Beautiful Struggle, thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks, Mel. Now rest creating a journal for baby girl. A journal. Oh, Lord. Amanda, thank you for the super chat. Says, bring the jury. Thank you for your great commentary and lives every day throughout the trial. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. CCC, thank you for the super chat. Says, so excited. CCC, put a fork in Alex. He's done. Janie, give him his bracelets and take him away. Oh, shit. Savage. Mr. and Mrs. Steelers, there's no place we'd rather be than here with Mel. Thank you, Hannah. And thank you guys for coming back. Appreciate that. I don't blame anybody for leaving, though. I would have jumped out too. I said, shit, I'm not missing this verdict. Hannah, thank you, Mel, for watching the trial with us. Been watching you for quite a while. You did an amazing job. Finally, we'll definitely continue supporting you. And M-Ty said, Mel, you're going to stream the appeal. Courtney, thank you for the super chat. Says, body language nodding his narcissistic head. Yes, as the guilty verdict reads. as the guilty verdicts were read. Guilty as F. Rest in peace, Maddie and Paul. Rain Mist, thank you for super chat says thank you for the coverage. Gat says fit. Thank you, Mel, for all you're doing, for all your time doing this. Elissa, thank you for the super chat. M, thanks for the super chat. Oh my god, I'm almost caught up. Thanks for keeping us up with the coverage for the month, Mel. Thanks. AB801. Sorry, I'm like low-key emotional at the store because this is the end. Do not worry, we will find something. We'll take a little break, but we will find something. And I'll be back here tomorrow morning, but we will find something. There was something, I felt it too. I felt something weird when hearing the verdict. I don't know what it was. I was like, damn. Cruise with Cindy, and then my computer literally blue screen. Some like 1980s shit. My computer, and I think the computer's been acting up. I don't know. And I got a memory management thing, so I don't know if it's the RAM acting up. I do plan to upgrade. Maybe in a couple of months I plan to upgrade because I just feel like, because I've been streaming in 60 FPS. I don't know why, I just like the smoothness. I really don't need to stream in 1080 60 FPS, but I have been. And so I noticed that kind of causes a little bit of, and today we streamed extra too, like way longer. And I don't know if the water system is running low or something. It should be fine. I don't know how long those water things last. It's the water stuff is in enclosed tubes, but I thought after a couple of years it starts to, I don't know, evaporate or something or lower. Cruise with Cindy says they accidentally showed the jury towards the end, but for Alex the name is ruined. That's kind of sad, kind of. I mean, yeah. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, like your whole. That's got to be a lot of pressure. I would feel the legacy of your family is like forever. If they ever go back to your name, this is what they're going to remember historically. It's all some new gen shit. And I mean, I don't know. Can you blame, did this all start with the boat incident? So Alex has been scamming and scheming before the boat thing, but it seems it's like the boat thing that really put a magnifying glass on them. But this stuff would have probably still happened as far as all his finances crashing eventually all this stuff would have happened. But it was the boat thing that caused there to be a disclosure, I thought, right? They wanted to sue him. He said he doesn't have the money, so they're like, okay, well, prove it. Show us your accounts. Gypsy, thank you for the super chat, says, I told you, guilty as F. LOL, thanks, Mel and mods. Thank you. Manny, thanks for the super chat. Says, wonder if AM will make it in jail. I don't think they're gonna. I think he will. I don't think they're gonna mess with him like that. Gabs, thanks for the super chat. Your coverage of this trial made me finally become a channel member. Thanks. We appreciate you, Mel. Best wishes for your move. Thank you. Shit. Rachel, thanks for the super chat. And thank you for the memberships. Thank you for gifting the memberships earlier. 5 memberships. Amazing. Rachel says, now everyone take a shot. I might take one tonight. We got to do one for Diggs. S. Rodriguez, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you for all your time and coverage on this case. Mel, it was fun. Ice cream for Maddie on me. Oh, I owe her ice cream. I forgot the other day she had they had an ice cream thing at school, and I forgot I was supposed to send her money, so I told her I was gonna take her out, maybe over the weekend once we move. She's like, okay, she don't forget that shit though. She remembers. S. Rodriguez, thank you for all your time and coverage in this case, Mel. Oh yeah, I got that already. Thank you. Laura H, thank you for becoming a member. ISO Blue, thank you for the membership. 14 months. Damn. I hope you're doing well. M&M Tarantulas, thank you for becoming a member. Crispy Bacon, thanks for becoming a member. Thank you, Mel, for your coverage of this. It's been amazing. It has been a hell of a ride. It feels like bittersweet making it to the end. Jury, and I feel revitalized just knowing like we're there at the end, even though I know some people would wish this would continue. Because the Johnny Depp trial was a ride too. But it's just so much more like when you've been through this shit together and then like you're at the end and it's like that anticipation. Okay, we got the verdict. We've been through all this shit. We're finally here at the end. You know, somebody said don't drop the soap in jail. Alec. Jory Johnson, thanks for the super chat, says guilty. The fact that he didn't scream at Busta Rhymes to stay the F put. They're murdering us. Come on, justice is served. Motherfucker was there. I think he was there too, man. I think so too. I just, how can you ignore like, just like all that lying, yo, like lie after lie, but just one of the most important lies, where you were at the time of, when was the last time you saw them? What was the last conversation? When did you last see them? I mean, lying to his own family, lying to his supposed friends and attorneys, everybody. Addy, thanks for the super chat. Says, thanks for making this trial entertaining and fun to watch. Lisa, I'll forgive you if you get me a chase. Let me tell you this. Chases are dead. Should I tweet that shit? Let me tweet it. Watch there be a chase tonight. I'm going to tweet it just so the universe works in reverse, because it always does. Not always, but chases are dead. Okay. I don't know. All right. And let me keep it rolling. GG, thank you. Bummed with the verdict. So, GG, what are you bummed that he was guilty because did you feel like it should have been opposite? Or are you bummed because it's like the end of the trial? So you're bummed with the verdict, so maybe it's just the verdict itself. Wonder what you were hoping for or thinking for. Kitty, thank you for the 2-month membership. Hey! Thank you, Mel and Mods. Amanda, thanks for the super chat. I hate AM, but I also don't think the state met their burden. I think the verdict is shitty for us plebs that can't afford good lawyers. Thanks, Mel. It makes me think of, like I said, James Leyritz. I was on that trial, man. That's the only time I've ever been called for jury duty. I think if you can do it, if you ever get called, you should do it because it's an experience. But that guy had good attorneys. And when you have really good attorneys, even though I heard public defenders are actually pretty good, there can be some really good public defenders. But this guy, I was on this trial. DUI. Deadly DUI wreck. Acquitted of DUI manslaughter. I was already in Florida. Craziest year of my life. So he had some really good attorneys. Florida T-Bird, thank you for the super chat, says, did you see they recorded the jury whole filing Alex? You can see all their faces. I didn't see that. I'll go back and see. Sinner, thanks for the super chat, says, put him in a cage with them Cowboys. Adri says, presser coming up. Can you find out? Can the mods find out? Where's the presser coming up? Is there a presser coming for sure? And the presser must be the defense, right? What are they? I wonder what they have to say. If you guys can look into that. Or Airdrie, if you could type it in the chat where they're doing it. Chrissy B, thank you for the super chat. I survived the Murdaugh trial merch. We need it. I know. I'd wear a shirt like that. I survived the Murdaugh trial or the Murdaugh financial trial. Something. Janie, thank you for the super chat. Says one last SLED. Chaos, thank you for the super chat. Says I'm about to have separation and anxiety. Gypsy, thanks for the super chat. Says happy birthday, Diggs. Love you a long time. Mel has the best mod. Happy birthday, Diggs. Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Says we made it. Love you all. We made it to the end.
The CD, the 4 for murder, SC code 16-3-0010, CDR code 0116, verdict guilty, signed by the forelady, date 3/2 of 23. Docket number
The jury, not the pressure.
GS15-00595. The State of South
Oh,
Carolina,
it did show the
County
jury.
of Colleton,
Yeah.
Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The
No,
State
but Airdrie said there's a presser coming up. That's what I'm saying.
versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC code -16-053, date 3/2/23, S-15-00594. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC code 16-23-0490, CDR code 0549. Verdict guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury, 3/2/23.
Thank you. Madam Forelady and members of the jury.
Well, Fox 9 is doing it. Yeah. Let me see if anything. Alex Murdaugh press conference. Oh, I don't see nothing.
And we've had snow.
Yes, a lot
so
of
we
snow.
have a little bit of both in our 7-day.
Oh, great. Here we go. Coming in
Blizzard
like a
might be
lion.
Make it off
like
the
a lion.
weekend.
Right? Yeah.
Blizzard might be put to work. We'll see. Okay, this is what we got going on right now in our sky. Mostly cloudy sky. A few snowflakes well up towards the north. No snow for us overnight here in the Twin Cities. Here's a look at the big picture.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Oh, who said that in the chat? Who said it in the chat? Let's change the title again. We're going to be here all night together. I might as well just order this shit online. Press conference. Alec. We going to be here all night. Now I got to text like 30 people back. Lisa, you still there, Lisa? Blood. Okay, so we got the pressure coming. Let me get just 1 second. Let me just see what the damage I did here. Press down. I spilled my Celsius. No. Best. Better than all the rest. Over here. gonna order something just for Diggs. Well, for me, but for Diggs and Spirit, you know. Okay, let me get back on screen again. So this has got to be Alex people probably coming. Damn, that's a big ass microphone. What is that, a microphone cage? Or is there a microphone inside? Speaker? Who's over there preaching? All right, so we got a press conference coming. Let me text the usual suspects. Okay. Oh, he's thankful that he got arrested. I guess somebody over there. Thank God, Jesus. Oh, Chrissy, what'd you say? What the hell? What'd you unsend? You better send that back. All right. Let's see. Pepkins, you still out there? Oh shit! Well, almost knocked the whole podium down. I saw that. Good old boys. Oh, but still, that thing was like it was encaged.
Don't be afraid. Don't be ashamed to tell Lord thank you. Thank you, Lord.
Thank the Lord. Locked his ass up. That guy's over. Yes. Yes. I think the prosecution's gonna be popping bottles tonight. Woo. Let's see. Kelly, thank you for the. Did I read that? Thank you for the super chat. Says we made it all. Love you all. We made it. Desi, 71, thank you for the super chat. Says thanks, Mel, for your hard work during this trial. We made it. And Mel's voice, SLED. T Harp, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. T Harp says thank you, Mel and mods, everyone. Amazing. Arkansas. I'm watching it on Fox, Minneapolis.
Yeah, mic check. Mic check.
Paul, YouTube.
1, 2.
Okay, thanks.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Beetle. B-U-T. Beauty. 3. Thank you so much for the super chat.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good old boys. Been a silent supporter since Malia Davis. Yo, once anybody says that, I know you've been riding for a while. Malia Davis days. I be in chat talking my mess. I love you, Mel. Oh, love you, Mel. And mods, love you too. Thank you. It's up from here. Keep up the amazing work. Thanks. GGT. I'm gonna miss hearing Mel's SLED. I was saying that one of the previous days. The fun things about trials. This has only been the second one that we've done. But like we come up with all these little memes and stuff. All these little memes, characters. People make the We got T-Bag that makes these cool characters and stuff. Mo does that sometimes too. And we have shit. I forgot his name for a second. Thinking of him, I can't. The name Paul, not Paul. Phil. Phil does the cool little edits too with the pictures and the video stuff and all that. That's kind of what's fun about the trials, I guess. Oh, damn. That's a production boom microphone. Jeez. Ooh, he said he's been holding that sign for weeks. Justice coming. Can we see if there's any other streams too? Like, I'm just wondering if we have any other different angles. Yeah, where the hell are they coming from? That's far away. Oh. Let's see if they're saying anything about the pressers online. What a trial it's been, man. And I wonder how Alec is feeling. Like, I could imagine, like, I could imagine, like, what it must feel like to know that you're done. Like when you get like, I mean, we haven't heard the sentencing yet, but he's pretty much, it's like a life sentence. He's 50-something years old. That your life, you don't have a choice. You know, you're tried by a jury, your peers. And I can't even imagine back in the olden days when they didn't even have all this technological stuff. And like your life is just done. Like the rest of your life is in like a jail cell. Like that's it. And especially when you come off of living the high life, these big houses, you got your cars, your guns, finances, oxy. I mean, you can still get drugs in jail. What am I? Okay, check Discord. Oh, there you go. Thanks, BL. Oh, so this must be the guy talking. We need to interview him, or they need to interview him out there. Let me show you the picture. Okay, he called it. He had a big cross on his.
Everybody want to bless, just come closer because God is all over the Spirit.
Yeah.
Woo.
I'm celebrating out there in the southern South. Woo. They're going hard. I wish we could see him. Can we get a better... I want to get a better view. I want to see this guy. There's got to be a stream with this guy on camera somewhere. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if we got Fox. Let me see what else we got. Woo! Jeez, God is good. So lawyers in Alex Murdaugh trial give post-verdict conference. That's what it's gonna be. Okay. I hope Dick is the one talking too. We need somebody over there to go hard, you know? Go off. Law and crime? Okay, let's see. I told the motherfuckers. They didn't want to listen to me. I told these motherfuckers.
Somebody need God to bestow that love in your house. Somebody need God to straighten that man out and make him do the right thing. Come on over here.
Let's go, baby. I hope you start screaming too when they start talking. Thank you. Woo.
Somebody looking for a new job. You've been praying about that new proposal. Come on over.
Woo.
Come on.
That boy lit.
Somebody looking for a raise. You've been talking to your boss about a raise, and you ain't got that raise yet. Come on over here. Come on and get your raise. Don't be ashamed.
I need to update the thumbnail. Can I put that guy in there?
God is working all over you.
Let me see how I got this. I love it. High energy. Let's go.
Can't stop moving. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. 72 years old. Oh, I've been out there with hurt, but I didn't know he said that. Kept on going back to the will of God. Look at it. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Look at God. Justice is coming. Carly, what do you think about all this shit? Are you surprised or you're not surprised with the guilty verdict?
Spirit of God just told me everybody here gonna get blessed. You ain't got to come over here. Everybody here gonna get blessed. The children gonna get blessed. The daddy gonna get blessed. The mama gonna get blessed. Everybody's gonna get blessed because you did. The Spirit of God bring down the Holy Spirit, God, all over. Bring the Holy Ghost all over you. The Holy Spirit. Renew this strength. Everybody go out here. Lord, bring a different renewal in their heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
You know, that would be funny. A character for him? Oh, they're coming now? Oh, they're coming. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Do both sides get to do it? Here we go.
I might have to come around to the side.
So both sides get to come in. I forgot about this.
Y'all be patient. There's a lot of us coming out. How are we on the mic check? Thumbs up. Thank you. We got our team out here. Wow. What a great day for the people of South Carolina. I want to thank every one of you for being here tonight. There's a lot of emotion here tonight at this courthouse. A lot of a year and a half, nearly 2 years of blood, sweat, and tears, it feels like. A lot of hard work from so many people. So if you will just bear with me, there's a lot of people I have to thank. But first, For those of you who don't know, I'm Alan Wilson. I'm South Carolina's Attorney General, and I got the best staff of any Attorney General in the United States of America.
You gotta be celebrating tonight.
I want to start by thanking our prosecution team. I want to tell you, I've been here for nearly 6 weeks with this team, living in a hotel, and it felt almost like being in a dorm environment in college. Late nights, cramming, studying, little sleep, away from our families, getting up early, getting here to the courthouse, working long hours, getting on each other's nerves at times, but it was all worth it. It was all worth it because we got to bring justice and be a voice for Maggie and Paul Murdaugh and bring justice for the people of South Carolina.
Wow.
I'd like to start real briefly by thanking our team. First, excuse me, I need to put my glasses on. Our chief prosecutor, I tell you, I appointed Creighton Waters to be the chief prosecutor of this case nearly a year and a half ago. And I want to say I'm pretty brilliant because I picked the right guy. And I want to say thank you to Creighton Waters. Creighton, you did a fantastic job. I don't think there's another attorney in the state of South Carolina that could have led this Herculean effort. But Creighton will be the first to tell you he didn't do it alone because he had a team of people. I want to first thank Don Zelinka, who is actually Creighton's boss. He is the Deputy Attorney General, been in the Attorney General's office for over 40 years. Sitting here to my immediate left, Don Zelinka, thank you so much. John Metters, many of you got to see him do the closing argument today. John, thank you. You've been a phenomenal add to our team. I'm going to go quickly through the names, but as I read the names, please raise your hand. You know Creighton, you saw Don, and you see John. David Fernandez, John Conrad.
Fernandez was a little savage too.
Johnny James, Savannah Gowd.
Savannah.
Ozzie Toledo. Shane Aceto. Carly Jewell.
Man, they got like 40 people up there.
Carson Burney. Danielle Colon. And our victims advocate, Tricia Allen. I also want to say thank you to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Mark Keel assigned some amazing men and women. And when I say it was an agency-wide effort on behalf of SLED, I can't underscore that part enough. Every time I called Chief Keel, every time I reached out to the lead agents, every time Creighton was asking me, hey, General, we need something from SLED, we would reach out to SLED, and they were there. They busted their butts. I can't begin to list every agent, and some can't be listed for obvious reasons. Some are standing up here tonight. I told them I wasn't going to mention their names, but we would not be here if it wasn't for SLED. And I want to thank Mark Keel and his team and all of the men and women across the entire state law enforcement division for what they did to make tonight a possibility. Amen. I also want to thank the FBI and the Secret Service, our federal partners. We had to utilize many of their assets and resources. We couldn't do all the things that we did without our federal partners. We had a lot of local partners. We had the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, Buddy Hill, Sheriff Hill and his team, providing the security. They did a phenomenal job, and they were there. They were the first responders the night on June 7, 2021, when Maggie and Paul were butchered brutally. They were the first responders, and they were the first ones to be there. The Charleston County Sheriff's Office, the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office were instrumental in supporting our investigative efforts. You all know Kenny Kinsey, our chief crime scene expert with the Orangeburg Sheriff's Office. I also want to thank the city of Walterboro. I think the mayor is here somewhere, and the police department. They provided security. Thank you. This whole community has embraced our entire team, and I cannot thank you enough. We've all been away from our families, 2 hours away from our families for the past 2 months, and it's this community that made us. We would walk into restaurants, and people would come up and thank us. You know, you don't have any idea how good that makes people feel when they're under an incredible amount of stress, an incredible amount of scrutiny, and this community really embraced us. I want to thank the Colleton County Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, and her entire team and their staff. I don't know. I call her Becky Booth, that's her nickname, but Madam Clerk, wherever you are tonight. I'm sorry, that's my pet name for her. But I want to thank you, Madam Clerk, for you, the entire team, the bailiffs, the court security, the staff here. There was no role that was too small that they weren't willing to do for us. The security team here, it was a Herculean effort by everybody, and I can't thank enough people. I don't know if I mentioned the bailiffs, but I want to thank them. And there's another group of people who you don't know who they are, but that's the jurors. And not just the jurors, but the alternates, the ones who didn't even get to serve to the very end, but people who were taken away from their families. And I want to thank the families of our jurors who sat here every single day for what seemed like long amounts of tedious, monotonous information and evidence. Sometimes people didn't know what it meant. They didn't understand it. And they had to sit there and process it and hear it over and over and over again. And I want to thank these nameless jurors whose identities have been protected. They may make their identities available to all of you at some point, but they sat there and they delivered justice tonight, and I want to thank them for their role in this process. Amen. You know, Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government except for every other kind. I kind of want to adopt that and say we may have the worst criminal justice system in the world, but it's better than every other kind that there is. And our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night of June 7th, 2021 by someone that they loved and someone that they trusted. And they couldn't be here to testify for themselves tonight. Their testimony came through the evidence and the information that was gathered by the men and women of the agencies I've just mentioned. It came from the testimony of the agents and the investigators and the attorneys and the folks in our staff who were able to get it to the court record. And so I want to say tonight, their voice was heard tonight and justice was brought for them. We can't bring them back, but we can bring them justice. Amen. Amen. I started off my remarks by saying that it is a good day in South Carolina.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Today's verdict proves that no one, no matter who you are in society, is above the law. A lot of people doubted that this process would work, and hopefully, for those who did doubt the process, hopefully we have instilled and put a little bit of faith back into you and your lives as you view this process as it unfolds. I'm proud of this team. I'm proud of the men and women standing behind me tonight, and there's been a lot of emotion. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I saw firsthand for the last 5 or 6 weeks the countless nights where you were up beyond midnight and you were getting up before dawn, not eating. I was watching Nancy Grace the other night and I heard her call Creighton pale and gaunt. Woo! Creighton wasn't eating and sleeping. He really wasn't, folks. I'm serious. You know, we would have to bring in kind bars and things to eat during breaks. But Creighton, Herculean effort, my friend. And I am truly honored to have you on our team. Thank you for being a great leader and a great chief prosecutor. And I would like to invite you to come up here and make some remarks.
Let's go, Creighton, baby.
Thanks, everybody. And
a hero. I'm about smiling. You'll be popping a bottle tonight, popping some Oxy.
I want to start by thanking this guy who's given me and all these folks behind us opportunities to do justice, which is what we want to do with our careers. It is very tough and demanding, but it's rewarding for moments like these. The general stole a lot of my lines, but I also want to thank the jurors for their long and arduous service. And we had no doubt that if we had a chance to present our case in a court of law, that they would see through the one last con that Alec Murdaugh was trying to pull. And they did, and we're so grateful for that. I get to lead the state grand jury section in the Attorney General's office. This particular case is not a state grand jury case. There are other indictments that are state grand jury. But the one thing about that is that I have an amazing team. And I want to be clear, this was a team effort. Y'all saw all of these folks behind me doing amazing work. And I can't be prouder of a team in my life. We called this our Super Bowl, and not because of the media attention, but just because of the effort that we knew that we would have to put into this. And we didn't really get to watch much of the Super Bowl that went on because when we arrived, I think it was winter and it feels like spring now. But every single member of this team, every single member of the state grand jury staff, what we do well is work together as a team in complex investigations, and who we work with is my partners at SLED. And I can't
SLED.
thank them enough as
Oh,
well
no,
because we're used
no.
to working on these complex
SLED.
cases and working together. And I'm not leaving out Sheriff Hill and the Colleton County Sheriff's Office and our federal partners in Orangeburg and Charleston Sheriff's Office and all the other agencies that have worked on this case. I also want to thank Ms. Becky, if she's still up there, because she's been amazing. The clerk staff has been amazing. The court staff has been amazing. The bailiffs have been amazing. And again, I also want to thank this community who really has embraced us and has been so great to us.
I feel like I want to visit Southern Carolina. South Carolina.
Process that has been long and arduous, and I have been sleeping. I hadn't been. And I have been eating more than Kind bars every now and then. But, and I'm sure that's a nice plug for Kind. But anyway, it really has been a great process. We will have sentencing tomorrow. Obviously, we're not going to comment on sentencing because that's still pending. But justice was done today. It doesn't matter who your family is. It doesn't matter how much money you have or people think you have. It doesn't matter what you think, how prominent you are. If you do wrong, if you break the law, if you murder, then justice will be done in South Carolina. And I think South Carolina has shown to the nation and the world how a process can work and work well. Thank y'all.
And also, I want to thank Creighton. I told Creighton, I said, Creighton, I'm going to come down and I'm going to be just a staff attorney. I know I'm your boss. I'm your boss's boss's boss. But I said I'm going to come down and I'm going to help. And I said I'm going to follow instruction. And I hope I was true to my word. This past weekend, I was saying, what can I do to help? I said I'm willing to take a witness if it'll help. He said actually it would. So he let an old prosecutor dust off his cleats and get back in the game and to help the team out. And
I got to be the boss of the boss for a while.
Yeah, don't get used to it.
I'm not used to it.
No, but in all seriousness, I'm proud of the decisions that I made in putting the people behind me and to the left and right of me in charge of this case, and I was honored to be part of this team. Just another member, just another worker bee in the trenches trying to bring justice to the people of this state and to bring justice to the people who couldn't be here tonight because they were brutally murdered by someone they trusted. Now, with that being said, I know a lot of people want to talk to us. A lot of people want to talk to some of the attorneys and the support staff and the agents, investigators here tonight. Some of you want to talk to me and others. We're going to make ourselves available to you. But like Mr. Waters just said, tomorrow there's a sentencing hearing, and we don't want to get out in front of our skis. And plus, I'm starting to feel the rain come down. But I promise you, we're going to make ourselves available to talk to members of the media, to talk to all of you out there that have questions. We'll answer any questions that we ethically can. We hope you'll continue to be patient with us as we finish this process tomorrow. Again, we're going to go back and get a good night sleep tonight. But again, thank you. I'm going to also, one last group that we didn't thank, the media. You all, I know a lot of people in this polarizing world we live in, a lot of people take shots at the media, but the media was incredibly respectful. You were so good, not just to us, but listen, to the families of the victims, okay? I know this is an awkward situation, but you protected the identities of people and you protected the process, and I want to thank you for your part in this and telling the stories, educating the public on what's going on out there. So now I'm going to stop speaking as an attorney general, and I'm going to close as a father and as a husband to say that when you go home tonight, hug your loved ones, hug your spouse, hug your children, because this case reminds us of anything
I forgot to think about
that you can't take for granted that people in your family are always going to be there. And right now, when I get home tomorrow, I'm going to hug mine, and I hope you hug yours. But thank you again. Thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your prayers. You came and prayed for me. I see a lot of people come up and say we're praying for you. We appreciate your prayers. Thank you all so much. And this is going to conclude this press conference. We look forward to talking to all of you tomorrow.
What about the other people? What about Dick and them? They don't. I thought they did a press conference too, no? Or is it just the winners?
I'm gonna let you go right here. I just want to thank you and your staff. Y'all just did a good job. God bless you. Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all. And thank the media. Y'all did a good job.
So we don't get to hear from Dick and them?
Charge it to my heart. Charge it to my heart. I'm so
That's it? What about Dick and them? So they just, I guess they just bow out then. I thought sometimes the other people would come out too and be like, well, this is wrong because of this and that. We don't agree with this or blah, blah, blah. I really thought, Oh, he dropped the mic. Ooh, who's just screaming? That guy's kind of...
It's bad luck to be back here.
Hey, drug test that guy. Oxy, man.
That's why we buy good equipment. Is yours?
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. No doubt, man. Hey, is this your stand?
And free
Thank you very much. Man.
Oh, no, man.
Appreciate it.
I'm here for the game. That's my motto.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Take it easy. We like bulls in China shop.
I don't know who's rolling, so I'm
I guess that's it.
Quiet. Oh, man. You know, got your
You're a lifesaver.
Well,
I was wrong, like, $10. Yeah, if you need help.
I guess that's it, man. So, yo, I'll read the remainder super chats. Thank you guys so much again. Got a little drink, do a little shot for Diggs. Happy birthday to Diggs. Also a shot to us for making it through the trial. Shot for the new place. Shot for, I don't know, all the good stuff, positivity. It's kind of like more than a shot, but it's water. Not out. Yeah, shit. Rough. Happy birthday. All right. The character's on screen. Let me get the rest of the super chats. Yeah, that shit kind of burning. I said, hold on. Oh, hold up. Oh, it's muted. Oh, they ended it. All right. So let me get the remainder. GGT. I'm gonna miss hearing Mel say SLED. That was kind of like more than a shot, right? Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you for becoming a member. I thought you were already a member. Amen for Maggie, Paul, and Maggie's sister. Brittany, thank you for the stars. Appreciate that. Facebook, thanks, Mel plus team. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. It says go towards Maddie's ice cream. Yeah, the ice cream I can get her, I'm sure, is way better than the school stuff. Aw, Rose, thank you. Don't make me get all emotional and stuff. Krista, thank you for the 17-month membership. Holy moly. Thank you for hanging in there with us for all these long days. You always make me laugh. I appreciate all that you do. Yeah, thank you guys, man. We here. We made it. Something about looking at Alex. It was so weird, like seeing this guy's face. I don't know why I felt... Something about me felt sad when I saw that. Oh, they changed the screen now. It was weird. But we made it. Oh, what the heck is that? Hello? What? Okay. You did a tiny fireball. Anybody else in the chat did a shot? Jennifer says, Mel, I did a tiny fireball shot with you. Thank you so much for your... Fireball's pretty nice, too. It's pretty smooth. I haven't had fireball in a long time. Thank you so much for your incredible coverage. We stuck it out with you for the entire 28 days. I subscribed because of this coverage. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't really get, like, this trial. I didn't really get many subscribers. I think it was mostly just, like, the base. Like, the regular people. Maybe a few people subbed, but, like, not, like the Johnny Depp, I got a lot of subscribers. This one was just... mostly people from the channel, I think. But no, I had a good time. It was a pretty good time. And honestly, there hasn't been too much anyway going. I mean, there's always something going on in true crime, but like there really hasn't been big stories. There was that one Nicole, I forget her name. Nicole Bully, I think. Nicole Boulay. I don't mean any disrespect. I just never covered it. I just seen like the headlines. Bully. And that story was kind of big, but it turned out to be nothing apparently. Like, or it was. They said it was like no foul play. So I don't know.
We're here for a verdict.
Yeah, Gigi, I mean, listen, something that brought, as Meyer and myself were waiting here to see if a verdict came, we were absolutely convinced as trial lawyers that this was going to be either maybe a question or more likely, can we go home? But this verdict came out really fast. And when we heard it was a verdict, because you guys were the first ones to be reporting that out, we were like, wow, somebody lost big time. And we suspected it was the defendant. Were you guys shocked down there too, how fast this went?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, they've sat here for 6 weeks. I didn't think that they would take a week or even tomorrow. So a lot of us down here really thought maybe by the end of the day today we would have.
I think it's just been so like redundant, you know. Matilda, thank you so much for the super chat. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thanks for the super chat. No, thank you. You're awesome. SLED. Lori, thank you for the super chat. Says SLED. We made some good memories. Nisa, thank you for the super chat. Says thank you, Mel, for the whole trial coverage. I'm a new sub/member. Thank you. It's been great. I appreciate that, man. I feel good. We're at the end. Tomorrow we'll do sentencing. Saturday I move. I really don't like that these people make me wait till the afternoon though for Saturday, but I'll see. I don't know. Okay. Set that for tomorrow, sentencing. Okay. All right, so I guess I'm going to end. Sandwich. Daniel Robinson from Arizona has his dad and them had another search, probably last in that area because they want David off their property. I haven't checked what's the latest on that story. I guess I know he's just still missing, huh? Shelly, thank you for the super chat. Says thanks, Mel and Chatters, Catsy, Sled, Skeeza. Skeeza, that's one of my new favorite words. Skeeza. Skeezing. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna get off. I love you. I'll see you back in the morning for sentencing. I don't think it's probably gonna be a short day. I'm pretty sure. And yeah. All right. Good night. Bye. Love you guys.